Disc 8.
Did Moiraine never explain any of this to you?
Never. Egwene wished her voice was not so breathless. She had other matters to deal with. Nynaeve snorted softly.
Well, Moiraine has never believed in telling anyone anything they did not need to know. Knowing serves no real purpose, but then neither does not knowing. Myself, I always prefer knowing to not.
Is there one? A pit, I mean?
Obviously not so far, Varen said, tilting her head. But the next step? She shrugged. You see, child, the more you try to touch the true source, the more you try to channel the one power, the easier it becomes to actually do it. Yes, in the beginning, you stretch out to the source, and more often than not, it is like grasping at air. Or you actually touch saidar, but even when you feel the one power flowing through you, you find you can do nothing with it. Or you do something and it isn't what you intended at all. That is the danger. Usually with guidance and training, and the girl's own fear slowing her down, the ability to touch the source and the ability to channel the power come together with the ability to control what she is doing. But you began trying to channel without anyone there to teach you any control at all of what you do. I know you don't think you're very far along, and you are not, but you are like someone who has taught herself to run up hills, sometimes at least, without ever learning how to run down the other side, or to walk. Sooner or later, you're going to fall if you don't learn the rest of it. Now, I'm not talking about anything like what happens when one of those poor men begins channeling. You will not go mad. You won't die, not with sisters to teach and guide you. But what might you do entirely by accident, never meaning to?
For an instant, the vagueness had dropped from Varen's eyes. For an instant, it seemed, the Aes Sedai's gaze had flicked from Egwene to Nynaeve as sharply as the Amyrlin's had. Your innate abilities are strong, child, and they will grow stronger. You must learn to control them before you harm yourself, or someone else, or a great many people. That is what Moiraine was trying to teach you. That is what I will try to help you with tonight, and what a sister will help you with every night until we put you into Shiriam's most capable hands. She is mistress of novices. Egwene thought, can she know about Rand? It isn't possible. She'd never have let him leave Fal Dara if she even suspected. But she was sure she had not imagined what she saw. Thank you, Varen Sedai. I will try. Nynaeve rose smoothly to her feet. I will go sit by the fire and leave you two alone. You should stay, Varen said. You could profit by it. From what Moiraine has told me, it should take only a little training for you to be raised to the accepted. Nynaeve hesitated only a moment before shaking her head firmly. I thank you for the offer, but I can wait until we reach Tar Valon. Egwene, if you need me, I will be— By any gauge, Varen cut in. You are a woman grown, Nynaeve. Usually the younger a novice, the better she does. Not with the training necessarily, but because a novice is expected to do as she is told, when she is told, and without question. It is really only of use once the actual training has reached a certain point. A hesitation in the wrong place, then, or a doubt of what you have been told to do, can have tragic consequences. But it is better to follow the discipline all the time. The accepted, on the other hand, are expected to question things, as it is felt they know enough to know what questions to ask and when. Which do you think you would prefer? Nynaeve's hands tightened on her skirt, and she looked at the tent flap again, frowning. Finally, she gave a short nod and settled back down on the floor. I suppose I might as well, she said. Good, Varen said. Now, you already know this part, Egwene, but for Nynaeve's sake, I will take you through it step by step. In time, it will become second nature. You will do it all faster than you can think of it, but now it is best to go slowly. Close your eyes, please. It goes better in the beginning if you have no distractions at all. Egwene closed her eyes. There was a pause. Nynaeve, Varen said. Please, close your eyes. It will really go better. Another pause. Thank you, child. Now, you must empty yourself. Empty your thoughts. There is only one thing in your mind.
The bud of a flower. Only that. Only the bud. You can see it in every detail. You can smell it. You can feel it. Every vein of every leaf, every curve of every petal. You can feel the sap pulsing. Feel it. Know it. Be it. You and the bud are the same. You are one. You are the bud. Her voice droned on hypnotically, but Egwene no longer really heard. She had done this exercise before with Moiraine. It was slow, but Moiraine had said it would come more quickly with practice. Inside herself she was a rosebud, red petals curled tightly. Yet suddenly there was something else. Light. Light pressing on the petals. Slowly the petals unfolded, turning toward the light, absorbing the light. The rose and the light were one. Egwene and the light were one. She could feel the merest trickle of it seeping through her. She stretched for more, strained for more. In an instant it was all gone, rose and light. Moiraine had also said it could not be forced. With a sigh, she opened her eyes. Nynaeve had a grim look on her face. Verin was as calm as ever. "You cannot make it happen," the Aes Sedai was saying. "You must let it happen. You must surrender to the power before you can control it." "This is complete foolishness," Nynaeve muttered. "I don't feel like a flower. If anything, I feel like a blackthorn bush. I think I will wait by the fire after all." "As you wish," Verin said. "Did I mention that novices do chores? They wash dishes, scrub floors, do laundry, serve at table, all sorts of things. I myself think the servants do a better job of it by far, but it is generally felt that such labor builds character." "Oh, you are staying? Good. Well, child, remember that even a blackthorn bush has flowers sometimes, beautiful and white among the thorns. We will try it one at a time. Now, from the beginning, Egwene. Close your eyes." Several times before Verin left, Egwene felt the flow of the power through her, but it was never very strong, and the most she managed with it was to produce a stir in the air that made the tent flap stir slightly. She was sure a sneeze could have done as much. She had done better with Moiraine, sometimes at least. She wished it was Moiraine doing the teaching. Nynaeve never even felt a glimmer, or so she said. By the end, her eyes were set, and her mouth so tight that Egwene was afraid she was about to begin berating Verin as if the Aes Sedai were a village woman intruding on her privacy. But Verin simply told her to close her eyes once more, this time without Egwene. Egwene was sitting, watching the other two between her yawns. The night had grown late, well past the time she would usually be asleep. Nynaeve wore a face like week-old death, her eyes clamped shut as if she never meant to open them, and her hands white-knuckled fists in her lap. Egwene hoped the wisdom's temper did not break loose, not after she had held it this long. "Feel the flow through you," Verin was saying. Her voice did not change, but suddenly there was a gleam in her eyes. "Feel the flow, flow of the power, flow like a breeze, a gentle stirring in the air." Egwene sat up straight. This was how Verin had guided her each time she had actually had the power flowing through her. A soft breeze, the slightest movement of air, soft. Abruptly, the stacked blankets burst into flame like fat wood. Nynaeve opened her eyes with a yell. Egwene was not sure if she screamed or not. All Egwene knew was that she was on her feet, trying to kick the burning blankets outside before they set the tent on fire. Before she managed the second kick, the flames vanished, leaving wispy smoke rising from a charred mass and the smell of burned wool. "Well," Verin said. "Well, I did not expect to have to douse a fire. Don't faint on me, child. It's all right now. I took care of it." I was angry." Nynaeve spoke through trembling lips and a bloodless face. "I heard you talking about a breeze, telling me what to do, and fire just popped into my head. I didn't mean to burn anything. It was just a small fire in my head." She shuddered. "I suppose it was a small fire at that."
Varen barked a laugh that was gone with another look at Nynaeve's face.
Are you all right, child? If you feel ill, I can...
Nynaeve shook her head, and Varen nodded.
Rest is what you need, both of you. I've worked you too hard. You must rest. The Amyrlin will have us all up and away before first light.
Standing, she towed the charred blankets.
I will have some more blankets brought to you. I hope this shows both of you how important control is. You must learn to do what you mean to do and nothing more. Aside from harming someone else, if you draw more of the power than you can safely handle, and you cannot handle much yet, but it will grow. If you draw too much, you can destroy yourself. You can die. Or you can burn yourself out, destroy what ability you have. As if she had not told them they were walking a knife edge, she added a cheerful, "Sleep well." With that, she was gone. Egwene put her arms around Nynaeve and hugged her tight. "It is all right, Nynaeve. There is no need to be frightened. Once you learn to control..." Nynaeve gave a croaking laugh. "I am not frightened." She glanced sideways at the smoking blankets and twitched her eyes away. "It takes more than a little fire to frighten me." But she did not look at the blankets again, even when a warder came to take them away and leave new. Varen did not come again, as she said she would not. Indeed, as they journeyed on south and west, day by day, as fast as the footmen could move, Varen paid the two women from Emond's Field no more mind than Moiraine did, than any of the Aes Sedai. They were not precisely unfriendly, the Aes Sedai, but rather distant and aloof, as if preoccupied. Their coolness heightened Egwene's unease and brought back all the tales she had heard as a child. Her mother had always told her the tales about Aes Sedai were a lot of fool men's nonsense, but neither her mother nor any other woman in Emond's Field had ever met an Aes Sedai before Moiraine came there. She herself had spent a good deal of time with Moiraine, and Moiraine was proof to her that not all Aes Sedai were like the tales. Cold manipulators and merciless destroyers, breakers of the world. She knew now that those, at least, the breakers of the world, had been male Aes Sedai, when there were such, in the Age of Legends. But it did not help a great deal. Not all Aes Sedai were like the tales, but how many, and which? The Aes Sedai who came to the tent each night were so mixed that they did not help at all in clearing her thoughts. Alviarin was as cool and businesslike as a merchant come to buy wool and tabak, surprised that Nynaeve was part of the lesson, but accepting, sharp in her criticisms, but always ready to try again. Alana Mosvani laughed and spent as much time talking about the world and men as she did teaching. Alana showed too much interest in Rand and Perrin and Mat for Egwene's comfort, though, especially Rand. Worst of all was Liandrin, the only one who wore her shawl. The others had all packed them away before leaving Faldara. Liandrin sat fingering her red fringe and taught little, and reluctantly at that. She questioned Egwene and Nynaeve as if they had been accused of a crime, and her questions were all about the three boys. She kept it up until Nynaeve threw her out. Egwene was not sure why Nynaeve did so, and then she left with a warning. "Watch yourselves, my daughters. You are in your village no longer. Now you dabble your toes where there are things to bite you." Finally, the column reached the village of Meadow on the banks of the Mora, which ran along the border between Shinar and Arafel and so into the river Aranon. Egwene was sure it was the Aes Sedai's questions about Rand that had made her start dreaming of him, that and worrying about him, about whether he and the others had had to follow the Horn of Valir into the Blight. The dreams were always bad, but at first they were just the ordinary sort of nightmare. By the night they reached Meadow, the dreams had changed, though. "Pardon, Aes Sedai," Egwene asked diffidently, "but have you seen Moiraine Sedai?" The slender Aes Sedai waved her away and hurried on down the crowded, torchlit village street, calling for someone to be careful with her horse. The woman was of the Yellow Ajah, though not wearing her shawl now. Egwene knew no more of her than that, not even her name. Meadow was a small village, though Egwene was shocked to realize that what she now thought of as a small village was as big as Emond's Field, and it was overwhelmed now with many more outsiders than there were inhabitants.
Horses and people filled the narrow streets, jostling to the docks past villagers who knelt whenever an unseeing Aes Sedai sped by. Harsh torchlight lit everything. The 2 docks jutted out into the River Mora like stone fingers, and each hosted a pair of small 2-masted ships. There, horses were being hoisted on board by booms and cables and canvas cradles under their bellies. More of the ships, high-sided and stout with lanterns topping their masts, crowded the moon-streaked river, already loaded or waiting their turn. Rowboats ferried out archers and pikemen, the raised pikes making the boats look like gigantic pricklebacks swimming on the surface. On the left-hand dock, Egwene found Anaya watching the loading and chivying those who were not moving fast enough. Though she had never said more than 2 words to Egwene, Anaya seemed different from the others, more like a woman from home. Egwene could picture her baking in her kitchen. She could not see any of the others so. "Anaya Sedai, have you seen Moiraine Sedai? I need to talk to her." The Aes Sedai looked around with an absent frown. "What? Oh, it's you, child. Moiraine is gone, and your friend Nynaeve is already out on the River Queen. I had to bundle her onto a boat myself, shouting that she would not go without you. Light, what a scramble. You should be aboard yourself. Find a boat going out to the River Queen. You 2 will be traveling with the Amyrlin Seat, so mind yourself once you're on board. No scenes or tantrums." "Which ship is Moiraine Sedai's?" "Moiraine isn't on a ship, girl. She's gone. 2 days gone, and the Amyrlin is in a taking over it." Anaya grimaced and shook her head, though most of her attention was still on the workers. "First Moiraine vanishes with Lan, then Liandrin right on Moiraine's heels, and then Verin, none of them with so much as a word for anyone. Verin did not even take her warder. Tomas is chewing nails with worry over her." The Aes Sedai glanced at the sky. The waxing moon shone without the hindrance of clouds. "We will have to call the wind again, and the Amyrlin will not be pleased with that either. She says she wants us on our way to Tar Valon within an hour, and she will brook no delays. I would not want to be Moiraine or Liandrin or Verin when she sees them next. They'll wish they were novices again." "Why, child, what's the matter?" Egwene drew a deep breath. "Moiraine gone? She can't be. I have to tell somebody who won't laugh at me." She imagined Anaya back in Emond's Field, listening to her daughter's problems. The woman fit the picture. "Anaya Sedai? Rand is in trouble." Anaya gave her a considering look. "That tall boy from your village? Missing him already, are you? Well, I shouldn't be surprised if he is in trouble. Young men his age usually are. Though it was the other one, Mat, who had the look of trouble. Very well, child. I don't mean to mock you or make light. What kind of trouble, and how do you know? He and Lord Ingtar must have the horn and be back in Fal Dara by now. Or else they've had to follow it into the Blight, and there's nothing to do about that." I don't think they're in the Blight or back in Fal Dara. I had a dream." She said it half defiantly. It sounded silly when she said it, but it had seemed so real. A nightmare for true, but real. First there had been a man with a mask over his face and fire in place of his eyes. Despite the mask, she had thought he was surprised to see her. His look had frightened her till she thought her bones would break from shivering, but suddenly he vanished, and she saw Rand sleeping on the ground, wrapped in a cloak. A woman had been standing over him, looking down. Her face was in shadow, but her eyes seemed to shine like the moon, and Egwene had known she was evil. Then there was a flash of light, and they were gone, both of them. And behind it all, almost like another thing altogether, was the feel of danger, as if a trap was just beginning to snap shut on an unsuspecting lamb, a trap with many jaws. As though time had slowed, and she could watch the iron jaws creep closer together. The dream had not faded with waking the way dreams did, and the danger felt so strong she still wanted to look over her shoulder, only somehow she knew that it was aimed at Rand, not at her. She wondered if the woman had been Moiraine, and upbraided herself for the thought. Liandrin fit that part better, or perhaps Alanna. She had been interested in Rand too.
She could not bring herself to tell Anaya. Formally, she said, "Anaya Sedai, I know it sounds foolish, but he is in danger. Great danger. I know it. I could feel it. I still can." Anaya wore a thoughtful look. "Well now," she said softly, "that's a possibility I'll wager no one has considered. You may be a dreamer. It is a small chance, child, but we haven't had one of those in, 400 or 500 years. And dreaming is close linked to foretelling. If you really can dream, it may be that you can foretell as well. That would be a finger in the red's eye. Of course, it could be just an ordinary nightmare, brought on by a late night and cold food and us traveling so hard since we left Faldara. And you missing your young man. Much more likely. Yes, child, I know. You are worried about him. Did your dream indicate what kind of danger?" Egwene shook her head. "He just vanished, and I felt danger and evil. I felt it even before he vanished." She shivered and rubbed her hands together. "I can still feel it." "Well, we will talk about it more on the River Queen. If you are a dreamer, I will see you have the training Moiraine should be here to—" "You there!" the Aes Sedai barked suddenly, and Egwene jumped. A tall man who had just sat down on a cask of wine jumped too. Several others quickened their step. "That's for loading aboard, not resting on." "We will talk on the boat, child." "No, you fool, you can't carry it by yourself. Do you want to hurt yourself?" Anaya went striding off down the dock, giving the unfortunate villagers a rougher side of her tongue than Egwene would have suspected she had. Egwene peered into the dark, toward the south. He was out there, somewhere. Not in Faldara. Not in the Blight. She was sure of it. "Hold on, you wool-headed idiot. If you get yourself killed before I can get you out of this, I will skin you alive." It did not occur to her to ask how she was going to get him out of anything, going to Tar Valon as she was. Snugging her cloak around her, she set out to find a boat to the River Queen.
Chapter 13. From Stone to Stone. The light of the rising sun woke Rand, and he wondered if he were dreaming. He sat up slowly, staring. Everything had changed, or almost everything. The sun and the sky were as he expected to see, if pallid and all but cloudless. Loial and Hurin still lay on either side of him, wrapped in their cloaks asleep, and their horses still stood hobbled a pace away. But everyone else was gone. Soldiers, horses, his friends, everyone and everything gone. The hollow itself had changed too, and they were in the middle of it now, no longer on the edge. At Rand's head rose a gray stone cylinder, every bit of 3 spans high and a full pace thick, covered with hundreds, perhaps thousands of deeply incised diagrams and markings in some language he did not recognize. White stone paved the bottom of the hollow, as level as a floor, polished so smooth it almost glistened. Broad, high steps rose to the rim in concentric rings of different colored stone. And about the rim, the trees stood blackened and twisted, as if a firestorm had roared through them. Everything seemed paler than it should be, just like the sun, more subdued, as if seen through mist. Only there was no mist. Just the 3 of them and the horses appeared truly solid. But when he touched the stone under him, it felt solid enough. He reached out and shook Loial and Hurin. "Wake up! Wake up and tell me I'm dreaming. Please wake up!"
"Is it morning already?"
Loial began, sitting up. Then his mouth fell open, and his big round eyes grew wider and wider. Hurin woke with a start, then leaped to his feet, jumping like a flea in a hot rock to look this way, then that.
"Where are we? What's happened? Where is everybody? Where are we, Lord Rand?"
He sank to his knees, wringing his hands, but his eyes still darted.
"What's happened?"
"I don't know," Rand said slowly. "I was hoping it was a dream, but maybe it is a dream." He had had experience of dreams that were not dreams, experience he wanted neither to repeat nor to remember. He stood up carefully. Everything stayed as it was.
I do not think so,
Loyal said. He was studying the column, and he did not appear happy. His long eyebrows sagged across his cheeks, and his tufted ears seemed to have wilted.
I think this is the same stone we went to sleep beside last night. I think I know what it is now.
For once, he sounded miserable about knowing. No. That being the same stone was no more crazy than what he could see around him. Matt and Perrin and the Shienarans gone, and everything changed. I thought I'd escaped, but it started again. And there's no such thing as crazy anymore. Unless I am. He looked at Loyal and Huron. They were not acting as if he were mad. They saw it too. Something about the steps caught his eye. The different colors. 7 rising from blue to red. 1 for each Ajah, he said.
No, Lord Rand,
Huron moaned.
no. Aes Sedai would not do this to us. They wouldn't. I walk in the light.
We all do, Huron, Rand said. The Aes Sedai won't hurt you. Unless you get in the way. Could this be Moraine's doing somehow? Loyal, you said you know what the stone is. What is it?
I said I think I know, Rand. There was a piece of an old book, just a few pages, but one of them had a drawing of this stone. This stone.
There was a distinct difference in the way he said it that marked importance.
Or one very like it. And underneath it, it said, "From stone to stone run the lines of If, between the worlds that might be."
What does that mean, Loyal? It doesn't make any sense. The Ogier shook his massive head sadly.
It was only a few pages. Part of it said Aes Sedai in the Age of Legends, some of those who could travel, the most powerful of them, could use these stones. It did not say how, but I think, from what I could puzzle out, that perhaps those Aes Sedai used the stones somehow to journey to those worlds.
He glanced up at the seared trees and pulled his eyes down again quickly, as he did not want to think about what lay beyond the rim.
Yet even if Aes Sedai can use them, or could, we have no Aes Sedai with us to channel the power. So I don't see how it can be.
Rand's skin prickled. Aes Sedai used them, in the Age of Legends, when there were male Aes Sedai. He had a vague memory of the void closing round him as he fell asleep, filled with that uneasy glow. And he remembered the room in the village, and the light he had reached for to escape. If that was the male half of True Source. No, it can't be. But what if it is? Light, I was wondering whether to run or not, and all the time it's right inside my head. Maybe I brought us here. He did not want to think about it. Worlds that might be... I don't understand, Loyal. The Ogier shrugged massively and uneasily.
Neither do I, Rand. Most of it sounded like this. If a woman go left or right, does time's flow divide? Does the wheel then weave 2 patterns? 1,000 for each of her turnings? As many as the stars? Is one real, the others merely shadows and reflections? You see, it is not very clear. Mainly questions, most of which seem to contradict each other. And there just wasn't much of it.
He went back to staring at the column, but he looked as if he wished it would go away.
There are supposed to be a good many of these stones scattered all over the world, or there were once. But I never heard of anyone finding one. I never heard of anyone finding anything like this at all.
My Lord Rand.
Now on his feet, Huron seemed calmer, but he clutched his coat at the waist with both hands, his face urgent.
My Lord Rand, you'll get us back, won't you? Back where we belong? I've a wife, my lord, and children.
Melia'd take it bad enough, me dying, but if she doesn't even have my body to give to the mother's embrace,
she'll grieve to the end of her days. You understand, my lord? I can't leave her not knowing. You'll get us back. And if I die, if you can't take her my body, you'll let her know, so she has that at least.
He was no longer questioning at the end. A note of confidence had crept into his voice. Rand opened his mouth to say again he was not a lord, then shut it without speaking. That was hardly important enough to mention now. You got him into this. He wanted to deny it, but he knew what he was, knew he could channel, even if it always seemed to happen all by itself. Loyal said Aes Sedai used the stones, and that meant the one power. What Loyal said he knew, you could be sure of. The Ogier never claimed to know if he did not. And there was no one else nearby who could wield the power. You got him into it. You have to get him out. You have to try. I will do my best, Hurin. And because Hurin was Shienaran, he added, by my house and honor. A shepherd's house and a shepherd's honor, but I'll make them do as well as a lord's. Hurin loosed his hold on his coat. The confidence reached his eyes, too. He bowed deeply.
Honor to serve, my lord.
Guilt rippled through Rand. He thinks you'll see him home now because Shienaran lords always keep their word. What are you going to do, Lord Rand? None of that, Hurin. There'll be no bowing. I'm not... Suddenly he knew he could not tell the man again that he was not a lord. All that was holding the sniffer together was his belief in a lord, and he could not take that away. Not now. Not here. No bowing, he finished awkwardly.
As you say, Lord Rand.
Hurin's grin was almost as wide as when Rand first met him. Rand cleared his throat. Yes, well, that's what I say. They were both watching him, Loyal curious, Hurin confident, both waiting to see what he would do. I brought them here. I must have. So I have to get them back. And that means... Drawing a deep breath, he walked across the white paving stones to the symbol-covered cylinder. Small lines of some language he did not know surrounded each symbol. Odd letters that flowed in curves and spirals, suddenly turned to jagged hooks and angles, then flowed on. At least it was not Trolloc script. Reluctantly, he put his hands on the column. It looked like any dry, polished stone, but it felt curiously slick, like oiled metal. He closed his eyes and formed the flame. The void came slowly, hesitantly. He knew his own fear was holding it back, fear of what he was trying. As fast as he fed fear into the flame, more came. I can't do it. Channel the power. I don't want to. Like there has to be another way. Grimly, he forced the thoughts to stillness. He could feel sweat beading on his face. Determinedly, he kept on, pushing his fears into the consuming flame, making it grow and grow. And the void was there. The core of him floated in emptiness. He could see the light. saidin. Even with his eyes closed. Feel the warmth of it surrounding him, surrounding everything. Suffusing everything. It wavered like a candle flame seen through oiled paper. Rancid oil, stinking oil. He reached for it. He was not sure how he reached, but it was something, a movement, a stretching toward the light, towards saidin, and caught nothing as if running his hands through water. It felt like a slimy pond, scum floating atop clean water below. He could not scoop up any of the water. Time and again it trickled through his fingers, not even droplets of the water remaining, only the slick scum, making his skin crawl. Desperately he tried to form an image of the hollow as it had been, with Ingtar and the Lances sleeping by their horses, with Mat and Perrin, and the stone lying buried except for one end. Outside the void he formed it, clinging to the shell of emptiness that enclosed him. He tried to link the image with the light, tried to force them together. The hollow as it had been, and he and Loyal and Hurin there together. His head hurt. Together with Mat and Perrin and the Shienarans. Burning in his head. Together. The void shattered into 1,000 razor shards, slicing his mind. Shuddering, he staggered back, wide-eyed. His hands hurt from pressing the stone, and his arms and shoulders quivered with aching. His stomach lurched from the feel of filth covering him, and his head... He tried to steady his breathing. That had never happened before. When the void went, it went like a pricked bubble, just gone, in a twinkling. Never like broken glass. His head felt numb, as if the 1,000 slashes had happened so quickly the pain had not yet come. But every cut had felt as real as if done with a knife. He touched his temple and was surprised not to see blood on his fingers. Huron stood there watching him, still confident. If anything, the sniffer seemed more sure by the minute. Lord Rand was doing something. That was what lords were for. They protected the land and the people with their bodies and their lives, and when something was wrong, they set it right and saw fairness and justice done. As long as Rand was doing something, anything, Huron would have confidence that it would all come out right in the end. That was what lords did. Loyal had a different look, a slightly puzzled frown, but his eyes were on Rand too. Rand wondered what he was thinking. "It was worth a try," he told them. The rancid oil feel inside his head, "Light, it's inside me. I don't want it inside me," was fading slowly, but he still thought he might vomit. "I will try again in a few minutes." He hoped he sounded confident. He had no idea how the stones worked, if what he was doing had any chance of success. "Maybe there are rules for working them. Maybe you have to do something special. Light, maybe you can't use the same stone twice, or—" He cut off that line of thought. There was no good in thinking like that. He had to do it. Looking at Loyal and Huron, he thought he knew what Lan had meant about duty pressing down like a mountain. "My lord, I think—" Huron let his words trail off, looking abashed for a moment. "My lord, maybe if we find the Dark Friends, we can make one of them tell us how to get back." "I would ask a Dark Friend or the Dark One himself if I thought I'd get a true answer back," Rand said. "But we are all there is, just us three." "Just me. I'm the one who has to do it." "We could follow their trail, my lord. If we catch them—" Rand stared at the sniffer. "You can still smell them?" "I can, my lord." Huron frowned. "It's faint, pale-like everything else here. But I can smell the trail. Right up there." He pointed to the rim of the hollow. "I don't understand it, my lord, but last night I could have sworn the trail went right on by the hollow, back where we were. Well, it's in the same place now, only here and fainter, like I said. Not old, not faint like that, but I don't know, Lord Rand, except that it's there." Rand considered. If Fane and the Dark Friends were here, wherever here was, they might know how to get back. They had to if they had reached here in the first place. And they had the horn and the dagger. Matt had to have that dagger. For that, if for nothing else, he had to find them. What finally decided him, he was ashamed to realize, was that he was afraid to try again. Afraid to try channeling the power. He was less afraid of confronting Dark Friends and Trollocs with only Huron and Loyal than he was of that. "Then we will go after the Dark Friends." He tried to sound sure, the way Lan would, or Ingtar. "The horn must be recovered. If we can't puzzle out a way to take it from them, at least we will know where they are when we find Ingtar again. If only they don't ask how we're going to find him again. Huron, make sure it really is the trail we're after." The sniffer leaped into his saddle, eager to be doing something himself, perhaps eager to be away from the hollow, and scrambled his horse up the broad-colored steps. The animal's hooves rang loudly on the stone, but they made not a mark. Rand stowed Red's hobbles in his saddlebags. The banner was still there. He would not have minded if that had been left behind. Then gathered his bow and quiver and climbed to the stallion's back. The bundle of Tom Maryland's cloak made a mound behind his saddle. Loyal led his big mount over to him. With the Ogier standing on the ground, Loyal's head came almost to Rand's shoulder, and him in his saddle. Loyal still looked puzzled. "You think we should stay here?" Rand said. "Try again to use the stone. If the Dark Friends are here in place, we have to find them. We can't leave the Horn of Val'ir in Dark Friend hands. You heard the Amyrlin, and we have to get that dagger back. Matt will die without it." Loyal nodded.
"Yes, Rand, we do. But Rand, the stones—"
"We will find another. You said they were scattered all over, and if they're all like this, all this stonework around them, It should not be too hard to find one.
Rand, that fragment said the stones came from an older age than the Age of Legends, and even the Aes Sedai then did not understand them, though they used them. Some of the truly powerful did. They used them with the one power, Rand. How do you think to use this stone to take us back? Or any other stone we find?
For a moment, Rand could only stare at the Ogier, thinking faster than he ever had in his life. If they are older than the Age of Legends, maybe the people who built them didn't use the power. There must be another way. The Dark Friends got here, and they certainly couldn't use the power. Whatever this other way is, I will find it out. I will get us back, Loyal. He looked at the tall stone column with its odd markings and felt a prickle of fear. Light, if only I don't have to use the power to do it. I will, Loyal. I promise. One way or another. The Ogier gave a doubtful nod. He swung up onto his huge horse and followed Rand up the steps to join Huron among the blackened trees. The land stretched out, low and rolling, sparsely forested here and there with grassland between, crossed by more than one stream. In the middle distance, Rand thought he could see another burned patch. It was all pale, the colors washed. There was no sign of anything made by men except the stone circle behind them. The sky was empty, no chimney smoke, no birds, only a few clouds and the pale yellow sun. Worst of all, though, the land seemed to twist the eye. What was close at hand looked all right, and what was seen straight ahead in the distance. But whenever Rand turned his head, things that appeared distant when seen from the corner of his eye seemed to rush toward him, to be nearer when he stared straight at them. It made for dizziness. Even the horses whickered nervously and rolled their eyes. He tried moving his head slowly. The apparent movement of things that should have been fixed was still there, but it seemed to help a little. "Did your piece of a book say anything about this?" Rand asked. Loyal shook his head, then swallowed hard as if he wished he had kept it still.
"Nothing."
"I suppose there's nothing to do for it. Which way, Huron?"
"South, Lord Rand."
The sniffer kept his eyes on the ground. "South, then. There has to be a way back besides using the power." Rand heeled Red's flanks. He tried to make his voice light-hearted, as if he saw no difficulty at all in what they were about. "What was it Ingtar said? 3 or 4 days to that monument to Artur Hawkwing? I wonder if that exists here too. The way the stones do. If this is a world that could be, maybe it's still standing. Wouldn't that be something to see, Loyal?" They rode south. Chapter 14. Wolf Brother.
"Gone,"
Ingtar demanded of the air.
"And my guards saw nothing. Nothing. They cannot just be gone."
Listening, Perrin hunched his shoulders and looked at Mat, who stood a little way off, frowning and muttering to himself. Arguing with himself was how Perrin saw it. The sun was peeking over the horizon, past time for them to have been riding. Shadows lay long across the hollow, stretched out and thinned, but still like the trees that made them. The pack horses, loaded and on their lead line, stamped impatiently, but everyone stood by his mount and waited. Uno came striding up.
"Not a goat-kissing track, my lord."
He sounded offended. Failure touched on his skill.
"Burn me, not so much as a flaming hoof scrape. They just bloody vanished."
3 men and 3 horses do not just vanish," Ingtar growled.
"Go over the ground again, Uno. If anyone can find where they went, it's you."
"Maybe they just ran away," Mat said. Uno stopped and glared at him. Like he'd cursed an Aes Sedai, Perrin thought wonderingly.
"Why would they run away?"
Ingtar's voice was dangerously soft.
"Rand, the Builder, my sniffer. My sniffer! Why would any of them run, much less all 3?
Mat shrugged. "I don't know. Rand was..." Perrin wanted to throw something at him, hit him, anything to stop him, but Ingtar and Uno were watching. He felt a flood of relief when Mat hesitated, then spread his hands and muttered, "I don't know why. I just thought maybe they had." Ingtar grimaced.
"Ran away."
He growled as if he did not believe it for an instant.
The Builder can go as he will, but Huron would not run away, and neither would Rand al'Thor. He would not. He knows his duty now. Go on, Uno. Search the ground again.
Uno gave a half bow and hurried away, sword hilt bobbing over his shoulder. Ingtar grumbled.
Why would Huron leave like that, in the middle of the night without a word? He knows what we're about. How am I to track this shadow-spawned filth without him? I would give 1,000 gold crowns for a pack of trailhounds. If I did not know better, I would say the Dark Friends manage this so they can slip east or west without me knowing. Peace, I don't know if I do know better.
He stumped off after Uno. Perrin shifted uneasily. The Dark Friends were doubtless getting further away with every minute. Getting further away, and with them the Horn of Valir, and the dagger from Shadar Logoth. He did not think that Rand, whatever he had become, whatever had happened to him, would abandon that chase.
But where did he go? And why?
Loial might go with Rand for friendship, but why Huron?
Maybe he did run away,
he muttered, then looked around. No one appeared to have heard. Even Mat was not paying him any mind. He scrubbed a hand through his hair. If Aes Sedai had been after him to be a false dragon, he would have run too. But worrying about Rand was doing nothing to help track the Dark Friends. There was a way, perhaps, if he was willing to take it. He did not want to take it. He had been running away from it. But perhaps now he could no longer run.
Serves me right for what I told Rand. I wish I could run.
Even knowing what he could do to help, what he had to do, he hesitated. No one was looking at him. No one would know what they were seeing, even if they did look. Finally, reluctantly, he closed his eyes and let himself drift. Let his thoughts drift out, away from him. He had tried denying it from the first, long before his eyes began to change from dark brown to burnished golden yellow. At that first meeting, that first instant of recognition, he had refused to believe. And he had run from the recognition ever since. He still wanted to run. His thoughts drifted, feeling for what must be out there, what was always out there in country where men were few and far between, feeling for his brothers. He did not like to think of them that way, but they were. In the beginning, he had been afraid that what he did had some taint of the Dark One, or of the One Power, equally bad for a man who wanted nothing more than to be a blacksmith and live his life in the light and in peace. From that time, he knew something of how Rand felt, afraid of himself, feeling unclean. He was still not past that entirely. This thing he did was older than humans using the One Power, though, something from the birth of time. Not the power, Moraine had told him. Something long vanished, now come again. Egwene knew too, though he wished she did not. He wished no one did. He hoped she had not told anyone. Contact. He felt them. Felt other minds. Felt his brothers, the wolves. Their thought came to him as a whirlpool blend of images and emotions. At first he had not been able to make out anything except the raw emotion, but now his mind put words to them. Wolf brother. Surprise. Two legs that talks. A faded image, dim with time, old beyond old, of men running with wolves, two packs hunting together. We have heard this comes again. You are Longtooth? It was a faint picture of a man dressed in clothes made of hides, with a long knife in his hand, but overlaid on the image, more central, was a shaggy wolf with one tooth longer than the rest. A steel tooth gleaming in the sunlight, as the wolf led the pack in a desperate charge through deep snow toward the deer that would mean life instead of slow death by starvation, and the deer thrashing to run in powder to their bellies, and the sun glinting on the white until it hurt the eyes, and the wind howling down the passes, swirling the fine snow like mist, and wolves' names were always complex images. Perrin recognized the man, Elias Machira, who had first introduced him to wolves. Sometimes he wished he had never met Elias.
No,
he thought, and tried to picture himself in his mind.
Yes, we have heard of you.
It was not the image he had made, a young man with heavy shoulders and shaggy brown curls, a young man with an axe at his belt, who others thought moved and thought slowly. That man was there, somewhere in the mind picture that came from the wolves, but stronger by far was a massive wild bull with curved horns of shining metal, running through the night with the speed and exuberance of youth, curly-haired coat gleaming in the moonlight, flinging himself in among white cloaks on their horses, with the air crisp and cold and dark, and blood so red on the horns, and... Young Bull. For a moment, Perrin lost the contact in his shock. He had not dreamed they had given him a name. He wished he could not remember how he had earned it. He touched the axe at his belt with its gleaming half-moon blade. Light help me, I killed 2 men. They would have killed me even quicker, and Egwene, but... Pushing all that aside, it was done and behind him, he had no wish to remember any of it. He gave the wolves the smell of Rand, of Loial and Hurin, and asked if they had scented the 3. It was one of the things that had come to him with the change in his eyes. He could identify people by their smell even when he could not see them. He could see more sharply, too, see in anything but pitch darkness. He was always careful to light lamps or candles now, sometimes before anyone else thought they were needed. From the wolves came a view of men on horses approaching the hollow in late day. That was the last they had seen or smelled of Rand or the other 2. Perrin hesitated. The next step would be useless unless he told Ingtar. And Mat will die if we don't find that dagger. Burn you, Rand, why did you take the sniffer? The one time he had gone to the dungeon with Egwene, the smell of Fain had made his hair stand on end. Not even Trollocs smelled so foul. He had wanted to rip through the bars of the cell and tear the man apart, and finding that inside himself had frightened him more than Fain did. To mask Fain's smell in his own mind, he added the scent of Trollocs before he howled aloud. From the distance came the cries of a wolf pack, and in the hollow, horses stamped and whickered fearfully. Some of the soldiers fingered their long-bladed lances and eyed the rim of the hollow uneasily. Inside Perrin's head, it was much worse. He felt the rage of the wolves, the hate. There were only 2 things wolves hated. All else they merely endured. But fire and Trollocs they hated, and they would go through fire to kill Trollocs. Even more than the Trollocs, Fain's scent had put them into a frenzy, as if they smelled something that made Trollocs seem natural and right. Where? The sky rolled in his head. The land spun. East and west wolves did not know. They knew the movements of sun and moon, the shift of seasons, the contours of the land. Perrin puzzled it out. South. And something more. An eagerness to kill the Trollocs. The wolves would let Young Bull share in the killing. He could bring the 2 legs with their hard skins if he wanted. But Young Bull and Smoke and Two Deer and Winter Dawn and all the rest of the pack would hunt down the twisted ones who had dared come into their land. The inedible flesh and bitter blood would burn the tongue, but they must be killed. Kill them. Kill the twisted ones. Their fury infected him. His lips peeled back in a snarl, and he took a step to join them, run with them in the hunt, in the killing. With an effort, he broke the contact, except for a thin sense that the wolves were there. He could have pointed to them across the intervening distance. He felt cold inside. I'm a man, not a wolf. Light help me, I am a man. Are you well, Perrin? Mat said, moving closer. He sounded the way he always did, flippant, and bitter under it, too, of late. But he looked worried. That is all I need. Rand run off, and then you get sick. I don't know where I'll find a wisdom to look after you out here. I think I have some willow bark in my saddlebags. I can make you some willow bark tea if Ingtar lets us stay that long. Serve you right if I make it too strong. I'm all right, Mat. Shaking off his friend, he went to find Ingtar. The Shienaran lord was scanning the ground on the rim with Uno, and Ragan, and Masema. The others frowned at him as he drew Ingtar aside. He made sure Uno and the rest were too far away to hear before he spoke. "I don't know where Rand or the others went, Ingtar, but Padan Thane and the Trollocs, and I guess the rest of the Dark Friends, are still heading south."
"How do you know this?"
Ingtar said. Perrin drew a deep breath. "Wolves told me." He waited for what he was not sure. Laughter, scorn, an accusation of being a Dark Friend, of being mad. Deliberately, he tucked his thumbs behind his belt, away from the axe. "I will not kill. Not again. If he tries to kill me for a Dark Friend, I'll run. But I won't kill anybody else." "I have heard of things like this," Ingtar said slowly, after a moment. "Rumors. There was a warder, a man called Elias Machira, who some said could talk to wolves. He disappeared years ago." He seemed to catch something in Perrin's eyes. "You know him?" "I know him," Perrin said flatly. "He's the one. I don't want to talk about it. I didn't ask for it." That's what Rand said. Light. I wish I were home working Master Luhan's forge. "These wolves," Ingtar said. "They will track the Dark Friends and Trollocs for us?" Perrin nodded. "Good. I will have the horn, whatever it takes." The Shienaran glanced around at Uno and the others, still searching for tracks. "Better not to tell anyone else, though. Wolves are considered good luck in the Borderlands. Trollocs fear them. But still, better to keep this between us for the time. Some of them might not understand." "I would as soon nobody else ever found out," Perrin said. "I will tell them you think you have Huron's talent. They know about that. They're easy with it. Some of them saw you wrinkling your nose back in that village and at the ferry. I've heard jokes about your delicate nose. Yes. You keep us on the trail today. Uno will see enough of their tracks to confirm it is the trail, and before nightfall, every last man will be sure you are a sniffer. I will have the horn." He glanced at the sky and raised his voice. "Daylight is wasting! To horse!" To Perrin's surprise, the Shienaran seemed to accept Ingtar's story. A few of them looked skeptical. Masema went so far as to spit, but Uno nodded thoughtfully, and that was enough for most. Mat was the hardest to convince. "A sniffer? You? You're going to track murderers by smell? Perrin, you're as crazy as Rand. I am the only sane one left from Emond's Field, with Egwene and Nynaeve trotting off to Tar Valon to become—" He cut himself short with an uneasy glance for the Shienarans. Perrin took Huron's place beside Ingtar as the small column rode south. Mat kept up a string of disparaging remarks until Uno found the first tracks left by Trollocs and by men on horses. But Perrin paid him little mind. It was all he could do to keep the wolves from dashing on ahead to kill the Trollocs. The wolves cared only about killing the Twisted Ones. To them, Dark Friends were no different from any other two-legs. Perrin could almost see the Dark Friends scattering in a dozen directions, while the wolves slew Trollocs, running away with the Horn of Valir, running away with the dagger. And once the Trollocs were dead, he did not think he could interest the wolves in tracking the humans, even if he had any idea which of them to track. He had a running argument with them, and sweat covered his forehead long before he got the first flash of images that turned his stomach. He drew rein, stopping his horse dead. The others did the same, looking at him, waiting. He stared straight ahead and cursed softly, bitterly. Wolves would kill men, but men were not a preferred prey. Wolves remembered the old hunting together for one thing, and the two legs tasted bad for another. Wolves were more particular about their food than he would have believed. They would not eat carrion unless they were starving, and few would kill more than they could eat. What Perrin felt from the wolves could best be described as disgust. And there were the images. He could see them much more clearly than he wished. Bodies, men and women and children, heaped and tumbled about. Blood-soaked earth churned by hooves and frenzied attempts to escape. Torn flesh, heads severed. Vultures flapping, their white wings stained red. Bloody, featherless heads tearing and gorging. He broke loose before his stomach emptied itself. Above some trees in the far distance, he could just make out black specks whirling low, dropping, then rising again. Vultures fighting over their meal. "There's something bad up there," he swallowed, meeting Ingtar's gaze. How could he fit telling them into the story of being a sniffer? "I don't want to get close enough to look at that. But they'll want to investigate once they can see the vultures. I have to tell them enough so they'll circle around. The people from that village, I think the Trollocs killed them." Uno began cursing quietly, and some of the other Shienarans muttered to themselves. None of them seemed to take his announcement as odd, though. Lord Ingtar said he was a sniffer, and sniffers could smell killing. "And there is someone following us," Ingtar said. Matt turned his horse eagerly. "Maybe it's Rand. I knew he wouldn't run out on me." Thin, scattered puffs of dust rose to the north. A horse was running across patches where the grass grew thin. The Shienarans spread out, lances ready, watching in all directions. It was no place to be casual about a stranger. A speck appeared, a horse and rider. A woman to Perrin's eyes, long before anyone else could discern the rider, and quickly drew closer. She slowed to a trot as she came up on them, fanning herself with one hand. A plump, graying woman, with her cloak tied behind her saddle, who blinked at them all vaguely. "That's one of the Aes Sedai," Matt said disappointedly. "I recognize her. Verin." "Verin Sedai," Ingtar said sharply, then bowed to her from his saddle. "Moraine Sedai sent me, Lord Ingtar," Verin announced with a satisfied smile. "She thought you might need me. Such a gallop I've had. I thought I might not catch you short of Cairhien. You saw that village, of course. Oh, that was very nasty, wasn't it? And that Myrddraal. There were ravens and crows all over the rooftops, but never a one went near it, dead as it was. I had to wave away the Dark One's own weight in flies, though, but I could make out what it was. A shame I did not have time to take it down. I've never had a chance to study." Suddenly her eyes narrowed, and the absent manner vanished like smoke. "Where is Rand al'Thor?" Ingtar grimaced. "Gone," Verin Sedai. "Vanished last night, without a trace. Him, the Ogier, and Hurin, one of my men." "The Ogier, Lord Ingtar. And your sniffer went with him? What would those two have in common with—" Ingtar gaped at her, and she snorted. "Did you think you could keep something like that secret?" She snorted again. "Sniffers. Vanished, you say?" "Yes, Verin Sedai." Ingtar sounded unsettled. It was never easy discovering Aes Sedai knew the secrets you were trying to keep from them. Perrin hoped Moraine had not told anyone about him. "But I have a new sniffer." The Shiennaran lord gestured to Perrin. "This man seems to have the ability also. I will find the Horn of Valere, as I swore to, have no fear. Your company will be welcome, Aes Sedai, if you wish to ride with us." To Perrin's surprise, he did not sound as if he entirely meant it. Verin glanced at Perrin, and he shifted uneasily. "A new sniffer? Just when you lose your old one. How providential. You found no tracks? No, of course not. You said no trace. Odd. Last night." She twisted in her saddle, looking back north, and for a moment Perrin almost thought she was going to ride back the way she had come. Ingtar frowned at her. "You think their disappearance has something to do with the horn, Aes Sedai?" Verin settled back. "The horn? No. No, I think not. But it is odd. Very odd. I do not like odd things until I can understand them." "I can have 2 men escort you back to where they disappeared, Verin Sedai. They will have no trouble taking you right to it." "No, if you say they vanished without a trace." For a long moment she studied Ingtar, her face unreadable. "I will ride with you. Perhaps we will find them again, or they will find us. Talk to me as we ride, Lord Ingtar. Tell me everything you can about the young man. Everything he did, everything he said." They started off in a jingle of harness and armor, Verin riding close beside Ingtar and questioning him closely, but too low to be overheard. She gave Perrin a look when he tried to maintain his place, and he fell back.
"It's Rand she's after," Mat murmured, "not the horn."
Perrin nodded.
"Wherever you've gotten to, Rand, stay there. It's safer than here."
Chapter 15. Kinslayer. The way the strangely faded distant hills seemed to slide toward Rand when he looked straight at them made his head spin, unless he wrapped himself in the void. Sometimes the emptiness crept up on him unawares, but he avoided it like death. Better to be dizzy than share the void with that uneasy light. Better by far to stare at the faded land. Still, he tried not to look at anything too far away unless it lay right ahead of them. Huron wore a fixed look as he concentrated on sniffing the trail, as if he were trying to ignore the land the trail crossed. When the sniffer did notice what lay around them, he would give a start and wipe his hands on his coat, then push his nose forward like a hound, eyes glazing, excluding everything else. Loyal rode slumped in his saddle and frowned as he glanced around, ears twitching uneasily, muttering to himself. Again they crossed land blackened and burned, even the soil crunching under the horses' hooves, as if it had been seared. The burned swaths, sometimes a mile wide, sometimes only a few hundred paces, all ran east and west, as straight as an arrow's flight. Twice Rand saw the end of a burn, once as they rode over it, once as they passed nearby. They tapered to points at the ends. At least the ends he saw were so, but he suspected they were all the same. Once he had watched Watley Eldon decorate a cart for Sunday back home in Emmons Field, Wat painting the scenes in bright colors and the intricate scroll work that surrounded them. For the borders, Wat let the point of his brush touch the cart, making a thin line that grew thicker as he pressed harder, then thinner again as he eased up. That was how the land looked, as if someone had streaked it with a monstrous brush of fire. Nothing grew where the burns were, though some burns at least had the feel of a thing long done. Not so much as a hint of char remained in the air there, not a whiff even when he leaned down to break off a black twig and smell it. Old, yet nothing had come in to reclaim the land. Black gave way to green, and green to black, along knife-edge lines. In its own way, the rest of the land lay as dead as the burns, though grass covered the ground and leaves covered the trees. Everything had that faded look, like clothes too often washed and too long left in the sun. There were no birds or animals, not that Rand saw or heard. No hawk wheeling in the sky, no bark of a hunting fox, no bird singing. Nothing rustled in the grass or lit on a tree branch. No bees or butterflies. Several times they crossed streams, the water shallow, though often it had dug itself a deep gully with steep banks the horses had to scramble down and climb on the other side. The water ran clear except for the mud the horses' hooves stirred, but never a minnow or tadpole wriggled out of the roiling. Not even a water spider danced across the surface, or a hovering lacewing. The water was drinkable, which was just as well, since their water bottles could not last forever. Rand tasted it first and made Loyal and Huron wait to see if anything happened to him before he let them drink. He had gotten them into this. It was his responsibility. The water was cool and wet, but that was the best that could be said for it. It tasted flat, as if it had been boiled. Loyal made a face, and the horses did not like it either, shaking their heads and drinking reluctantly. There was one sign of life, at least Rand thought it must be so. Twice he saw a wispy streak crawling across the sky like a line drawn with cloud. The lines were too straight to be natural, it seemed, but he could not imagine what might make them. He did not mention the lines to others. Perhaps they did not see, Huron intent on the trail as he was, and Loyal drawn in on himself. They said nothing of the lines at any rate. When they had ridden half the morning, Loyal abruptly swung down from his huge horse without a word, and strode to a stand of giant's broom, their trunks splitting into many thick branches, stiff and straight, not a pace above the ground. At the top, all split again into leafy brush that gave them their name. Rand pulled Red up and started to ask what he was doing, but something about the Ogier's manner, as if he himself were uncertain, kept Rand silent. After staring at the tree, Loyal put his hands on a trunk and began to sing in a deep, soft rumble. Rand had heard Ogier tree song once, when Loial had sung to a dying tree and brought it back to life. And he had heard of sung wood, objects wrought from trees by the tree song. The talent was fading, Loial said. He was one of the few who had the ability now. That was what made sung wood even more sought after and treasured. When he had heard Loial sing before, it had been as if the earth itself sang. But now the Ogier murmured his song almost diffidently, and the land echoed it in a whisper. It seemed pure song, music without words, at least none that Rand could make out. If there were words, they faded into the music just as water pours into a stream. Huron gasped and stared. Rand was not sure what it was Loial did, or how. Soft as the song was, it caught him up hypnotically, filling his mind almost the way the void did. Loial ran his big hands along the trunk, singing, caressing with his voice as well as his fingers. The trunk now seemed smoother somehow, as if his stroking were shaping it. Rand blinked. He was sure the piece Loial worked on had had branches at its top just like the others, but now it stopped in a rounded end, right above the Ogier's head. Rand opened his mouth, but the song quieted him. It seemed so familiar, that song, as if he should know it. Abruptly, Loial's voice rose to a climax. Almost a hymn of thanks, it sounded, and ended, fading as a breeze fades.
"Burn me,"
Huron breathed. He looked stunned.
"Burn me. I never heard anything like... Burn me."
In his hands, Loial held a staff as tall as he was, and as thick as Rand's forearm, smooth and polished. Where the trunk had been on the giant's broom was a small stem of new growth. Rand took a deep breath. Always something new. Always something I didn't expect, and sometimes it isn't horrible. He watched Loial mount, resting the staff across his saddle in front of him, and wondered why the Ogier wanted a staff at all, since they were riding. Then he saw the thick rod, not as big as it was, but in relation to the Ogier, saw the way Loial handled it. "A quarterstaff," he said, surprised. "I didn't know Ogier carried weapons, Loial."
"Usually we do not,"
the Ogier replied almost curtly.
"Usually. The price has always been too high."
He hefted the huge quarterstaff and wrinkled his broad nose with distaste.
"Elder Haman would surely say I am putting a long handle on my axe. But I am not just being hasty or rash, Rand. This place..."
He shivered and his ears twitched. "We'll find our way back soon," Rand said, trying to sound confident. Loial spoke as if he had not heard.
"Everything is linked, Rand. Whether it lives or not, whether it thinks or not, everything that is fits together. The tree does not think, but it is part of the whole, and the whole has a feeling. I can't explain any more than I can explain what being happy is. But,
Emerson realist.
Rand, this land was glad for a weapon to be made. Glad."
"The light shine on us," Huron murmured nervously, "and the Creator's hand shelter us. Though we go to the last embrace of the Mother, the light illumine our way."
He kept repeating the catechism, as if it had a charm to protect him. Rand resisted the impulse to look around. He definitely did not look up. All it would take to break them all was another of those smoky lines across the sky right at that moment. "There's nothing here to hurt us," he said firmly, "and we'll keep a good watch and make sure nothing does." He wanted to laugh at himself, sounding so certain. He was not certain about anything, but watching the others, Loial with his tufted ears drooping, and Huron trying not to look at anything, he knew one of them had to seem to be sure, at least, or fear and uncertainty would break them all apart. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills. He squeezed that thought out. Nothing to do with the wheel. Nothing to with ta'veren, or Aes Sedai, or the dragon. It's just the way it is, that's all. "Loial, are you done here?" The Ogier nodded, regretfully rubbing the quarterstaff. Rand turned to Huron. "Do you still have the trail?"
"I do, Lord Rand, I do that."
"Then let's keep on with it. Once we find Fain and the Dark Friends, why, we'll go home heroes with the dagger from At and the Horn of Valir. Lead out, Huron." Heroes? I'll settle for all of us getting out of here alive.
I do not like this place,
the Ogier announced flatly. He held the quarterstaff as if he expected to have to use it soon. As well we don't mean to stay here then, isn't it? Rand said. Huron barked a laugh as if he had made a joke, but Loial gave him a level look.
As well we don't, Rand.
Yet as they rode on southward, he could see that his casual assumption that they would get home had picked them both up a little. Huron sat a bit straighter in his saddle, and Loial's ears did not seem so wilted. It was no time or place to let them know he shared their fear, so he kept it to himself and fought it by himself. Huron kept his humor through the morning, murmuring, "As well we don't mean to stay," then chuckling until Rand felt like telling him to be quiet. Toward midday, the sniffer did fall silent, though, shaking his head and frowning, and Rand found he wished the man was still repeating his words and laughing. "Is there something wrong with the trail, Huron?" he asked. The sniffer shrugged, looking troubled.
Yes, Lord Rand. And then again, no, as you might say.
It must be one or the other. Have you lost the trail? No shame if you have. You said it was weak to start. If we can't find the Dark Friends, we will find another stone and get back that way. Light, anything but that. Rand kept his face smooth. If Dark Friends can come here and leave, so can we.
Oh, I haven't lost it, Lord Rand. I can still pick out the stink of them. It isn't that. It's just... It's...
With a grimace, Huron burst out.
It's like I'm remembering it, Lord Rand, instead of smelling it. But I'm not. There's dozens of trails crossing it all the time. Dozens, and all sorts of smells of violence. Some of them fresh, almost. Only washed out like everything else. This morning, right after we left the hollow, I could have sworn there were hundreds slaughtered right under my feet, just minutes before. But there weren't any bodies, and not a mark on the grass but our own hoof prints. A thing like that couldn't happen without the ground being torn up and bloodied. But there wasn't a mark. It's all like that, my lord. But I am following the trail. I am. This place just has me all on edge. That's it. That must be it.
Rand glanced at Loial. The Ogier did come up with the oddest knowledge at times, but he looked as puzzled as Huron. Rand made his voice more confident than he felt. I know you are doing your best, Huron. We are all of us on edge. Just follow as best you can, and we'll find them. As you say, Lord Rand. Huron booted his horse forward. As you say. But by nightfall, there was still no sign of the Dark Friends, and Huron said the trail was fainter still. The sniffer kept muttering to himself about remembering. There had been no sign, really no sign. Rand was not as good a tracker as Uno, but any boy in the Two Rivers was expected to track well enough to find a lost sheep or a rabbit for dinner. He had seen nothing. It was as if no living thing had ever disturbed the land before they came. There should have been something if the Dark Friends were ahead of them, but Huron kept following the trail he said he smelled. As the sun touched the horizon, they made camp in a stand of trees untouched by the burn, eating from their saddlebags. Flatbread and dried meat washed down with flat-tasting water. Hardly a filling meal, tough and far from tasty. Rand thought they might have enough for a week. After that... Huron ate slowly, determinedly, but Loial gulped his down with a grimace and settled back with his pipe, the big quarterstaff close at hand. Rand kept their fire small and well hidden in the trees. Fane and his Dark Friends and Trollocs might be close enough to see a fire, for all of Huron's worries about the oddness of their trail. It seemed odd to him that he had begun to think of them as Fane's Dark Friends, Fane's Trollocs. Fane was just a madman. Then why did they rescue him? Fane had been part of the Dark One's scheme to find him. Perhaps it had something to do with that. Then why is he running instead of chasing me? And what killed that Fade? What happened in that room full of flies? And those eyes watching me in Faldara? And that wind catching me like a beetle in pine sap? No, Ba'alzamon has to be dead. The Aes Sedai did not believe it. Moraine did not believe it, nor the Amyrlin. Stubbornly, he refused to think about it any longer. All he had to think about now was finding that dagger for Mat, finding Fane and the horn. "It's never over, Althor." The voice was like a thin breeze whispering in the back of his head, a thin, icy murmur working its way into the crevices of his mind. He almost sought the void to escape it, but remembering what waited for him there, he pushed down the desire. In the half-dark of twilight, he worked the forms with his sword, the way Lan had taught, though without the void, parting the silk, hummingbird kisses the honey rose, heron waiting in the rushes for balance. Losing himself in the swift, sure movements, forgetting for a time where he was, he worked until sweat covered him. Yet when he was done, it all came back. Nothing had changed. The weather was not cold, but he shivered and pulled his cloak around him as he hunched by the fire. The others caught his mood, and they finished eating quickly and in silence. No one complained when he kicked dirt over the last fitful flames. Rand took the first watch himself, walking the edges of the copse with his bow, sometimes easing his sword in its scabbard. The chill moon was almost full, standing high in the blackness, and the night was as silent as the day had been, as empty. Empty was the right word. The land was as empty as a dusky milk crock. It was hard to believe there was anyone in the whole world, in this world, except for the three of them. Hard to believe even the Dark Friends were there, somewhere ahead. To keep himself company, he unwrapped Tom Merrilin's cloak, exposing the harp and flute in their hard leather cases atop the many-colored patches. He took the gold and silver flute from its case, remembering the gleeman teaching him as he fingered it, and played a few notes of The Wind That Shakes the Willow, softly so as not to wake the others. Even soft, the sad sound was too loud in that place, too real. With a sigh, he replaced the flute and did up the bundle again. He held the watch long into the night, letting the others sleep. He did not know how late it was when he suddenly realized a fog had risen. Close to the ground it lay, thick, making Huron and Loyal indistinct mounds, seeming to hump out of clouds. Thinner higher up, it still shrouded the land around them, hiding everything except the nearest trees. The moon seemed viewed through watered silk. Anything at all could come right up to them unseen. He touched his sword. "Swords do no good against me, Lews Therin. You should know that." The fog swirled around Rand's feet as he spun, the sword coming into his hands, heron-marked blade upright before him. The void leaped up inside him. For the first time, he barely noticed the tainted light of saidin. A shadowy figure drew nearer through the mist, walking with a tall staff. Behind it, as if the shadow's shadow were vast, the fog darkened till it was blacker than night. Rand's skin crawled. Closer the figure came, until it resolved into the shape of a man, clothed and gloved in black, with a black silk mask covering his face, and the shadow came with it. His staff was black too, as if the wood had been charred, yet smooth and shining like water by moonlight. For an instant, the eye holes of the mask glowed as if fire stood behind them rather than eyes. But Rand did not need that to know who it was. "Ba'alzamon," he breathed. "This is a dream. It has to be. I fell asleep and—" Ba'alzamon laughed like the roar of an open furnace. "You always try to deny what is, Lews Therin. If I stretch out my hand, I can touch you, Kinslayer. I can always touch you. Always and everywhere." "I am not the dragon. My name is Randall—" Rand clamped his teeth shut to stop himself. "Oh, I know the name you use now, Lews Therin. I know every name you have used through age after age, long before you were even the Kinslayer." Ba'alzamon's voice began to rise in intensity. Sometimes the fires of his eyes flared so high that Rand could see them through the openings in the silk mask, see them like endless seas of flame. "I know you. Know your blood and your line back to the first spark of life that ever was. Back to the first moment. You can never hide from me. Never! We are tied together as surely as two sides of the same coin. Ordinary men may hide in the sweep of the pattern.
But Ta'veren stand out like beacon fires on a hill, and you stand out as if 10,000 shining arrows stood in the sky to point you out. You are mine, and ever in the reach of my hand."
"Father of lies,"
Rand managed. Despite the void, his tongue wanted to cleave to the roof of his mouth. "Light, please let it be a dream." The thought skittered outside the emptiness. Even one of those dreams that isn't a dream. He can't really be standing in front of me. The Dark One is sealed in Shale Ghul, sealed by the Creator at the moment of creation. He knew too much of the truth for it to help. "You're well named. If you could just take me, why haven't you? Because you cannot. I walk in the light, and you cannot touch me." Baalzamon leaned on his staff and looked at Rand a moment, then moved to stand over Loial and Hurin, peering down at them. The vast shadow moved with him. He did not disturb the fog, Rand saw. He moved, the staff swung with his steps, but the gray mist did not swirl and eddy around his feet as it did around Rand's. That gave him heart. Perhaps Baalzamon was really not there. Perhaps it was a dream.
"You find odd followers," Baalzamon mused. "You always did. These two, the girl who tries to watch over you, a poor guardian and weak kinslayer. If she had a lifetime to grow, she would never grow strong enough for you to hide behind."
Girl? Who? Moraine is surely not a girl. "I don't know what you're talking about, Father of Lies. You lie, and even when you tell the truth, you twist it to a lie."
"Do I, Lews Therin? You know what you are, who you are. I have told you, and so have those women of Tar Valon."
Rand shifted, and Baalzamon gave a laugh like a small thunderclap.
"They think themselves safe in their white tower, but my followers number even some of their own. The Aes Sedai called Moraine told you who you are, did she not? Did she lie? Or is she one of mine? The White Tower means to use you like a hound on a leash. Do I lie? Do I lie when I say you seek the Horn of Valir?"
He laughed again. Calm of the void or no, it was all Rand could do not to cover his ears.
"Sometimes old enemies fight so long that they become allies and never realize it. They think they strike at you, but they have become so closely linked, it is as if you guided the blow yourself."
"You don't guide me," Rand said. "I deny you."
"I have 1,000 strings tied to you, Kinslayer, each one finer than silk and stronger than steel. Time has tied 1,000 cords between us. The battle we two have fought, do you remember any part of that? Do you have any glimmering that we have fought before? Battles without number, back to the beginning of time? I know much that you do not. That battle will soon end. The last battle is coming. The last Lews Therin. Do you really think you can avoid it? You poor, shivering worm. You will serve me or die! And this time the cycle will not begin anew with your death. The grave belongs to the great Lord of the Dark. This time, if you die, you will be destroyed utterly. This time the wheel will be broken, whatever you do, and the world remade to a new mold. Serve me! Serve Shaitan, or be destroyed forever!"
With the utterance of that name, the air seemed to thicken. The darkness behind Baalzamon swelled and grew, threatening to swallow everything. Rand felt it engulfing him, colder than ice and hotter than coals both at the same time, blacker than death, sucking him into the depths of it, overwhelming the world. He gripped his sword hilt till his knuckles hurt. "I deny you, and I deny your power. I walk in the light. The light preserves us, and we shelter in the palm of the Creator's hand." He blinked. Baalzamon still stood there, and the great darkness still hung behind him. But it was as if all the rest had been illusion.
"Do you want to see my face?"
It was a whisper. Rand swallowed.
"No."
You should.
A gloved hand went to the black mask.
No!
The mask came away. It was a man's face, horribly burned. Yet between the black-edged red crevices crossing those features, the skin looked healthy and smooth. Dark eyes looked at Rand. Cruel lips smiled with a flash of white teeth.
Look at me, Kinslayer, and see the 100th part of your own fate.
For a moment, eyes and mouth became doorways into endless caverns of fire.
This is what the power unchecked can do, even to me. But I heal, Lews Therin. I know the paths to greater power. It will burn you like a moth flying into a furnace.
I will not touch it.
Rand felt the void around him, felt Saidin.
I won't.
You cannot stop yourself.
Leave me alone!
Power.
Balisman's voice became soft, insinuating.
You can have power again, Lews Therin. You are linked to it now, this moment. I know it. I can see it. Feel it, Lews Therin. Feel the glow inside you. Feel the power that could be yours. All you must do is reach out for it. But the shadow is there between you and it. Madness and death. You need not die, Lews Therin. Not ever again.
No,
Rand said, but the voice went on, burrowing into him.
I can teach you to control that power so that it does not destroy you. No one else lives who can teach you that. The great Lord of the Dark can shelter you from the madness. The power can be yours and you can live forever. Forever. All you must do in return is serve. Only serve. Simple words. I am yours, great Lord. And power will be yours. Power beyond anything those women of Tar Valon dream of. And life eternal, if you will only offer yourself up and serve.
Rand licked his lips. Not to go mad, not to die.
Never! I walk in the light, he grated hoarsely, and you can never touch me.
Touch you, Lews Therin. Touch you. I can consume you. Taste it and know as I knew.
Those dark eyes became fire again, and that mouth, flame that blossomed and grew until it seemed brighter than a summer sun. Grew, and suddenly Rand's sword glowed as if just drawn from the forge. He cried out as the hilt burned his hands, screamed and dropped the sword. And the fog caught fire, fire that leaped, fire that burned everything. Yelling, Rand beat at his clothes as they smoked and charred and fell in ashes. Beat with his hands that blackened and shriveled as naked flesh cracked and peeled away in the flames. He screamed. Pain beat at the void inside him, and he tried to crawl deeper into the emptiness. The glow was there, the tainted light just out of sight. Half mad, no longer caring what it was, he reached for Saidin, tried to wrap it around him, tried to hide in it from the burning and the pain. As suddenly as the fire began, it was gone. Rand stared wonderingly at his hand, sticking out of the red sleeve of his coat. There was not so much as a singe on the wool. I imagined it all. Frantically, he looked around. Balisman was gone. Huron shifted in his sleep. The Sniffer and Loyal were still only two mounds sticking up out of the low fog. I did imagine it. Before relief had a chance to grow, pain stabbed his right hand, and he turned it up to look. There, across the palm, was branded a heron. The heron from the hilt of his sword. Angry and red, as neatly done as though drawn from an artist's skill. Fumbling a kerchief from his coat pocket, he wrapped it around his hand. The hand throbbed now. The void would help with that. He was aware of the pain in the void, but he did not feel it. But he put the thought out of his head. Twice now, unknowing, and once on purpose. He could not forget that. He had tried to channel the One power while he was in the void. It was with that Baalzamon wanted to tempt him. It was that Moraine and the Amerlin seat wanted him to do. He would not. Chapter 16. In the Mirror of Darkness.
"You should not have done it, Lord Rand,"
Hurin said when Rand woke the others just at daybreak. The sun yet hid below the horizon, but there was light enough to see. The fog had melted away, while dark still held, fading reluctantly.
"If you use yourself up to spare us, my lord, who will see to getting us home?"
I needed to think, Rand said. Nothing showed the fog had ever been, or Baalzamon. He fingered the kerchief wrapped around his right hand. There was that to prove Baalzamon had been there. He wanted to be away from this place. Time to be in the saddle if we are going to catch Fane's dark friends. Pastime. We can eat flatbread while we ride. Loial paused in the act of stretching, his arms reaching as high as Hurin could have, standing on Rand's shoulders.
"Your hand, Rand. What happened?"
"I heard it. It's nothing."
"I have a salve in my saddlebags."
"It is nothing." Rand knew he sounded harsh, but one look at the brand would surely bring questions he did not want to answer. "Time's wasting. Let's be on our way." He set about saddling Red, awkwardly because of his injured hand, and Hurin jumped to his own horse.
"No need to be so touchy,"
Loial muttered. A track, Rand decided as they set out, would be something natural in that world. There were too many unnatural things there. Even a single hoof print would be welcome. Fane and the Dark Friends and the Trollocs had to leave some mark. He concentrated on the ground they passed over, trying to make out any trace that could have been made by another living thing. There was nothing. Not a turned stone, not a disturbed clod of earth. Once he looked at the ground behind them just to reassure himself that the land did take hoofprints. Scraped turf and bent grass marked their passage plainly. Yet ahead the ground was undisturbed. But Hurin insisted he could smell the trail, faint and thin, but still heading south. Once again the sniffer put all his attentions on the trail he followed, like a hound tracking deer, and once again Loial rode lost in his own thoughts, muttering to himself and rubbing the huge quarterstaff held across his saddle in front of him. They had not been riding more than an hour when Rand saw the spire ahead. He was so busy watching for tracks that the tapering column already stood thick and tall above the trees in the middle distance when he first noticed it. I wonder what that is. It lay directly in their path.
"I don't know what it can be, Rand,"
Loial said.
If this was our own world, Lord Rand,"
Hurin shifted uncomfortably in his saddle.
"Well, that monument Lord Ingtar was talking about, the one to Arthur Hawkwing's victory over the Trollocs, it was a great spire. But it was torn down 1,000 years ago. There's nothing left but a big mound, like a hill. I saw it when I went to Cairhien for Lord Agilmar."
"According to Ingtar," Loial said, "that is still 3 or 4 days ahead of us, if it is here at all. I don't know why it should be. I don't think there are any people here at all."
The sniffer put his eyes back on the ground.
"Well, that's just it, isn't it, Builder? No people, but there it is ahead of us. Maybe we ought to keep clear of it, my Lord Rand. No telling what it is, or who's there in a place like this."
Rand drummed his fingers in the high pommel of his saddle for a moment, thinking. "We have to stick as close to the trail as we can," he said finally. "We don't seem to be getting any closer to Fane as it is, and I don't want to lose more time if we can avoid it. If we see any people or anything out of the ordinary, then we'll circle around it until we pick it up again. But until then, we keep on."
"As you say, my lord."
The sniffer sounded odd, and he gave Rand a quick sidelong look.
"As you say."
Rand frowned for a moment before he understood, and then it was his turn to sigh. Lords did not explain to those who followed them, only to other lords. "I didn't ask him to take me for a bloody lord." "But he did," a small voice seemed to answer him. "And you let him. You made the choice. Now the duty is yours." "Take the trail, Hurin," Rand said. With a flash of relieved grin, the sniffer heeled his horse onward. The weak sun climbed as they rode, and by the time it was overhead, they were only a mile or so from the spire. They had reached one of the streams, in a gully a pace deep, and the intervening trees were sparse. Rand could see the mound it was built on, like a round, flat-topped hill. The gray spire itself rose at least 100 spans, and he could just make out now that the top was carved in the likeness of a bird with outstretched wings.
"A hawk," Rand said. "It is Hawkwing's monument. It must be. There were people here, whether there are now or not. They just built it in another place here, and never tore it down. Think of it, Huron. When we get back, you'll be able to tell them what the monument really looked like. There will only be 3 of us in the whole world who have ever seen it."
Huron nodded.
"Yes, my lord. My children would like to hear that tale, their father seeing Hawkwing's spire."
"Rand,"
Loyal began worriedly.
"We can gallop the distance," Rand said. "Come on. A gallop will do us good. This place may be dead, but we're alive."
"Rand,"
Loyal said.
"I don't think that is a—"
Not waiting to hear, Rand dug his boots into Red's flanks, and the stallion sprang forward. He splashed across the shallow ribbon of water in 2 strides, then scrabbled up the far side. Huron launched his horse right behind him. Rand heard Loyal calling behind them, but he laughed, waved for the Ogier to follow, and galloped on. If he kept his eyes on one spot, the land did not seem to slip and slide so badly, and the wind felt good on his face. The mound covered a good 2 hides, but the grassy slope rose at an easy slant. The gray spire reared into the sky, squared and broad enough despite its height to seem massive, almost squat. Rand's laughter died, and he pulled Red up, his face grim.
"Is that Hawkwing's monument, Lord Rand?"
Huron asked uneasily.
"It doesn't look right, somehow."
Rand recognized the harsh, angular script that covered the face of the monument, and he recognized some of the symbols chiseled on the breadth. Chiseled as tall as a man. The horn skull of the Davul Trollocs, the iron fist of the Daimon, the trident of the Kobal, and the whirlwind of the Afrite. There was a hawk, too, carved near the bottom. With a wingspan of 10 paces, it lay on its back, pierced by a lightning bolt, and ravens pecked at its eyes. The huge wings atop the spire seemed to block the sun. He heard Loyal galloping up behind him.
"I tried to tell you, Rand,"
Loyal said.
"It is a raven, not a hawk. I could see it clearly."
Huron turned his horse, refusing even to look at the spire any longer.
"But how?" Rand said. "Artur Hawkwing won a victory over the Trollocs here. Ingtar said so."
"Not here,"
Loyal said slowly.
"Obviously not here. From stone to stone run the lines of it, between the worlds that might be. I've been thinking on it, and I believe I know what the worlds that might be are. Maybe I do. Worlds our world might have been if things had happened differently. Maybe that's why it is all so washed out looking. Because it's an if, a maybe, just a shadow of the real world. In this world, I think, the Trollocs won. Maybe that's why we have not seen any villages or people."
Rand's skin crawled. Where Trollocs won, they did not leave humans alive except for food. If they had won across an entire world... If the Trollocs had won, they would be everywhere. We'd have seen 1,000 of them by now. We'd be dead since yesterday.
"I do not know, Rand. Perhaps after they killed the people, they killed one another. Trollocs lived to kill. That's all they do. That is all they are. I just don't know."
"Lord Rand,"
Huron said abruptly.
"something moved down there."
Rand whirled his horse, ready to see charging Trollocs, but Huron was pointing back the way they had come, at nothing. "What did you see, Huron? Where?" The sniffer let his arm drop.
"Right at the edge of that clump of trees there, about a mile. I thought it was a woman. And something else I couldn't make out, but..."
He shivered.
It's so hard to make out things that aren't under your nose. This place has my guts all a-whirl. I'm likely imagining things, my lord. This is a place for queer fancies."
His shoulders hunched as if he felt the spire pressing on them.
"No doubt it was just the wind, my lord."
Loyal said,
"There's something else to consider, I'm afraid."
He sounded troubled again. He pointed southward.
"What do you see off there?"
Rand squinted against the way things far off seemed to slide toward him.
"Land like we've been crossing, trees. Then some hills and mountains. Nothing else. What do you want me to see?"
"The mountains,"
Loyal sighed. The tufts of his ears drooped, and the ends of his eyebrows were down on his cheeks.
"That has to be Kinslayer's dagger, Rand. There aren't any other mountains they could be. Unless this world is completely different from ours. But Kinslayer's dagger lies more than 100 leagues south of the Eranin. A good bit more. Distances are hard to judge in this place, but I think we will reach them before dark."
He did not have to say any more. They could not have covered over 100 leagues in less than 3 days. Without thinking, Rand muttered, "Maybe this place is like the Ways." He heard Huron moan, and instantly regretted not keeping a rein on his tongue. It was not a pleasant thought. Enter a way gate, they could be found just outside Ogier Steading, and in Ogier Groves. Enter and walk for a day, and you could leave by another way gate 100 leagues from where you started. The ways were dark now, and foul, and to travel them meant to risk death or madness. Even Fades feared to travel the ways.
"If it is Rand,"
Loyal said slowly,
"can a misstep kill us here too? Are there things we have not yet seen that can do worse than kill us?"
Huron moaned again. They had been drinking the water, riding along as if they had not a concern in the world. Unconcern would kill quickly in the Ways. Rand swallowed, hoping his stomach would settle. "It is too late for worrying about what is past," he said. "From here on, though, we will watch our step." He glanced at Huron. The sniffer's head had sunk between his shoulders, and his eyes darted as if he wondered what would leap at him, and from where. The man had run down murderers, but this was more than he had ever bargained for. "Hold on to yourself, Huron. We're not dead yet, and we won't be. We will just have to be careful from here on, that's all." It was at that moment they heard the scream, thin with distance.
"A woman,"
Huron said. Even this much that was normal seemed to rouse him a little.
"I knew I saw."
Another scream came, more desperate than the first.
"Not unless she can fly," Rand said.
"She's south of us." He kicked Red to a dead run in 2 strides.
"Be careful, you said,"
Loyal shouted after him.
"Light, Rand, remember, be careful."
Rand lay low on Red's back, letting the stallion run. The screams drew him on. It was easy to say be careful, but there was terror in that woman's voice. She did not sound as if she had time for him to be careful. On the edge of another stream, in a sheer-banked channel deeper than most, he drew rein. Red skidded in a shower of stones and dirt. The screams were coming... there. He took it all in at a glance. Perhaps 200 paces away, the woman stood beside her horse in the stream, both of them backed against the far bank. With a broken length of branch, she was fending off a snarling... something. Rand swallowed, stunned for a moment. If a frog were as big as a bear, or if a bear had a frog's gray-green hide, it might look like that. A big bear. Not letting himself think about the creature, he leaped to the ground, unlimbering his bow. If he took the time to ride closer, it might be too late. The woman was barely keeping the thing at the edge of the branch. It was a fair distance. He kept blinking as he tried to judge it. The distance seemed to change by spans every time the thing moved. Yet a big target. His bandaged hand made drawing awkward, but he had an arrow loosed almost before his feet were set. The shaft sank into the leathery hide for half its length, and the creature spun to face Rand. Rand took a step back despite the distance. That huge, wedge-shaped head had never been on any animal he could imagine, nor that wide, horny-lipped beak of a mouth, hooked for ripping flesh. And it had 3 eyes, small and fierce, and ringed by hard-looking ridges. Gathering itself, the thing bounded toward him down the stream in great splashing leaps. To Rand's eye, some of the leaps seemed to cover twice as much distance as others, though he was sure they were all the same. "An eye," the woman called. She sounded surprisingly calm, considering her screams. "You must hit an eye to kill it." He drew the fletching of another arrow back to his ear. Reluctantly, he sought the void. He did not want to, but it was for this that Tam had taught him, and he knew he could never make the shot without it. "My father," he thought with a sense of loss, and emptiness filled him. The quavering light of Sidene was there, but he shut it away. He was one with the bow, with the arrow, with the monstrous shape leaping toward him. One with the tiny eye. He did not even feel the arrow leave the bowstring. The creature rose in another bound, and at the peak, the arrow struck its central eye. The thing landed, fountaining another huge splash of water and mud. Ripples spread out from it, but it did not move. "Well shot, and bravely," the woman called. She was on her horse, riding to meet him. Rand felt vaguely surprised that she had not run once the thing's attention was diverted. She rode past the bulk, still surrounded by the ripples of its dying, without even a downward glance, scrambled her horse up the bank, and dismounted. "Few men would stand to face the charge of a Grom, my lord." She was all in white, her dress divided for riding and belted in silver, and her boots, peeking out from under her hems, were tooled in silver too. Even her saddle was white and silver-mounted. Her snowy mare, with its arched neck and dainty step, was almost as tall as Rand's bay. But it was the woman herself, she was perhaps Nynaeve's age, he thought, who held his eyes. She was tall, for one thing, a hand taller, and she could almost look him in the eyes. For another, she was beautiful, ivory pale skin contrasting sharply with long, night-dark hair and black eyes. He had seen beautiful women. Moraine was beautiful, if cool, and so was Nynaeve when her temper did not get the better of her. Egwene and Elaine, the daughter heir of Andor, were each enough to take a man's breath. But this woman... His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. He felt his heart start beating again. "Your retainers, my lord?" Startled, he looked around. Huron and Loial had joined them. Huron was staring the way Rand knew he had been, and even the Ogier seemed fascinated. "My friends," he said. "Loial and Huron. My name is Rand al'Thor."
"I have never thought of it before,"
Loial said abruptly, sounding as if he were talking to himself.
"But if there is such a thing as perfect human beauty in face and form, then you—"
"Loial!" Rand shouted. The Ogier's ears stiffened in embarrassment. Rand's own ears were red. Loial's words had been too close to what he himself was thinking. The woman laughed musically, but the next instant she was all regal formality, like a queen on her throne. "I am called Selene," she said. "You have risked your life and saved mine. I am yours, Lord Rand al'Thor." And to Rand's horror, she knelt before him. Not looking at Huron or Loial, he hastily pulled her to her feet. A man who will not die to save a woman is no man. Immediately, he disgraced himself by blushing. It was a Shienaran saying, and he knew it sounded pompous before it was out of his mouth. But her manner had infected him, and he could not stop it. It was... Fool, you can't tell a woman saving her life was nothing. "It was my honor." That sounded vaguely Shienaran and formal. He hoped it would do. His mind was as blank of anything else to say as if he were still in the void. Suddenly he became conscious of her eyes on him. Her expression had not changed, but her dark eyes made him feel as if he were naked. Unbidden, the thought came of Selene with no clothes. His face went red again. Where are you from, Selene? We have not seen another human being since we came here. Is your town nearby? She looked at him thoughtfully, and he stepped back. Her look made him too aware of how close to her he was. I am not from this world, my lord, she said. There are no people here, nothing living except the Grolm, and a few other creatures like them. I am from Cairhien, and as to how I came here, I don't know exactly. I was riding out, and I stopped to nap, and when I woke, my horse and I were here. I can only hope, my lord, that you can save me again and help me go home. Selene, I am not a... That is, please call me Rand. He felt his ears hot again. Light, it won't hurt anything if she thinks I'm a lord. Burn me, it won't hurt anything. If you wish it, Rand. Her smile made his throat tighten. You will help me? Of course I will. Burn me, but she's beautiful, and looking at me like I'm a hero in a story. He shook his head, declared of foolishness. But first we have to find the men we are following. I'll try to keep you out of danger, but we must find them. Coming with us will be better than staying here alone. For a moment she was silent, her face blank and smooth. Rand had no idea what she was thinking except that she seemed to be studying him anew. A man of duty, she said finally. A small smile touched her lips. I like that. Yes. Who are these miscreants you follow? Dark friends and Trollocs, milady, Huron burst out. He made an awkward bow to her from his saddle. They did murder in Faldara Keep and stole the Horn of Valir, my lady, but Lord Rand will fetch it back. Rand stared at the sniffer ruefully. Huron gave a weak grin. So much for secrecy. It did not matter here, he supposed, but once back in their world... Selene, you must not say anything of the horn to anyone. If it gets out, we'll have 100 people on our heels trying to get the horn for themselves. No, it would never do, Selene said, for that to fall into the wrong hands. The Horn of Valir. I could not tell you how often I've dreamed of touching it, holding it in my hands. You must promise me when you have it, you will let me touch it. Before I can do that, we have to find it. We had better be on our way. Rand offered his hand to help her mount. Huron scrambled down to hold her stirrup. Whatever that thing was I killed, a Grolm? There may be more of them around. Her hand was firm. There was surprising strength in her grip, and her skin was silk? Something softer, smoother. Rand shivered. There always are, Selene said. The tall white mare frisked and bared her teeth once at Red, yet Selene's touch on the reins quieted her. Rand slung his bow across his back and climbed onto Red. Light. How could anyone's skin be so soft? Huron, where's the trail? Huron? Huron! The sniffer gave a start and left off staring at Selene. Yes, Lord Rand. The trail. South, my lord. Still south. Then let's ride. Rand gave an uneasy look at the gray-green bulk of the Grolm lying in the stream. It had been better believing they were the only living things in that world. Take the trail, Huron. Selene rode alongside Rand at first, talking of this and that, asking him questions and calling him Lord. Half a dozen times he started to tell her he was no lord, only a shepherd, and every time, looking at her, he could not get the words out. A lady like her would not talk the same way with a shepherd, he was sure, even one who had saved her life. You will be a great man when you found the Horn of Valir, she told him. A man for the legends. The man who sounds the horn will make his own legends. I don't want to sound it, and I don't want to be part of any legend. He did not know if she was wearing perfume, but there seemed to be a scent to her, something that filled his head with her. Spices, sharp and sweet, tickling his nose, making him swallow. Every man wants to be great. You could be the greatest man in all the ages. It sounded too close to what Moraine had said. The dragon reborn would certainly stand out through the ages. Not me, he said fervently. I'm just... He thought of her scorn if he told her now that he was only a shepherd after letting her believe he was a lord, and changed what he had been going to say. Just trying to find it, and to help a friend. She was silent for a moment, then said, You've hurt your hand. It is nothing. He started to put his injured hand inside his coat. It throbbed from holding the reins, but she reached out and took it. He was so surprised he let her, and then there was nothing to do except either jerk away rudely or else let her unwrap the kerchief. Her touch felt cool and sure. His palm was angrily red and puffy, but the heron still stood out, plainly and clearly. She touched the brand with a finger, but made no comment on it, not even to ask how he had come by it. This could stiffen your hand if it's untended. I have an ointment that should help. From a pocket inside her cloak, she produced a small stone vial, unstopped it, and began gently rubbing a white salve on the burn as they rode. The ointment felt cold at first, then seemed to melt away warmly into his flesh. And it worked as well as Nynaeve's ointments sometimes did. He stared in amazement as the redness faded and the swelling went down under her stroking fingers. Some men, she said, not raising her eyes from his hand, choose to seek greatness, while others are forced to it. It is always better to choose than to be forced. A man who's forced is never completely his own master. He must dance on the strings of those who forced him. Rand pulled his hand free. The brand looked a week old or more, all but healed. What do you mean? He demanded. She smiled at him, and he felt ashamed of his outburst. Why, the horn, of course, she said calmly, putting away her salve. Her mare, stepping along beside Red, was tall enough that her eyes were only a little below Rand's. If you find the Horn of Valir, there will be no avoiding greatness. But will it be forced on you, or will you take it? That's the question. He flexed his hand. She sounded so much like Moraine. Are you Aes Sedai? Celene's eyebrows lifted. Her dark eyes glittered at him, but her voice was soft. Aes Sedai? I? No. I didn't mean to offend you. I'm sorry. Offend me? I am not offended, but I'm no Aes Sedai. Her lip curled in a sneer. Even that was beautiful. They cower in what they think is safety when they could do so much. They serve when they could rule, let men fight wars when they could bring order to the world. No. Never call me Aes Sedai. She smiled and laid her hand on his arm to show she was not angry. Her touch made him swallow. But he was relieved when she let the mare drop back beside Loial. Hurin bobbed his head at her like an old family retainer. Rand was relieved, but he missed her presence too. She was only 2 spans away. He twisted in his saddle to stare at her, riding by Loial's side. The Ogier was bent half double in his saddle so he could talk with her, but that was not the same as being right there beside him, close enough for him to smell her heady scent, close enough to touch. He settled back angrily. It was not that he wanted to touch her exactly. He reminded himself that he loved Egwene. He felt guilty at the need for reminding. But she was beautiful, and she thought he was a lord, and she said he could be a great man. He argued sourly with himself inside his head. Moraine says you can be great too, the dragon reborn. Selene is not Aes Sedai. That's right. She's a Carianan noblewoman, and you're a shepherd. She doesn't know that. How long do you let her believe a lie? It's only till we get out of this place. If we get out. If. On that note, his thoughts subsided to sullen silence. He tried to keep a watch on the country through which they rode. If Selene said there were more of those things, those Grolm, about, he believed her, and Huron was too intent on smelling the trail to notice anything else. Loyal was too wrapped up in his talk with Selene to see anything until it bit him on the heel. But it was hard to watch. Turning his head too quickly made his eyes water. A hill or a stand of trees could seem a mile off when seen from one angle, and only a few hundred spans when seen from another. The mountains were growing closer, of that much he was sure. Kinslayer's dagger looming against the sky now, a sawtooth expanse of snow-capped peaks. The land around them already rose in foothills, heralding the coming of the mountains. They would reach the edge of the mountains proper well before dark, perhaps in only another hour or so. More than 100 leagues in less than 3 days. Worse than that. We spent most of a day south of the Arnon in the real world. Over 100 leagues in less than 2 days here.
She says you were right about this place, Rand.
Rand gave a start before he realized Loyal had ridden up beside him. He looked for Selene and found her riding with Huron. The sniffer was grinning and ducking his head and all but knuckling his forehead at everything she said. Rand glanced sideways at the Ogier. "I'm surprised you could let her go, the way you two had your heads together." "What do you mean, I was right?"
She is a fascinating woman, isn't she? Some of the elders don't know as much as she does about history, especially the Age of Legends, and about... Oh, yes. She says you were right about the ways, Rand. The Aes Sedai, some of them, studied worlds like this, and that study was the basis of how they grew the ways. She says there are worlds where it is time rather than distance that changes. Spend a day in one of those, and you might come back to find a year has passed in the real world, or 20. Or it could be the other way round. Those worlds, this one, all the others, are reflections of the real world, she says. This one seems pale to us because it is a weak reflection, a world that had little chance of ever being. Others are almost as likely as ours. They are as solid as our world and have people. The same people, she says, Rand. Imagine it. You could go to one of them and meet yourself. The pattern has infinite variation, she says, and every variation that can be, will be. Rand shook his head, then wished he had not, as the landscape flickered back and forth and his stomach lurched. He took a deep breath. How does she know all that? You know more about things than anybody I ever met before, Loyal, and all you knew about this world amounted to no more than a rumor. She's Cairhienin, Rand. The Royal Library in Cairhien is one of the greatest in the world, perhaps the greatest outside Tar Valon. The Aiel spared it deliberately, you know, when they burned Cairhien. They will not destroy a book. Did you know that they...
I don't care about Aielman, Rand said hotly. If Selene knows so much, I hope she read how to get us home from here. I wish Selene... You wish Selene what? The woman laughed as she joined them. Rand stared at her as if she had been gone months. That was how he felt. I wish Selene would come ride with me some more, he said. Loyal chuckled and Rand felt his face burn. Selene smiled and looked at Loyal. You will excuse us, Alantin? The Ogier bowed in his saddle and let his big horse fall back, the tufts on his ears drooping with reluctance. For a time Rand rode in silence, enjoying Selene's presence. Now and again he looked at her out of the corner of his eye. He wished he could get his feelings about her straight. Could she be an Aes Sedai despite her denial? Someone sent by Moraine to push him along whatever path he was meant to follow in the Aes Sedai's plans? Moraine could not have known he would be taken to this strange world, and no Aes Sedai would have tried to fend off that beast with a stick when she could strike it dead or send it running with the power. Well, since she took him for a lord and no one in Cairhien knew different, he might keep on letting her think it. She was surely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, intelligent and learned, and she thought he was brave. What more could a man ask from a wife? That's crazy, too. I'd marry Egwene if I could marry anyone.
but I can't ask a woman to marry a man who's going to go mad, maybe hurt her.
But Selene was so beautiful. She was studying his sword, he saw. He readied the words in his head. No, he was not a blade master, but his father had given him the sword.
Damn. Light, why couldn't you really be my father?
He squashed the thought ruthlessly.
That was a magnificent shot, Selene said.
No, I'm not a... Rand began, then blinked.
A shot? Yes. A tiny target, that eye, moving at 100 paces. You've a wonderful hand with that bow.
Rand shifted awkwardly.
Thank you.
It's a trick my father taught me. He told her about the void, about how Tam had taught him how to use it with the bow. He even found himself telling her about Lan and his sword lessons.
The oneness, she said, sounding satisfied.
She saw his questioning look and added,
That is what it is called in some places. The oneness. To learn the full use of it, it is best to wrap it around you continuously, to dwell in it at all times, or so I've heard.
He did not even have to think about what lay waiting for him in the void to know his answer to that. But what he said was,
I'll think about it. Wear this void of yours all the time, Rand al'Thor, and you'll learn uses for it you never suspected.
I said I'll think about it. She opened her mouth again, but he cut her off. You know all these things. About the void, the oneness, you call it. About this world. Loyal reads books all the time. He's read more books than I've ever seen. And he's never seen anything but a fragment about the stones. Selene drew herself up straight in her saddle. Suddenly she reminded him of Moiraine and of Queen Morghese when they were angry.
There was a book written about these worlds, she said tightly. Mirrors of the Wheel. You see, the Atlantan has not seen all the books that are. What is this Atlantan you call him? I've never heard... The portal stone beside which I woke up is there, Selene said, pointing into the mountains off to the east of their path. Rand found himself wishing for her warmth again and her smiles. If you take me to it, you can return me to my home as you promised. We can reach it in an hour.
Rand barely looked where she pointed. Using the stone, portal stone she called it, meant wielding the power if he were to take her back to the real world. Hurin, how is the trail?
Fainter than ever, Lord Rand, but still there.
The sniffer spared a quick grin and bob of his head for Selene.
I think it's starting to angle off to the west. There's some easier passes there, toward the tip of the dagger, as I recall from when I went to Cairhien that time.
Rand sighed. Fane, or one of his dark friends, has to know another way to use the stones. A dark friend couldn't use the power. I have to follow the horn, Selene. How do you know your precious horn is even in this world? Come with me, Rand. You'll find your legend, I promise you. Come with me. You can use the stone, this portal stone, yourself, he said angrily. Before the words were out of his mouth, he wanted them back. Why does she have to keep talking about legends? Stubbornly, he forced himself to go on. The portal stone didn't bring you here by itself. You did it, Selene. If you made the stone bring you here, you can make it take you back. I'll take you to it, but then I must go after the horn. I know nothing about using the portal stones, Rand. If I did anything, I don't know what it was. Rand studied her. She sat her saddle, straight-backed and tall, just as regally as before, but somehow softer, too. Proud, yet vulnerable, and needing him. He had put Nynaeve's age to her, a handful of years older than himself, but he had been wrong, he realized. She was more his own age, and beautiful, and she needed him. The thought, just the thought of the void flickered through his head, and of the light. saidin. To use the portal stone, he must dip himself back into that taint. Stay with me, Selene, he said. We'll find the horn and Mat's dagger, and we'll find a way back, I promise you. Just stay with me. You always... Celine drew a deep breath as if to calm herself. You always are so stubborn. Well, I can admire stubbornness in a man. There is little to a man who's too easily biddable. Rand colored. It was too much like the things Egwene sometimes said, and they had all but been promised in marriage since they were children. From Celine, the words, and the direct look that went with them, were a shock. He turned to tell Huron to press on with the trail. From behind them came a distant coughing grunt. Before Rand could whirl red to look, another bark sounded, and 3 more on its heels. At first he could make out nothing as the landscape seemed to waver in his eyes, but then he saw them through the widespread stands of trees just topping a hill. 5 shapes, it seemed, only half a mile distant, a bare 1,000 paces at most, and coming in 30-foot bounds. Grolm, Celine said calmly. A small pack, but they have our scent, it seems. Chapter 17. Choices. We'll run for it, Rand said. Huron, can you gallop and still follow the trail?
Yes, Lord Rand.
Then push on, we will... It won't do any good, Celine said. Her white mare was the only one of their mounts not dancing at the gruff barks coming from the Grolm. They don't give up, not ever. Once they have your scent, Grolm keep coming, day and night, until they run you down. You must kill them all or find a way to go elsewhere. Rand, the portal stone can take us elsewhere.
No, we can kill them. I can. I already killed 1. There are only 5. If I can just find...
He cast around for the spot he needed and found it.
Follow me.
Digging his heels in, he set Red to a gallop, confident before he heard their hooves that the others would come. The place he had chosen was a low, round hill, bare of trees. Nothing could come close without him seeing. He swung down from his saddle and unlimbered his longbow. Loyal and Huron joined him on the ground, the Ogier hefting his huge quarterstaff, the Sniffer with his short sword in his fist. Neither quarterstaff nor sword would be of much use if the Grolm closed with them. I won't let them get close. This risk is not necessary, Celine said. She barely looked toward the Grolm, bending from her saddle to concentrate on Rand. We can easily reach the portal stone ahead of them. I will stop them. Hastily, Rand counted the arrows remaining in his quiver. 18, each as long as his arm, 10 of them with points like chisels, designed to drive through Trolloc armor. They would do as well for Grolm as for Trollocs. He stuck 4 of those upright in the ground in front of him. A 5th he knocked to the bow. Loyal, Huron, you can do no good down here. Mount and be ready to take Celine to the stone if any get through. He wondered whether he could kill one of the things with his sword, if it came to that. You are mad. Even the power is not as bad as this. Loyal said something, but he did not hear. He was already seeking the void, as much to escape his own thoughts as for need. You know what's waiting, but this way I don't have to touch it. The glow was there, the light just out of sight. It seemed to flow toward him, but the emptiness was all. Thoughts darted across the surface of the void, visible in that tainted light. saidin, the power, madness, death. Extraneous thoughts. He was one with the bow, with the arrow, with the things topping the next rise. The Grolm came on, overreaching one another in their leaps, 5 great leathery shapes, triple-eyed, with horny maws gaping. Their grunting calls rebounded from the void, barely heard. Rand was not aware of raising his bow or drawing the fletching against his cheek to his ear. He was one with the beasts, one with the center eye of the first. Then the arrow was gone. The first Grolm died. One of its companions leaped on it as it fell, beak of a mouth ripping gobbets of flesh. It snarled at the others, and they circled wide. But they came on, and as if compelled, it abandoned its meal and leaped after them, its horny maw already bloody. Rand worked smoothly, unconsciously. Knock and release, knock and release. The 5th arrow left his bow, and he lowered it, still deep in the void, as the fourth Grom fell like a huge puppet with its strings cut. Though the final arrow still flew, somehow he knew there was no need for another shot. The last beast collapsed as if its bones had melted, a feathered shaft jutting from its center eye. Always the center eye.
"Magnificent, Lord Rand," Huron said. I've never seen shooting like that."
The void held Rand. The light called to him, and he reached toward it. It surrounded him, filled him.
"Lord Rand?"
Huron touched his arm, and Rand gave a start, the emptiness filling up with what was around him.
"Are you all right, my lord?"
Rand brushed his forehead with fingertips. It was dry. He felt as if it should have been covered with sweat. I'm fine, Huron." "It grows easier each time you do it, I've heard," Selene said. "The more you live in the oneness, the easier." Rand glanced at her. "Well, I don't need it again, not for a while." "What happened? I wanted to." He still wanted to, he realized with horror. He wanted to go back into the void, wanted to feel that light filling him again. It had seemed as if he were truly alive then, sickliness and all, and now was only an imitation. No, worse. He had been almost alive, knowing what alive would be like. All he had to do was reach out to saidin. "Not again," he muttered. He gazed off at the dead Grom. 5 monstrous shapes lying on the ground, not dangerous anymore. Now he can be on our... A coughing bark, all too familiar, sounded beyond the dead Grom, beyond the next hill, and others answered it. Still more came, from the east, from the west. Rand half raised his bow. "How many arrows do you have left?" Selene demanded. "Can you kill 20 Grom? 30? 100? We must go to the portal stone."
"She is right, Rand," Loial said slowly. "You do not have any choice now."
Huron was watching Rand anxiously. The Grom called, a score of barks overlapping. "The stone," Rand agreed reluctantly. Angrily, he threw himself back into his saddle, slung the bow on his back. "Lead us to this stone, Selene." With a nod, she turned her mare and heeled it to a trot. Rand and the others followed, they eagerly, he holding back. The barks of Grom pursued them, hundreds it seemed. It sounded as if the Grom were ranged in a semicircle around them, closing in from every direction but the front. Swiftly and surely, Selene led them through the hills. The land rose in the beginning of mountains, slopes steepening so the horses scrambled over washed-out-looking rocky outcrops and the sparse, faded-looking brush that clung to them. The way became harder, the land slanting more and more upward. "We're not going to make it," Rand thought. The 5th time Red slipped and slid backwards in a shower of stone. Loial threw his quarterstaff aside. It would be of no use against Grom, and it only slowed him. The Ogier had given up riding. He used one hand to haul himself up, and then pulled his tall horse behind him with the other. The hairy fetlocked animal made heavy going, but easier than with Loial on its back. Grom barked behind them, closer now. Then Selene drew rein and pointed to a hollow nestled below them in the granite. It was all there, the 7 wide colored stairs around a pale floor, and the tall stone column in the middle. She dismounted and led her mare into the hollow, down the stairs to the column. It loomed over her. She turned to look back up at Rand and the others. The Grom gave their grunting barks, scores of them, loud, near. "They will be on us soon," she said. "You must use the stone, Rand, or else find a way to kill all the Grom." With a sigh, Rand got down from his saddle and led Red into the hollow. Loial and Huron followed hastily. He stared at the symbol-covered column, the portal stone, uneasily. She must be able to channel, even if she doesn't know it, or it couldn't have brought her here. The power doesn't harm women. "If this brought you here," he began, but she interrupted him. "I know what it is," she said firmly, "but I do not know how to use it. You must do what must be done." She traced one symbol, a little larger than the others, with a finger. A triangle standing on its point inside a circle. This stands for the true world, our world. I believe it will help if you hold it in your mind while you... She spread her hands as if unsure exactly what it was he was supposed to do.
My lord,
Huron said diffidently.
there isn't much time.
He glanced over his shoulder at the rim of the hollow. The barking was louder.
Those things will be here in minutes now.
Loyal nodded. Drawing a deep breath, Rand put his hand on the symbol Selene had pointed out. He looked at her to see if he was doing it right, but she merely watched, not even the slightest frown of worry wrinkling her pale forehead. She's confident you can save her. You have to. The scent of her filled his nostrils.
My lord.
Rand swallowed and sought the void. It came easily, springing up around him without effort. Emptiness. Emptiness except for the light, wavering in a way that turned his stomach. Emptiness except for Saidin. But even the queasiness was distant. He was one with the portal stone. The column felt smooth and slightly oily under his hand, but the triangle and circle seemed warm against the brand on his palm. Have to get them to safety. Have to get them home. The light drifted toward him, it seemed, surrounded him, and he embraced it. Light filled him. Heat filled him. He could see the stone, see the others watching him, Loyal and Huron anxiously, Selene showing no doubt that he could save her. But they might as well not have been there. The light was all. The heat and the light suffusing his limbs like water sinking into dry sand, filling him. The symbol burned against his flesh. He tried to suck it all in, all the heat, all the light, all. The symbol. Suddenly, as if the sun had gone out for a blink of an eye, the world flickered. And again. The symbol was a live coal under his hand. He drank in the light. The world flickered, flickered. It made him sick, that light. It was water to a man dying of thirst. Flicker. He sucked at it. It made him want to vomit. He wanted it all. Flicker. The triangle and circle seared him. He could feel it charring his hand. Flicker. He wanted it all. He screamed, howling with pain, howling with wanting. Flicker, 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 flicker. Hands pulled at him. He was only vaguely aware of them. He staggered back. The void was slipping away, the light and the sickness that twisted at him. The light. He watched it go regretfully. Light, that's crazy to want it. But I was so full of it. I was so... Dazed, he stared at Selene. It was she who held his shoulders, stared wonderingly into his eyes. He raised his hand in front of his face. The heron brand was there, but nothing else. No triangle and circle burned into his flesh. Remarkable, Selene said slowly. She glanced at Loyal and Huron. The Ogier looked stunned, his eyes as big as plates. The sniffer was squatting with one hand on the ground, as if unsure he could support himself else. All of us here, and all of our horses. And you do not even know what you did. Remarkable.
Are we?
Rand began hoarsely, and had to stop to swallow. Look around you, Selene said. You've brought us home. She gave a sudden laugh. You brought all of us home. For the first time, Rand became aware of his surroundings again. The hollow surrounded them without any stairs, though here and there lay a suspiciously smooth piece of stone, colored red or blue. The column lay against the mountainside, half buried in the loose rock of a fall. The symbols were unclear here. Wind and water had worked long on them, and everything looked real. The colors were solid, the granite a strong gray, the brush green and brown. After that other place, it seemed almost too vivid. Home, Rand breathed, and then he was laughing too. We're home! Loyal's laughter sounded like a bull bellowing. Huron danced a caper.
You did it,
Celine said, leaning closer until her face filled Rand's eyes.
I knew that you could.
Rand's laughter died. I suppose I did. He glanced at the fallen portal stone and managed a weak laugh. I wish I knew what it was I did, though. Celine looked deep into his eyes.
Perhaps one day you will know, she said softly. You are surely destined for great things.
Her eyes seemed as dark and deep as night, as soft as velvet. Her mouth?
If I kissed her.
He blinked and stepped back hurriedly, clearing his throat.
Celine, please don't tell anyone about this. About the portal stone and me. I don't understand it, and neither will anybody else. You know how people are about things they don't understand.
Her face wore no expression at all. Suddenly, he wished very much that Matt and Perrin were there. Perrin knew how to talk to girls, and Matt could lie with a straight face. He could manage neither very well. Suddenly, Celine smiled and dropped a half-mocking curtsy.
I will keep your secret, my Lord Randolph Thor.
Rand glanced at her and cleared his throat again.
Is she angry with me?
She'd certainly be angry if I had tried to kiss her, I think. He wished she would not look at him as she was, as if she knew what he was thinking. Huron, is there any chance the Dark Friends used this stone before us? The sniffer shook his head ruefully.
They were angling to the west of here, Lord Rand. Unless these portal stone things are more common than I've seen, I'd say they're still in that other world. But it wouldn't take me an hour to check it. The land's the same here as there. I could find the place here where I lost the trail there, if you see what I mean, and see if they've already gone by.
Rand glanced at the sky. The sun, a wonderfully strong sun, not pale at all, sat low in the west, stretching their shadows out across the hollow. Another hour would bring full twilight.
In the morning, he said. But I fear we've lost them.
We can't lose that dagger. We can't.
Celine, if that's the case, in the morning we will take you on to your home. Is it in the city of Cairhien itself, or...
You may not have lost the Horn of Valere yet, Celine said slowly. As you know, I do know a few things about those worlds.
Mirrors of the wheel,
Loyal said. She gave him a look, then nodded.
Yes, exactly. Those worlds truly are mirrors in a way, especially the ones where there are no people. Some of them reflect only great events in the true world, but some have a shadow of that reflection even before the event occurs. The passage of the Horn of Valere would certainly be a great event. Reflections of what will be are fainter than reflections of what is or what was, just as Huron says the trail he followed was faint.
Huron blinked incredulously.
You mean to say, milady, I've been smelling where those Dark Friends are going to be? The light help me, I wouldn't like that. It's bad enough smelling where violence has been, without smelling where it will be, too. There can't be many spots where there won't be some kind of violence sometime. It would drive me crazy like as not. That place we just left nearly did. I could smell it all the time there. Killing and hurting, and the vilest evil you could think of. I could even smell it on us. On all of us. Even on you, my lady, if you'll forgive me for saying so. It was just that place, twisting me the way it twisted your eye.
He gave himself a shake.
I'm glad we're out of there. I can't get it out of my nostrils yet all the way.
Rand rubbed absently at the brand on his palm. What do you think, Loyal? Could we really be ahead of Fane's Dark Friends? The Ogier shrugged, frowning.
I don't know, Rand. I don't know anything about any of this. I think we are back in our world. I think we are in Kinslayer's dagger. Beyond that...
He shrugged again. We should be seeing you home, Celine, Rand said. Your people will be worried about you.
A few days will see if I'm right, she said impatiently. Huron can find where he left the trail. He said so. We can watch over it. The Horn of Valere cannot be much longer reaching here. The Horn of Valere, Rand.
Think of it. The man who sounds the horn will live in legend forever. I don't want anything to do with legends, he said sharply. But if the Dark Friends get by you, what if Ingtar lost them? Then the Dark Friends have the Horn of Valia forever, and Matt dies. All right. A few days. At the worst, we'll probably meet Ingtar and the others. I can't imagine they've stopped or turned back just because we went away. A wise decision, Rand, Selene said, and well thought out. She touched his arm and smiled, and he found himself again thinking of kissing her. We need to be closer to where they'll come, if they do come. Huron, can you find us a camp before dark? Somewhere we can watch the place where you lost the trail? He glanced at the portal stone and thought about sleeping near it, thought of the way the void had crept up on him in sleep the last time, and the light in the void. Somewhere well away from here.
Leave it in my hands, Lord Rand.
The sniffer scrambled to his saddle.
I vow I'll never sleep again without first I see what kind of stone there is nearby.
As Rand rode Red up out of the hollow, he found himself watching Selene more than he did Huron. She seemed so cool and self-possessed. No older than he, yet queenly. But when she smiled at him, as she did just then, Egwene wouldn't have said I was wise. Egwene would have called me a woolhead. Irritably, he healed Red's flanks.
Chapter 18. To the White Tower. Egwene balanced on the healing deck as the River Queen sped down the wide Aranon under cloud-dark skies, sails full-bellied, white flame banner whipping furiously at the mainmast. The wind had risen as soon as the last of them was aboard the ships, back in Meadow, and it had not failed or flagged for an instant since, day or night. The river had begun to race in flood, as it still did, slapping the ships about while it drove them onward. Wind and river had not slowed, and neither had the ships, all clustered together. The River Queen led, only right for the vessel that carried the Amerlin seat. The helmsman held his tiller grimly, feet planted and spread, and sailors padded barefoot at their work, intent on what they did. When they glanced at the sky or the river, they tore their eyes away with low mutters. A village was just fading from view behind, and a boy raced along the bank. He had kept up with the ships for a short distance, but now they were leaving him behind. When he vanished, Egwene made her way below. In the small cabin they shared, Nynaeve glared up at her from the narrow bed. "They say we'll reach Tar Valon today. The light helped me, but I'll be glad to put foot on land again, even if it isn't Tar Valon." The ship lurched with wind and current, and Nynaeve swallowed. "I'll never step on a boat again," she said breathlessly. Egwene shook the river spray out of her cloak and hung it on a peg by the door. It was not a big cabin. There were no big cabins on the ship, it seemed, not even the one the Amerlin had taken over from the captain, though that was larger than the rest. With its 2 beds built into the walls, shelves beneath them and cabinets above, everything lay close to hand. Except for keeping her balance, the movements of the ship did not bother her the way they did Nynaeve. She had given up offering Nynaeve food after the 3rd time the wisdom threw the bowl at her. "I'm worried about Rand," she said. "I'm worried about all of them," Nynaeve replied dully. After a moment she said, "Another dream last night? The way you've been staring at nothing since you got up." Egwene nodded. She had never been very good at keeping things from Nynaeve, and she had not tried with the dreams. Nynaeve had tried to dose her at first, until she heard one of the Aes Sedai was interested. Then she began to believe. "It was like the others. Different, but the same. Rand is in some kind of danger. I know it. And it is getting worse. He's done something, or he's going to do something that puts him in..." She dropped down on her bed and leaned toward the other woman. "I just wish I could make some sense of it." "Channeling," Nynaeve said softly. Despite herself, Egwene looked around to see if anyone was there to hear. They were alone, with the door closed, but still she spoke just as softly. "I don't know. Maybe." There was no telling what Aes Sedai could do. She had seen enough already to make her believe every story of their powers, and she would not risk eavesdropping. I won't risk Rand. If I did right, I'd tell them, but Moiraine knows and she hasn't said anything, and it's Rand. I can't. I don't know what to do. Has Anaya said anything more about these dreams? Nynaeve seemed to make it a point never to add the honorific Sedai, even when the two of them were alone. Most of the Aes Sedai appeared not to care, but the habit had earned a few strange looks, and some hard ones. She was going to train in the White Tower, after all. "The wheel weaves as the wheel wills," Egwene quoted Anaya. "The boy is far away, child, and there's nothing we can do until we know more. I will see to testing you myself once we reach the White Tower, child." "Ah! She knows there is something in these dreams. I can tell she does. I like the woman, Nynaeve. I do. But she won't tell me what I want to know. And I can't tell her everything. Maybe if I could." The man in the mask again? Egwene nodded. Somehow she was sure it was better not to tell Anaya about him. She could not imagine why, but she was sure. 3 times the man whose eyes were fire had been in her dreams, each time when she dreamed a dream that convinced her Rand was in danger. He always wore a mask across his face. Sometimes she could see his eyes, and sometimes she could only see fire where they should be. "He laughed at me. It was so contemptuous, as though I were a puppy he was going to have to push out of his way with his foot. It frightens me. He frightens me." "Are you sure it has anything to do with the other dreams, with Rand? Sometimes a dream is just a dream." Egwene threw up her hands. "And sometimes, Nynaeve, you sound just like Anaya Sedai." She put a special emphasis on the title, and was pleased to see Nynaeve grimace. "If I ever get out of this bed, Egwene." A knock at the door cut off whatever Nynaeve had been going to say. Before Egwene could speak or move, the Amyrlin herself came in and shut the door behind her. She was alone, for a wonder. She seldom left her cabin, and then always with Lyanna at her side, and maybe another of the Aes Sedai. Egwene sprang to her feet. The room was a little crowded with 3 of them in it. "Both of you feeling well?" the Amyrlin said cheerily. She tilted her head at Nynaeve. "Eating well, too, I trust? In good temper?" Nynaeve struggled to a sitting position with her back against the wall. "My temper is just fine, thank you." "We are honored, Mother," Egwene began, but the Amyrlin waved her to silence. "It's good to be on the water again, but it grows boring as a mill pond after a while with nothing to do." The ship heeled, and she shifted her balance without seeming to notice. "I will give you your lesson today." She folded herself onto the end of Egwene's bed, feet tucked under her. "Sit, child." Egwene sat, but Nynaeve began trying to push herself to her feet. "I think I will go on deck." "I said sit!" The Amyrlin's voice cracked like a whip, but Nynaeve kept rising, wavering. She still had both hands on the bed, but she was almost upright. Egwene held herself ready to catch her when she fell. Closing her eyes, Nynaeve slowly lowered herself back to the bed. "Perhaps I will stay. It is no doubt windy up there." The Amyrlin barked a laugh. "They told me you had a temper in you like a fisher bird with a bone in its throat. Some of them, child, say you do well for some time as a novice, no matter how old you are. I say if you have the ability I hear of, you deserve to be one of the accepted." She gave another laugh. "I always believe in giving people what they deserve. Yes, I suspect you will learn a great deal once you reach the White Tower." "I'd rather one of the warders taught me how to use a sword," Nynaeve growled. She swallowed convulsively and opened her eyes. "There is someone I'd like to use it on." Egwene looked at her sharply. Did Nynaeve mean the Amyrlin, which was stupid and dangerous besides, or Lan? She snapped at Egwene every time Lan was mentioned. "A sword?" the Amyrlin said. "I never thought swords were much use, even if you have the skill, child. There are always men who have as much and a deal more strength. But if you want a sword, She held up her hand. Egwene gasped, and even Nynaeve's eyes bulged, and there was a sword in it. With blade and hilt of an odd bluish white, it looked somehow cold. Made from the air, child, with air. It's as good as most steel blades, better than most, but still not much use. The sword became a paring knife. There was no shrinking, it just was one thing, then the other. This now is useful. The paring knife turned to mist, and the mist faded away. The Amyrlin put her empty hand back in her lap. But either takes more effort than it is worth. Better, easier, simply to carry a good knife with you. You have to learn when to use your ability as well as how, and when it's better to do things the way any other woman would. Let a blacksmith make knives for gutting fish. Use the one power too often and too freely, and you can come to like it too much. That way lies danger. You begin to want more of it, and sooner or later you run the risk of drawing more than you've learned to handle. And that can burn you out like a guttered candle. Or, if I must learn all this, Nynaeve broke in stiffly, I would as soon learn something useful. All this... Make the air stir, Nynaeve. Light the candle, Nynaeve. Now put it out. Light it again. Pah! Egwene closed her eyes for a moment. Please, Nynaeve. Please keep a check on your temper. She bit her lip to keep from saying it out loud. The Amyrlin was silent for a moment. Useful, she said at last. Something useful. You wanted a sword. Suppose a man came at me with a sword. What would I do? Something useful, you can be sure. This, I think. For an instant, Egwene thought she saw a glow around the woman at the other end of her bed. Then the air seemed to thicken. Nothing changed that Egwene could see, but she could surely feel it. She tried to lift her arm. It did not budge any more than if she were buried to her neck in thick jelly. Nothing could move except her head. "Release me!" Nynaeve grated. Her eyes glared and her head jerked from side to side, but the rest of her sat as rigidly as a statue. Egwene realized that she was not the only one held. "Let me go!" Useful, wouldn't you say? And it is nothing but air. The Amyrlin spoke in a conversational tone as if they were all chatting over tea. Big man with his muscles and his sword, and the sword does him as much good as the hair on his chest. "Let me go, I say!" And if I don't like where he is, why, I can pick him up. Nynaeve squawked furiously as she slowly rose, still in a sitting position, until her head almost touched the ceiling. The Amyrlin smiled. I've often wished I could use this to fly. The records say Aes Sedai could fly in the Age of Legends, but they aren't clear on how exactly. Not this way, though. It doesn't work like that. You might reach out with your hands and pick up a chest that weighs as much as you do. You look strong. But take hold of yourself however you will, you cannot pick yourself up. Nynaeve's head jerked furiously, but not another muscle of her twitched. "The light burn you, let me go!" Egwene swallowed hard and hoped she was not also to be lifted. "So," the Amyrlin continued, "big, hairy man and so forth. He can do nothing to me, while I can do anything at all to him. Why, if I had a mind to..." She leaned forward, her eyes intent on Nynaeve. Suddenly her smile did not seem very friendly. "I could turn him upside down and paddle his bottom. Just like..." Suddenly the Amyrlin flew backwards so hard, her head rebounded from the wall, and there she stayed, as if something were pressing against her. Egwene stared, her mouth dry. "This isn't happening. It isn't." "They were right," the Amyrlin said. Her voice sounded strained, as though she found it hard to breathe. "They said you learned quickly, and they said it took your temper burning to get to the heart of what you can do." She took a struggling breath. "Shall we release each other together, child?" Nynaeve, floating in the air with her eyes ablaze, said, "You let me go right now or I'll..." Abruptly, a look of amazement came over her face, a look of loss. Her mouth worked silently. The Amyrlin sat up, working her shoulders. "You don't know everything yet, do you, child? Not the 100th part of everything. You did not suspect I could cut you off from the true source. You can still feel it there, but you can't touch it any more than a fish can touch the moon. When you learn enough to be raised to full sisterhood, no one woman will be able to do that to you. The stronger you become, the more Aes Sedai it will take to shield you against your will. Do you think now you want to learn?" Nynaeve pressed her mouth shut in a thin line and stared her in the eye grimly. The Amyrlin sighed. "If you had a hair less potential than you do, child, I would send you to the Mistress of Novices and tell her to keep you the rest of your life. But you will get what you deserve." Nynaeve's eyes widened, and she had just time to start a yell before she dropped, hitting her bed with a loud thud. Egwene winced. The mattresses were thin and the wood beneath hard. Nynaeve's face stayed frozen as she shifted the way she sat, just a fraction. "And now," the Amyrlin said firmly, "unless you would like further demonstration, we will get on with your lesson. Continue your lesson, we might say." "Mother?" Egwene said faintly. She still could not twitch below her chin. The Amyrlin looked at her questioningly, then smiled. "Oh, I am sorry, child. Your friend was occupying my attention, I'm afraid." Suddenly, Egwene could move again. She raised her arms just to convince herself that she could. "Are you both ready to learn?" "Yes, Mother," Egwene said quickly. The Amyrlin raised an eyebrow at Nynaeve. After a moment, Nynaeve said in a tight voice, "Yes, Mother." Egwene heaved a sigh of relief. "Good. Now then, empty your thoughts of everything but a flower bud." Egwene was sweating by the time the Amyrlin left. She had thought that some of the other Aes Sedai had been hard teachers, but that smiling, plain-faced woman coaxed out every last drop of effort, drew it out, and when there was nothing left, she seemed to reach into you and pulled it out. It had gone well, though. As the door closed behind the Amyrlin, Egwene raised one hand. A tiny flame sprang to life, balanced a hair-breadth above the tip of her forefinger, then danced from fingertip to fingertip. She was not supposed to do this without a teacher, one of the accepted at the very least, to watch over her, but she was too excited at her progress to pay any mind to that. Nynaeve bounded to her feet and threw her pillow at the closing door. That vile, contemptible, miserable hag! The light burn her! I'd like to feed her to the fish. I'd like to dose her with things that would turn her green for the rest of her life. I don't care if she's old enough to be my mother. If I had her in Emond's Field, she wouldn't sit down comfortably for—" Her teeth ground so loudly that Egwene jumped. Letting the flame die, Egwene put her eyes firmly on her lap. She wished she could think of a way to sneak out of the room without catching Nynaeve's eye. The lesson had not gone well for Nynaeve, because she had held her temper on a tight lead until the Amyrlin was gone. She never could do very much unless she was angry, and then it all burst out of her. After failure upon failure, the Amyrlin had done everything she could to rouse her again. Egwene wished Nynaeve could forget she had been there to see or hear any of it. Nynaeve stalked stiffly to her bed and stood staring at the wall behind it, her fist clenched at her side. Egwene looked longingly at the door. "It was not your fault," Nynaeve said, and Egwene gave a start. Nynaeve turned to look down at her. "It was not your fault," she repeated, sounding unconvinced. "But if you ever breathe one word, I'll—" "Not a word," Egwene said quickly. "I don't even remember anything to breathe a word about." Nynaeve stared at her a moment longer, then nodded. Abruptly she grimaced. "Light. I did not think anything tasted worse than raw sheep's tongue root. I'll remember that the next time you act the goose, so watch yourself." Egwene winced. That had been the first thing the Amyrlin had done trying to rouse Nynaeve's anger. A dark glob of something that glistened like grease and smelled vile had suddenly appeared, and while the Amyrlin held Nynaeve with the power, had been forced into the wisdom's mouth. The Amyrlin had even held her nose to make her swallow. And Nynaeve remembered things, if she had seen them done once. Egwene did not think there was any way of stopping her if she took it into her mind to do it. For all her own success in making a flame dance, she could never have held the Amyrlin against a wall. "At least being on the ship isn't making you sick anymore." Nynaeve grunted, then gave a short, sharp laugh. "I'm too angry to be sick." With another mirthless laugh, she shook her head. "I'm too miserable to be sick. Light, I feel as if I've been dragged through a knothole backwards. If that is what novice training is like, you will have incentive to learn quickly." Egwene scowled at her knees. Compared to Nynaeve, the Amyrlin had only coaxed her, smiled at her successes, sympathized with her failures, then coaxed again. But all the Aes Sedai had said things would be different in the White Tower. Harder, though they would not say how. If she had to go through what Nynaeve had, day after day, she did not think she could stand it. Something changed in the motion of the ship. The rocking eased, and feet thumped on the deck above their heads. A man shouted something Egwene could not quite make out. She looked up at Nynaeve. "Do you think Tar Valon?" "There is only one way to find out," Nynaeve replied, and determinedly took her cloak from its peg. When they reached the deck, sailors were running everywhere, heaving at lines, shortening sail, readying long sweeps. The wind had died to a breeze, and the clouds were scattering now. Egwene rushed to the rail. It is Tar Valon!" Nynaeve joined her with an expressionless face. The island was so big, it looked more as if the river split in two than contained a bit of land. Bridges that seemed to be made of lace arched from either bank to the island, crossing marshy ground as well as the river. The walls of the city, the shining walls of Tar Valon, glistened white as the sun broke through the clouds. And on the west bank, its broken top leaking a thin wisp of smoke, Dragonmount reared black against the sky, one mountain standing among flatlands and rolling hills. Dragonmount, where the dragon had died. Dragonmount, made by the dragon's dying. Egwene wished she did not think of Rand when she looked at the mountain. A man channeling. Light help him. The River Queen passed through a wide opening in a tall circular wall that thrust out into the river. Inside, one long wharf surrounded a round harbor. Sailors furled the last sails and used sweeps alone to move the ship's stern first to its docking. Around the long wharf, the other ships that had come downriver were now being snugged into their berths among the ships already there. The white flame banners set workers scurrying along the already busy wharf. The Amyrlin came on deck before the shorelines were tied off, but dock workers ran a gangplank aboard as soon as she appeared. Lyanna walked at her side, flame-tipped staff in hand, and the other Aes Sedai on the ship followed them ashore. None of them so much as glanced at Egwene or Nynaeve. On the wharf, a delegation greeted the Amyrlin, shawled Aes Sedai bowing formally, kissing the Amyrlin's ring. The wharf bustled, between ships unloading and the Amyrlin's seat arriving. Soldiers formed up on disembarking, men set booms for cargo. Trumpet flourishes rang from the walls, competing with cheers from the onlookers. Nynaeve gave a loud sniff. "It seems they've forgotten us. Come along, we'll see to ourselves." Egwene was reluctant to leave her first sight of Tar Valon, but she followed Nynaeve below to gather their things. When they came back topside, bundles in their arms, soldiers and trumpets were gone, and Aes Sedai too. Men were swinging back hatches along the deck and lowering cables into the holds. On the deck, Nynaeve caught a dockman's arm, a burly fellow in a coarse brown shirt with no sleeves. "Our horses," she began. "I'm busy," he growled, pulling free. "Horses'll all be took to the White Tower." He looked them up and down. "If you've business with the tower, best you take yourselves on. Aes Sedai don't hold with newlings being tardy." Another man, wrestling with a bale being swung out of the hold on a cable, shouted to him, and he left the women without a backwards glance. Egwene exchanged looks with Nynaeve. It seemed they really were on their own. Nynaeve stalked off the ship with grim determination on her face, but Egwene made her way dejectedly down the gangplank and through the tarry smell that hung over the wharf. All that talk about wanting us here, and now they don't seem to care. Broad stairs led up from the dock to a wide arch of dark redstone. On reaching it, Egwene and Nynaeve stopped to stare. Every building seemed a palace, though most of those close to the arch seemed to contain inns or shops from the signs over the doors. Fanciful stonework was everywhere, and the lines of one structure seemed designed to complement and set off the next, leading the eye along as if everything were part of one vast design. Some structures did not look like buildings at all, but like gigantic waves breaking, or huge shells, or fanciful wind-sculpted cliffs. Right in front of the arch lay a broad square with a fountain and trees, and Egwene could see another square further on. Above everything rose the towers, tall and graceful, some with sweeping bridges behind them, high in the sky. And over all rose one tower, higher and wider than all the rest, as white as the shining walls themselves. "Fair takes the breath at first sight," said a woman's voice behind them. "At 10th sight for that, and at 100th. Egwene turned. The woman was Aes Sedai. Egwene was sure of it, though she wore no shawl. No one else had that ageless look, and she held herself with an assurance, a confidence that seemed to confirm it. A glance at her hand showed the golden ring, the serpent biting its own tail. The Aes Sedai was a little plump, with a warm smile, and one of the oddest-appearing women Egwene had ever seen. Her plumpness could not hide high cheekbones. Her eyes had a tilt to them, and were the clearest, palest green, and her hair was almost the color of fire. Egwene barely stopped herself from goggling at that hair, those slightly slanted eyes. "Ogier built, of course," the Aes Sedai went on. "And their best work ever, some say. One of the first cities built after the breaking. There weren't 1,000 people here altogether then, no more than 20 sisters, but they built for what would be needed." "It is a lovely city," Nynaeve said. "We are supposed to go to the White Tower. We came here for training, but no one seems to care if we go or stay." "They care," the woman said, smiling. "I came here to meet you, but I was delayed speaking with the Amyrlin. I am Shiriam, the mistress of novices." "I am not to be a novice," Nynaeve said in a firm voice, but a little too quickly. "The Amyrlin herself said I was to be one of the accepted." "So I was told." Shiriam sounded amused. "I have never heard of it being done so before, but they say you are exceptional. Remember, though, even one of the accepted can be called to my study. It requires more breaking of the rules than for a novice, but it has been known to happen." She turned to Egwene as if she had not seen Nynaeve frown. "And you are our new novice. It is always good to see a novice come. We have too few these days. You will make 40. Only 40. And no more than 8 or 9 of those will be raised to the accepted. Though I don't think you will have to worry about that too much, if you work hard and apply yourself. The work is hard, and even for one with the potential they tell me you have, it will not be made any easier. If you cannot stick to it, no matter how hard it is, or if you will break under the strain, better we find it out now and let you go on your way, than wait until you are a full sister and others are depending on you. An Aes Sedai's life is not easy. Here we will prepare you for it, if you have in you what is required." Egwene swallowed. "Break under the strain?" "I will try, Shiriam Sedai," she said faintly. "And I will not break." Nynaeve looked at her worriedly. "Shiriam..." She stopped and took a deep breath. "Shiriam Sedai..." She seemed to force the honorific out. "Does it have to be so hard on her? Flesh and blood can only take so much. I know something of what novices must go through. Surely there's no need to try to break her just to find out how strong she is." "You mean what the Amyrlin did to you today?" Nynaeve's back stiffened. Shiriam looked as though she were trying to keep amusement from her face. "I told you I spoke with the Amyrlin. Rest your worries for your friend. Novice training is hard, but not that hard. That is for the first few weeks of being one of the accepted." Nynaeve's mouth fell open.
Egwene thought the wisdom's eyes were going to come right out of her head, to catch the few who might have slipped through novice training when they should not have. We cannot risk having one of our number, a full Aes Sedai, who will break under the stress of the world outside. The Aes Sedai gathered them both up, an arm around the shoulders of each. Nynaeve hardly seemed to realize where she was going. "Come," Shiriam said. "I will see you settled in your rooms. The White Tower awaits."
Chapter 19. Beneath the Dagger. Night on the edge of Kinslayer's dagger was cold, as nights in the mountains are always cold. The wind whipped down from the high peaks, carrying the iciness of the snowcaps. Rand shifted on the hard ground, tugging at his cloak and blanket, and only half asleep. His hand went to his sword, lying beside him. One more day, he thought drowsily. Just one more, and then we go. If no one comes tomorrow, Ingtar or Dark Friends 1, I'll take Selene to Cairhien. He had told himself that before. Every day they had been there on the mountainside, watching the place where Huron said the trail had been, in that other world, where Selene said the Dark Friends would surely appear in this world. He told himself it was time to leave. And Selene talked of the Horn of Valir and touched his arm and looked into his eyes, and before he knew it, he had agreed to yet another day before they went on. He shrugged against the chill of the wind, thinking of Selene touching his arm and looking into his eyes. If Egwene saw that, she'd shear me for a sheep, and Selene too. Egwene could already be in Tar Valon by now, learning to be an Aes Sedai. The next time she sees me, she'll probably try to gentle me. As he shifted over, his hand slid past the sword and touched the bundle holding Tom Merrilyn's harp and flute. Unconsciously, his fingers tightened on the Gleeman's cloak. I was happy then, I think, even running for my life, playing the flute for my supper. I was too ignorant to know what was going on. There's no turning back. Shivering, he opened his eyes. The only light came from the waning moon, not far past full and low in the sky. A fire would give them away to those for whom they watched. Loyal muttered in his sleep, a low rumble. One of the horses stamped a hoof. Huron had the first watch from a stone outcrop a little way up the mountain. He would be coming to wake Rand for his turn soon. Rand rolled over and stopped. In the moonlight, he could see the shape of Selene bending over his saddlebags, her hands on the buckles. Her white dress gathered the faint light. Do you need something? She gave a jump and stared toward him. You startled me. He rolled to his feet, shedding the blanket and wrapping the cloak around himself, and went to her. He was sure he had left the saddlebags right by his side when he lay down. He always kept them close. He took them from her. All the buckles were fastened, even those on the side that held the damning banner. How can my life depend on keeping it? If anybody sees it and knows what it is, I'll die for having it. He peered at her suspiciously. Selene stayed where she was, looking up at him. The moon glistened in her dark eyes. It came to me, she said, that I've been wearing this dress too long. I could brush it at least, if I had something else to wear while I did. One of your shirts, perhaps. Rand nodded, feeling a sudden relief. Her dress looked as clean to him as when he first saw her, but he knew that if a spot appeared on Egwene's dress, nothing would do but that she cleaned it immediately. Of course. He opened the capacious pocket into which he had stuffed everything except the banner and pulled out one of the white silk shirts. Thank you. Her hands went behind her back. To the buttons, he realized. Eyes wide, he spun away from her. If you could help me with these, it would be much easier. Rand cleared his throat. It would not be proper. It isn't as if we were promised or... Stop thinking that. You can never marry anyone. It just wouldn't be proper. Her soft laugh sent a shiver down his back as if she had run a finger along his spine. He tried not to listen to the rustlings behind him. He said, Tomorrow we'll leave for Cairhien. And what of the Horn of Valir? Maybe we were wrong. Maybe they are not coming here at all. Huron says there are a number of passes through Kinslayer's Dagger. If they went only a little further west, they do not have to come into the mountains at all. But the trail we followed came here. They will come here. The horn will come here. You may turn around now. You say that, but we don't know. He turned, and the words died in his mouth. Her dress lay across her arm, and she wore his shirt, hanging in baggy folds on her. It was a long-tailed shirt, made for his height, but she was tall for a woman. The bottom of it came little more than halfway down her thighs. It was not as if he had never seen a girl's legs before. Girls in the Two Rivers always tied up their skirts to go wading in waterwood ponds. But they stopped doing it well before they were old enough to braid their hair. And this was in the dark besides. The moonlight seemed to make her skin glow. What is it you don't know, Rand? The sound of her voice unfroze his joints. With a loud cough, he whirled to face the other way. I think, Think of the glory, Rand. Her hand touched his back, and he almost shamed himself with a squeak. Think of the glory that will come to the one who finds the Horn of Valir. How proud I'll be to stand beside him who holds the horn. You have no idea the heights we will scale together, you and I. With the Horn of Valir in your hand, you can be a king. You can be another Arthur Hawkwing. You...
Lord Rand!
Huron panted into the campsite.
My lord, they...
He skidded to a halt, suddenly making a gurgling sound. His eyes dropped to the ground, and he stood wringing his hands.
Forgive me, milady. I didn't mean to... Forgive me.
Loyal sat up, his blanket and cloak falling away.
What's happening? Is it my turn to watch already?
He looked toward Rand and Selene, and even in the moonlight, the widening of his eyes was plain. Rand heard Selene sigh behind him. He stepped away from her, still not looking at her. Her legs are so white, so smooth.
What is it, Huron?
He made his voice more moderate. Was he angry with Huron, himself, or Selene? No reason to be angry with her.
Did you see something, Huron?
The sniffer spoke without raising his eyes.
A fire, my lord, down in the hills. I didn't see it at first. They made it small and hid it, but they hid it from somebody following them, not somebody ahead and up above. 2 miles, Lord Rand. Less than 3 for sure.
Vain, Rand said. Ingtar would not be afraid of anyone following him. It must be Fane. Suddenly, he did not know what to do now. They had been waiting for Fane, but now that the man was only a mile or so away, he was uncertain. In the morning we will follow. When Ingtar and the others catch up, we'll be able to point right to them. So, Selene said, you will let this Ingtar take the Horn of Valir and the glory. I don't want... Without thinking, he turned, and there she was, legs pale in the moonlight, and as unconcerned that they were bare as if she were alone. As if we were alone, the thought came. She wants the man who finds the horn.
3 of us cannot take it away from them. Ingtar has 20 lances with him.
You don't know you cannot take it. How many followers does this man have? You don't know that either. Her voice was calm but intent. You don't even know if these men camped down there do have the horn. The only way is to go down yourself and see. Take the Alanton. His kind have sharp eyes, even by moonlight, and he has the strength to carry the horn in its chest if you make the right decision. She's right. You do not know for sure if it's Fane. A fine thing it would be to have Huron casting about for a trail that was not there, all of them out in the open if the real Dark Friends did finally come. I will go alone, he said. Huron and Loyal will stand guard for you. Laughing, Selene came to him so gracefully it almost seemed she danced. Moon shadows veiled her face in mystery as she looked up at him, and mystery made her even more beautiful. I am capable of guarding myself until you return to protect me. Take the Alanton.
She is right, Rand,
Loyal said, rising.
I can see better by moonlight than you. With my eyes, we may not need to go as close as you would alone.
Very well. Rand strode over to his sword and buckled it at his waist. Bow and quiver he left where they lay. A bow was not of much use in the dark, and he intended to look, not fight. Huron, show me this fire. The sniffer led him scrambling up the slope to the outcrop, like a huge stone thumb thrust out of the mountain. The fire was only a speck. He missed it the first time Huron pointed. Whoever had made it did not mean for it to be seen. He fixed it in his head. By the time they returned to the camp, Loyal had saddled Red and his own horse. As Rand climbed to the bay's back, Selene caught his hand. "Remember the glory," she said softly. "Remember." The shirt seemed to fit her better than he recalled, molding itself to her form. He drew a deep breath and took his hand back. "Guard her with your life, Huron. Loyal?" He heeled Red's flanks gently. The Ogier's big mount plodded along behind. They did not try to move quickly. Night shrouded the mountainside, and moon-cast shadows made footing uncertain. Rand could not see the fire any longer. No doubt it was better hidden from eyes on the same level, but he had its location in his mind. For someone who had learned to hunt in the tangle of the Westwood, in the Two Rivers, finding the fire would be no great difficulty. And what then? Selene's face loomed before him. How proud I'll be to stand beside him who holds the horn. "Loyal," he said suddenly, trying to clear his thoughts. "What's this Alanton she calls you?"
It's the old tongue, Rand.
The Ogier's horse picked its way uncertainly, but he guided it almost as surely as if it were daylight.
It means brother, and is short for Tir Arvende Alanton. Brother to the trees, tree brother. It is very formal, but then I've heard the Cairhienin are formal. The noble houses are, at least. The common people I saw there were not very formal at all.
Rand frowned. A shepherd would not be very acceptable to a formal Cairhienin noble house. Light, Matt's right about you. You're crazy, and with a big head to boot. But if I could marry... He wished he could stop thinking, and before he realized it, the void had formed within him, making thoughts distant things as if part of someone else. Saidin shone at him, beckoned to him. He gritted his teeth and ignored it. It was like ignoring a burning coal inside his head, but at least he could hold it at bay. Barely. He almost left the void, but the dark friends were out there in the night and closer now. And the Trollocs. He needed the emptiness, needed even the uneasy calm of the void. I don't have to touch it. I don't. After a time, he reined in Red. They stood at the base of a hill, the wide scattered trees on its slopes, black in the night. I think we must be close by now, he said softly. Best we go the rest of the way on foot. He slid from the saddle and tied the bay's reins to a branch.
Are you all right?
Loyal whispered, climbing down.
You sound odd.
I'm fine. His voice sounded tight, he realized. Stretched. Saidin called to him. No. Be careful. I can't be sure exactly how far it is, but that fire should be somewhere just ahead of us. On the hilltop, I think. The Ogier nodded. Rand slowly stole from tree to tree, placing each foot carefully, holding his sword tight so it did not clatter against a tree trunk. He was grateful for the lack of undergrowth. Loyal followed like a big shadow. Loyal could not see much more of him than that. Everything was moon shadows and darkness. Suddenly, some trick of the moonlight resolved the shadows ahead of him, and he froze, touching the rough bole of a leather leaf. Dim mounds on the ground became men wrapped in blankets, and apart from them a group of larger mounds, sleeping Trollocs. They had doused the fire. One moonbeam, moving through the branches, caught a shine of gold and silver on the ground halfway between the two groups. The moonlight seemed to brighten. For an instant he could see clearly. The shape of a sleeping man lay close by to the gleam, but that was not what held his eye. The chest, the horn, and something atop it, a point of red flashing in the moonbeam. The dagger. Why would Fane put... Loyal's huge hand settled over Rand's mouth, and a good part of his face besides. He twisted to look at the Ogier. Loyal pointed off to his right slowly, as if motion might attract attention. At first, Rand could not see anything. Then a shadow moved not 10 paces away. A tall, bulky shadow, and snouted. Rand's breath caught. A Trolloc. It lifted its snout as if sniffing, some of them hunted by scent. For an instant, the void wavered. Someone stirred in the Darkfriend camp, and the Trolloc turned to peer that way. Rand froze, letting the calm of emptiness envelop him. His hand was on his sword, but he did not think of it. The void was all. Whatever happened, happened. He watched the Trolloc without blinking. A moment longer, the snouted shadow watched the Darkfriend camp, then, as if satisfied, folded itself down beside a tree. Almost immediately, a low sound like coarse cloth ripping drifted from it. Loyal put his mouth close to Rand's ear.
"It's asleep,"
he whispered incredulously. Rand nodded. Tam had told him Trollocs were lazy, apt to give up any task but killing unless fear kept them to it. He turned back to the camp. All was still and quiet there again. The moonbeam no longer shone on the chest, but he knew now which shadow it was. He could see it in his mind, floating beyond the void, glittering, golden, chased with silver, in the glow of Saidin. The horn of Valir and the dagger Mat needed, both almost within reach of his hand. Selene's face drifted with the chest. They could follow Fane's party in the morning and wait until Ingtar joined them. If Ingtar did come, if he still followed the trail without his sniffer. No. There would never be a better chance. All within reach of his hand. Selene was waiting on the mountain. Motioning for Loyal to follow, Rand dropped to his belly and crawled toward the chest. He heard the Ogier's muffled gasp, but his eyes were fixed on that one shadowed mound ahead. Darkfriends and Trollocs lay to left and right of him, but once he had seen Tam stalk close enough to a deer to put his hand on its flank before the animal bounded off. He had tried to learn from Tam. Madness. The thought flew by dimly, almost out of reach. This is madness. You are going mad. Dim thoughts, someone else's thoughts. Slowly, silently, he slithered to that one special shadow and put out a hand. Ornate traceries worked in gold met his touch. It was the chest that held the horn of Valir. His hand touched something else on the lid. The dagger, bare-bladed. In the dark, his eyes widened. Remembering what it had done to Mat, he jerked back, the void shifting with his agitation. The man sleeping nearby, no more than 2 paces from the chest, no one else lay so close by spans, groaned in his sleep and thrashed at his blankets. Rand allowed the void to sweep thought and fear away. Murmuring uneasily in his sleep, the man stilled. Rand let his hand go back to the dagger, not quite touching it. It had not harmed Mat in the beginning. Not much, at least. Not quickly. In one swift motion, he lifted the dagger, stuck it behind his belt, and pulled his hand away, as if it might help to minimize the time it touched his bare skin. Perhaps it would, and Mat would die without the dagger. He could feel it there, almost a weight pulling him down, pressing against him. But in the void, sensation was as distant as thought, and the feel of the dagger faded quickly to something he was used to. He wasted only a moment more staring at the shadow-wrapped chest. The horn had to be inside. But he did not know how to open it, and he could not lift it by himself. Then he looked around for Loyal. He found the Ogier crouched not far behind him, massive head swiveling as he peered back and forth from sleeping human Darkfriends to sleeping Trollocs. Even in the night, it was plain Loyal's eyes were as wide as they could go. They looked as big as saucers in the light of the moon. Rand reached out and took Loyal's hand. The Ogier gave a start and gasped. Rand put a finger across his lips, set Loyal's hand on the chest, and mimed lifting. For a time, it seemed forever in the night, with Darkfriends and Trollocs all around. It could not have been more than heartbeats. Loyal stared. Then, slowly, he put his arms around the golden chest and stood. He made it seem effortless. Ever so carefully, even more carefully than he had come in, Rand began to walk out of the camp, behind Loyal and the chest. Both hands on his sword, he watched the sleeping dark friends, the still shapes of the Trollocs. All those shadowed figures began to be swallowed deeper in the darkness as they drew away. Almost free. We've done it. The man who had been sleeping near the chest suddenly sat up with a strangled yell, then leaped to his feet.
It's gone! Wake, you filth! It's gone!
Fane's voice. Even in the void, Rand recognized it. The others scrambled erect, dark friends and Trollocs, calling to know what was happening, growling and snarling. Fane's voice rose to a howl.
I know it is you, Althor. You're hiding from me, but I know you're out there. Find him! Find him! Althor!
Men and Trollocs scattered in every direction. Wrapped in emptiness, Rand kept moving. Almost forgotten in entering the camp, Saidin pulsed at him.
He cannot see us, Loyal whispered low. Once we reach the horses.
A Trolloc leaped out of the dark at them, cruel eagle's beak in a man's face where mouth and nose should have been, scythe-like sword already whistling through the air. Rand moved without thought. He was one with the blade. Cat dances on the wall. The Trolloc screamed as it fell, screamed again as it died.
Run, Loyal!
Rand commanded. Saidin called to him.
Run!
He was dimly aware of Loyal lumbering to an awkward gallop, but another Trolloc loomed from the night, boar-snouted and tusked, spiked axe raised. Smoothly Rand glided between Trolloc and Ogier. Loyal must get the horn away. Head and shoulders taller than Rand, half again as wide, the Trolloc came at him with a silent snarl. The courtier taps his fan. No scream this time. He walked backwards after Loyal, watching the night. Saidin sang to him, such a sweet song. The power could burn them all. Burn Fane and all the rest to cinders. No! Two more Trollocs, wolf and ram, gleaming teeth and curling horns. Lizard in the thorn bush. He rose smoothly from one knee as the second toppled, horns almost brushing his shoulder. The song of Saidin caressed him with seduction, pulled him with 1,000 silken strings. Burn them all with the power. No, no! Better dead than that. If I were dead, it would be done with. A knot of Trollocs came into sight, hunting uncertainly. 3 of them. 4. Suddenly one of them pointed to Rand and raised a howl the rest answered as they charged. Let it be done with! Rand shouted, and leaped to meet them. For an instant surprise slowed them. Then they came on with guttural cries, gleeful, bloodthirsty, swords and maces raised. He danced among them to the song of Saidin. Hummingbird kisses the honey rose. So cunning, that song, filling him. Cat on hot sand. The sword seemed alive in his hands, as if it had never been before, and he fought as if a heron-marked blade could keep Saidin from him. The heron spreads its wings. Rand stared at the motionless shapes on the ground around him. Better to be dead, he murmured. He raised his eyes, back up the hill toward where the camp lay. Fane was there, and dark friends and more Trollocs. Too many to fight, too many to face and live. He took a step that way, another.
Rand, come on!
Loyal's urgent whispered call drifted through the emptiness to him.
For life and the light, Rand, come on!
Carefully, Rand bent to wipe his blade on a Trolloc's coat. Then, as formally as if Lan were watching him train, he sheathed it.
Rand!
As though he knew of no urgency, Rand joined Loyal by the horses. The Ogier was tying the golden chest atop his saddle with straps from his saddlebags. His cloak was stuffed underneath to help balance the chest in the rounded saddle seat. Saidin sang no more. It was there, that stomach-turning glow, but it held back as if he truly had fought it off. Wonderingly, he let the void vanish. I think I'm going mad, he said. Suddenly realizing where they were, he peered back the way they had come. Shouts and howls came from 6 different directions, signs of search, but none of pursuit. Yet. He swung up onto Red's back.
Sometimes I do not understand half of what you say,
Loyal said.
If you must go mad, could it at least wait until we are back with the Lady Selene and Huron?
How are you going to ride with that in your saddle?
I will run.
The Ogier suited his words by breaking into a quick trot, pulling his horse behind him by the reins. Rand followed. The pace Loyal set was as fast as a horse could trot. Rand was sure the Ogier could not keep it for long, but Loyal's feet did not flag. Rand decided that his boast of once outrunning a horse might really be true. Now and again Loyal looked behind them as he ran, but the shouts of Dark Friends and howls of Trollocs faded with distance. Even when the ground began to slope upwards more sharply, Loyal's pace barely slowed, and he trotted into their campsite on the mountainside with only a little hard breathing.
You have it.
Selene's voice was exultant as her gaze rested on the ornately worked chest on Loyal's saddle. She was wearing her own dress again. It looked as white as new snow to Rand.
I knew you would make the right choice. May I have a look at it?
Did any of them follow, my lord? Huron asked anxiously. He stared at the chest with awe, but his eyes slid off into the night down the mountain.
If they followed, we'll have to move quick.
I do not think they did. Go to the outcrop and see if you can see anything. Rand climbed down from his saddle as Huron hurried up the mountain. Selene, I don't know how to open the chest.
Loyal, do you?
The Ogier shook his head. Let me try. Even for a woman of Selene's height, Loyal's saddle was high above the ground. She reached up to touch the finely wrought patterns on the chest, ran her hands across them, pressed. There was a click, and she pushed the lid up, let it fall open. As she stretched on tiptoe to put a hand inside, Rand reached over her shoulder and lifted out the horn of Valere. He had seen it once before, but never touched it. Though beautifully made, it did not look a thing of great age or power. A curled golden horn, gleaming in the faint light with inlaid silver script flowing around the mouth of the bell. He touched the strange letters with a finger. They seemed to catch the moon. Tia mi aven moridin isainde vadin, Selene said. The grave is no bar to my call. You will be greater than Arthur Hawkwing ever was. I am taking it to Shinar, to Lord Agomar. It should go to Tar Valon, he thought, but I'm done with Aes Sedai. Let Agomar or Ingtar take it to them. He set the horn back in the chest. It cast back the moonlight, pulled the eye. That is madness, Selene said. Rand flinched at the word. Mad or not, it is what I'm doing. I told you, Selene, I want no part of greatness. Back there, I thought I did. For a while, I thought I wanted things. Light, she's so beautiful. Egwene, Selene. I'm not worthy of either of them. Something seemed to take hold of me. sa'adin came for me, but I fought it off with a sword. Or is that mad too? He breathed deeply. Shinar is where the Horn of Valere belongs. Or if not there, Lord Agomar will know what to do with it. Huron appeared from up the mountain. There's fire there again, Lord Rand, and bigger than ever. And I thought I heard shouting. It was all down in the hills. I don't think they've come up on the mountain yet. You misunderstand me, Rand, Selene said. You cannot go back now. You are committed. Those friends of the dark will not simply go away because you've taken the horn from them. Far from it. Unless you know some way to kill them all, they will be hunting you now as you hunted them before. No! Loyal and Huron looked surprised at Rand's vehemence. He softened his tone. I don't know any way to kill them all. They can live forever for all of me. Selene's long hair shifted in waves as she shook her head. Then you cannot go back, only onward. You can reach the safety of Cairhiene's walls long before you could return to Shinar. Does the thought of a few more days in my company seem so onerous? Rand stared at the chest. Selene's company was far from burdensome, but near her he could not help thinking things he should not. Still, trying to ride back north meant risking Fain and his followers. She was right in that. Fain would never give up. Ingtar would not give up either. If Ingtar came on southward, and Rand knew of no reason for him to turn aside, He would arrive at Cairhien soon or late.
Cairhien, he agreed. You will have to show me where you live, Selene. I've never been to Cairhien.
He reached to close the chest. You took something else from the Friends of the Dark? Selene said. You spoke earlier of a dagger.
How could I forget?
He left the chest as it was and pulled the dagger from his belt. The bare blade curved like a horn, and the quillins were golden serpents. Set in the hilt, a ruby as big as his thumbnail winked like an evil eye in the moonlight. Ornate as it was, tainted as he knew it was, it felt no different from any other knife.
Be careful, Selene said. Do not cut yourself.
Rand felt a shiver inside. If simply carrying it was dangerous, he did not want to know what a cut from it would do.
This is from Shadar Logoth, he told the others.
It will twist whoever carries it for long, taint them to the bone the way Shadar Logoth is tainted. Without Aes Sedai healing, that taint will kill eventually.
So that is what ails Mat,
Loial said softly.
I never suspected.
Huron stared at the dagger in Rand's hand and wiped his own hands in the front of his coat. The sniffer did not look happy. None of us must handle it any more than is necessary, Rand went on. I will find some way to carry it.
It is dangerous.
Selene frowned at the blade as if the snakes were real and poisonous.
Throw it away. Leave it or bury it if you wish to keep it from other hands, but be rid of it.
Mat needs it, Rand said firmly.
It is too dangerous. You said so yourself.
He needs it. The Aes Sedai said he would die without it to use in healing him. They still have a string on him, but this blade will cut it. Until I'm rid of it, and the horn, they have a string on me. But I'll not dance however much they pull. He set the dagger in the chest inside the curl of the horn. There was just room for it, and pulled the lid down. It locked with a sharp snap. That should shield us from it. He hoped it would. Lan said the time to sound most sure was when you were least certain.
The chest will surely shield us,
Selene said in a tight voice.
And now I mean to finish what is left of my night's sleep.
Rand shook his head. We are too close. Fane seems able to find me sometimes.
Seek the oneness if you are afraid, Selene said.
I want to be as far from those dark friends come morning as we can be. I will saddle your mare.
Stubborn.
She sounded angry, and when he looked at her, her mouth curved in a smile that never came close to her dark eyes.
A stubborn man is best once.
Her voice trailed off, and that worried him. Women often seemed to leave things unsaid, and in his limited experience, it was what they did not say that proved the most trouble. She watched in silence as he slung her saddle onto the white mare's back and bent to fashion the girths.
Gather them all in,
Fane snarled. The goat-snouted Trolloc backed away from him. The fire, piled high with wood now, lit the hilltop with flickering shadows. His human followers huddled near the blaze, fearful to be out in the dark with the rest of the Trollocs.
Gather them, everyone that still lives, and if anything to run, let them know they'll get what that one got.
He gestured to the first Trolloc that had brought him word Althor was not to be found. It still snapped at ground muddied with its own blood, hooves scraping trenches as they jerked.
Go,
Fane whispered, and the goat-snouted Trolloc ran into the night. Fane glanced contemptuously at the other humans. They'll have their uses still, then turned to stare into the night toward Kinslayer's dagger. Althor was up there, somewhere in the mountains. With the horn. His teeth grated audibly at the thought. He did not know where exactly, but something pulled him toward the mountains. Toward Althor. That much of the Dark One's gift remained to him. He had hardly thought of it, had tried not to think of it, until suddenly, after the horn was gone, Althor was there, drawing him as meat draws a starving dog.
I am a dog no longer. A dog no longer!
He heard the others shifting uneasily around the fire, but he ignored them.
You will pay for what was done to me, Althor. The world will pay.
He cackled at the night with mad laughter. "The world will pay!" Chapter 20. saidin. Rand kept them moving through the night, allowing only a brief stop at dawn to rest the horses, and to allow Loial rest. With the Horn of Valere and its gold and silver chest occupying his saddle, the Ogier walked or trotted ahead of his big horse, never complaining, never slowing them. Sometime during the night, they had crossed the border of Cairhien. "I want to see it again," Selene said as they halted. She dismounted and strode to Loial's horse. Their shadows, long and thin, pointed west from the sun just peeking over the horizon. "Bring it down for me, Alantin." Loial began to undo the straps. "The Horn of Valere." "No," Rand said, climbing down from Red's back. "Loial, no." The Ogier looked from Rand to Selene, his ears twitching doubtfully, but he took his hands away. "I want to see the horn," Selene demanded. Rand was sure she was no older than he, but at that moment she suddenly seemed as old and as cold as the mountains, and more regal than Queen Morgase at her haughtiest. "I think we should keep the dagger shielded," Rand said. "For all I know, looking at it may be as bad as touching it. Let it stay where it is until I can put it in Mat's hands. He can take it to the Aes Sedai. And what price will they demand for that healing? But he hasn't any choice." He felt a little guilty over feeling relief that he, at least, was through with Aes Sedai. "I am done with them, one way or another." "The dagger. All you seem to care about is that dagger. I told you to be rid of it. The Horn of Valere, Rand." "No." She came to him, a sway in her walk that made him feel as if he had something caught in his throat. "All I want is to see it in the light of day. I won't even touch it. You hold it. It would be something for me to remember, you holding the Horn of Valere in your hands." She took his hands as she said it. Her touch made his skin tingle and his mouth go dry. Something to remember when she had gone. He could close the dagger up again as soon as the horn was out of the chest. It would be something to hold the horn in his hands where he could see it in the light. He wished he knew more of the prophecies of the dragon. The one time he had heard a merchant's guard telling a part of it, back in Emond's Field, Nynaeve had broken a broom across the man's shoulders. None of the little he had heard mentioned the Horn of Valere. Aes Sedai trying to make me do what they want. Selene was still gazing intently into his eyes, her face so young and beautiful that he wanted to kiss her despite what he was thinking. He had never seen an Aes Sedai act the way she did, and she looked young, not ageless. A girl my age couldn't be Aes Sedai, but... "Selene," he said softly. "Are you an Aes Sedai?" "Aes Sedai?" She almost spat, flinging his hands away. "Aes Sedai? Always you hurl that at me." She took a deep breath and smoothed her dress, as if gathering herself. "I am what and who I am, and I am no Aes Sedai." And she wrapped herself in a silent coldness that made even the morning sun seem chill. Loial and Hurin bore it all with as good a grace as they could manage, trying to make conversation and hiding their embarrassment when she froze them with a look. They rode on. By the time they made camp that night beside a mountain stream that provided fish for their supper, Selene seemed to have regained some of her temper, chatting with the Ogier about books, speaking kindly to Hurin. She barely spoke to Rand, though, unless he spoke first, either that evening or the following day as they rode through mountains that reared on either side of them like huge, jagged gray walls, ever climbing. But whenever he looked at her, she was watching him and smiling. Sometimes it was the sort of smile that made him smile back, sometimes the sort that made him clear his throat and blush at his own thoughts, and sometimes the mysterious, knowing smile that Egwene sometimes wore. It was a kind of smile that always put his back up, but at least it was a smile. She can't be Aes Sedai. The way began to slope downwards, and with the promise of twilight in the air, Kinslayer's dagger at last gave way to hills, rolling and round, with more brush than trees, more thickets than forest. There was no road, just a dirt track, such as might be used by a few carts now and again. Fields carved some of the hills into terraces, fields full of crops but empty of people at this hour. None of the scattered farm buildings lay close enough to the path they rode for Rand to make out more than that they were all made of stone. When he saw the village ahead, lights already twinkled in the few windows against the coming of night.
"We'll sleep in beds tonight," he said. "That I will enjoy, Lord Rand."
Huron laughed. Loial nodded agreement.
"A village inn?" Selene sniffed. "Dirty, no doubt, and full of unwashed men swilling ale. Why can't we sleep under the stars again? I find I enjoy sleeping under the stars."
"You would not enjoy it if Fane caught up with us while we slept," Rand said. "Him and those Trollocs. He's coming after me, Selene. After the horn, too, but it is me he can find. Why do you think I've kept such a close watch these past nights?"
"If Fane catches us, you will deal with him."
Her voice was coolly confident.
"And there could be dark friends in the village, too."
"But even if they know who we are, they can't do much with the rest of the villagers around. Not unless you think everyone in the village is a dark friend."
"And if they discover you carry the horn, whether you want greatness or not, even farmers dream of it."
"She is right, Rand,"
Loial said.
"I fear even farmers might want to take it."
"Unroll your blanket, Loial, and throw it over the chest. Keep it covered." Loial complied, and Rand nodded. It was obvious there was a box or chest beneath the Ogier's striped blanket, but nothing suggested it was more than a travel chest. "My lady's chest of clothes," Rand said with a grin and a bow. Selene met his sally with silence and an unreadable look. After a moment, they started on again. Almost immediately, off to Rand's left, a glimmer from the setting sun reflected from something on the ground. Something large. Something very large by the light it threw up. Curious, he turned his horse that way.
"My lord,"
Huron said,
"the village?"
"I just want to see this first," Rand said. "It's brighter than sunlight on water. What can it be?" His eyes on the reflection, he was surprised when Red suddenly stopped. On the point of urging the bay on, he realized that they stood on the edge of a clay precipice, above a huge excavation. Most of the hill had been dug away to a depth of easily 100 paces. Certainly more than one hill had vanished, and maybe some farmers' fields, for the hole was at least 10 times as wide as it was deep. The far side appeared to have been packed hard to a ramp. There were men on the bottom, a dozen of them, getting a fire started. Down there, night was already descending. Here and there among them, armor turned the light, and swords swung at their sides. He hardly glanced at them. Out of the clay at the bottom of the pit slanted a gigantic stone hand holding a crystal sphere, and it was this that shone with the last sunlight. Rand gaped at the size of it. A smooth ball. He was sure not so much as a scratch marred its surface, at least 20 paces through. Some distance away from the hand, a stone face in proportion had been uncovered. A bearded man's face, it thrust out of the soil with the dignity of vast years. The broad features seemed to hold wisdom and knowledge. Unsummoned, the void formed, whole and complete in an instant. saidin glowing, beckoning. So intent was he on the face and the hand that he did not realize what had happened. He had once heard a ship captain speak of a giant hand holding a huge crystal sphere. Bael Doman had claimed it stuck out of a hill on the island of Tremalking.
"This is dangerous," Selene said. "Come away, Rand."
"I believe I can find a way down there," he said absently. saidin sang to him. The huge ball seemed to glow white with the light of the sinking sun. It seemed to him that in the depths of the crystal, light swirled and danced in time to the song of saidin. He wondered why the men below did not appear to notice. Selene rode close and took hold of his arm.
"Please, Rand, you must come away."
He looked at her hand, puzzled, then followed her arm up to her face. She seemed genuinely worried, perhaps even afraid.
"If this bank doesn't give way beneath our horses and break our necks with the fall, those men are guards, and no one puts guards on something they wish every passerby to examine. What good will it do to avoid Fane if some lord's guards arrest you? Come away."
Suddenly, a drifting, distant thought, he realized that the void surrounded him. saidin sang, and the sphere pulsed. Even without looking, he could feel it. And the thought came that if he sang the song saidin sang, that huge stone face would open its mouth and sing with him. With him and with saidin, all one. "Please, Rand," Selene said. "I will go to the village with you. I won't mention the horn again. Only come away." He released the void, and it did not go. saidin crooned, and the light in the sphere beat like a heart, like his heart. Loyal, Huron, Selene, they all stared at him, but they seemed oblivious to the glorious blaze from the crystal. He tried to push the void away. It held like granite. He floated in an emptiness as hard as stone. The song of saidin, the song of the sphere, he could feel them quivering along his bones. Grimly, he refused to give in, reached deep inside himself. "I will not." Rand. He did not know whose voice it was. Reached for the core of who he was, the core of what he was. "Will not." Rand. The song filled him, filled the emptiness. Touched stone, hot from a pitiless sun, cold from a merciless night. Not. Light filled him, blinded him. "Till shade is gone," he mumbled. "Till water is gone." Power filled him. He was one with the sphere. Into the shadow with teeth bared. The power was his. The power was his. To spit in Sightblinder's eye. Power to break the world. On the last day. It came out as a shout, and the void was gone. Red shied at his cry. Clay crumbled under the stallion's hoof, spilling into the pit. The big bay went to his knees. Rand leaned forward, gathering the reins, and Red scrambled to safety away from the edge. They were all staring at him, he saw. Selene, Loyal, Huron, all of them. What happened? The void. He touched his forehead. The void had not gone when he released it, and the glow of saidin had grown stronger, and he could not remember any more. saidin. He felt cold. Did I do something? He frowned, trying to remember. Did I say something?
"You just sat there stiff as a statue," Loyal said, "mumbling to yourself no matter what anyone said. I couldn't make out what you were saying, not until you shouted 'Day' loud enough to wake the dead and nearly put your horse over the edge. Are you ill? You're acting more and more oddly every day."
"I am not sick," Rand said harshly, then softened it. "I'm all right, Loyal." Selene watched him warily. From the pit came the sound of men calling, the words indistinguishable. "Lord Rand," Huron said, "I think those guards have finally noticed us. If they know a way up this side, they could be here any minute." "Yes," Selene said. "Let us leave here quickly." Rand glanced at the excavation, then away again, quickly. The great crystal held nothing except reflected light from the evening sun, but he did not want to look at it. He could almost remember something about the sphere. "I don't see any reason to wait for them. We didn't do anything. Let's find an inn." He turned Red toward the village, and they soon left the pit and shouting guards behind. As many villages did, Tremoncine covered the top of a hill. But like the farms they had passed, this hill had been sculpted into terraces with stone retaining walls. Square stone houses sat on precise plots of land with exact gardens behind, along a few straight streets that crossed each other at right angles. The necessity of a curve to streets going around the hill seemed begrudged. Yet the people seemed open and friendly enough, pausing to nod to each other as they hurried about their last chores before nightfall. They were a short folk, none taller than Rand's shoulder, and few as tall as Huron, with dark eyes and pale, narrow faces, and dressed in dark clothes, except for a few who wore slashes of color across the chest. Smells of cooking, oddly spiced to Rand's nose, filled the air, though a handful of goodwives still hung over their doors to talk, The doors were split so the top could stand open while the bottom was closed. The people eyed the newcomers curiously, with no sign of hostility. A few stared a moment longer at Loial and Ogier walking alongside a horse as big as a Duran stallion, but never more than a moment longer. The inn, at the very top of the hill, was stone like every other building in the town and plainly marked by a painted sign hanging over the wide doors. The 9 Rings. Rand swung down with a smile and tied Red to one of the hitching posts out front. The 9 Rings had been one of his favorite adventure stories when he was a boy. He supposed it still was. Celine still seemed uneasy when he helped her dismount. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I didn't frighten you back there, did I? Red would never fall over a cliff with me." He wondered what had really happened. "You terrified me," she said in a tight voice, "and I do not frighten easily. You could have killed yourself, killed—" She smoothed her dress. "Ride with me, tonight, now. Bring the horn, and I will stay by your side forever. Think of it, me by your side, and the Horn of Valir in your hands. And that will only be the beginning, I promise. What more could you ask for?" Rand shook his head. "I can't, Celine. The horn—" He looked around. A man looked out his window across the way, then twitched the curtains closed. Evening darkened the street, and there was no one else in sight now except Loial and Huron. "The horn is not mine. I told you that." She turned her back on him, her white cloak walling him off as effectively as bricks. Chapter 21. The 9 Rings. Rand expected the common room to be empty since it was nearly supper time, but half a dozen men crowded one table, dicing among their jacks of ale, and another sat by himself over a meal. Though the dicers carried no weapons in sight and wore no armor, only plain coats and breeches of dark blue, something about the way they held themselves told Rand they were soldiers. His eyes went to the solitary man. An officer with the tops of his high boots turned down and his sword propped against the table beside his chair. A single slash of red and one of yellow crossed the chest of the officer's blue coat from shoulder to shoulder, and the front of his head was shaved, though his black hair hung long in the back. The soldier's hair was clipped short, as if it had all been cut under the same bowl. All 7 turned to look as Rand and the others came in. The innkeeper was a lean woman with a long nose and graying hair, but her wrinkles seemed part of her ready smile more than anything else. She came bustling up, wiping her hands on a spotless white apron. "Good evening to you." Her quick eyes took in Rand's gold-embroidered red coat and Celine's fine white dress. "My lord, my lady. I am Magdalen Madwyn, my lord. Be welcome to the 9 Rings. And an Ogier. Not many of your kind come this way, friend Ogier. Would you be up from steading Tsofu, then?" Loial managed an awkward half-bow under the weight of the chest.
"No, good innkeeper. I come the other way, from the borderlands."
"From the borderlands, you say? Well. And you, my lord? Forgive me for asking, but you've not the look of the borderlands, if you don't mind my saying it." "I'm from the 2 Rivers, Mistress Madwyn, in Andor." He glanced at Celine. She did not seem to admit he existed. Her level look barely admitted that the room existed or anyone in it. "The Lady Celine is from Cairhien, from the capital, and I am from Andor." "As you say, my lord." Mistress Madwyn's glance flickered to Rand's sword. The bronze herons were plain on the scabbard and hilt. She frowned slightly, but her face was clear again in a blink. "You will be wanting a meal for yourself and your beautiful lady and your followers. And rooms, I expect. I'll have your horses seen to. I've a good table for you right this way, and pork with yellow peppers on the fire. Would you be hunting the Horn of Valir, then, my lord? You and your lady?" In the act of following her, Rand almost stumbled. "No! Why would you think we were?" "No offense, my lord. We've had 2 through here already, all polished to look like heroes, not to suggest anything of the kind about you, my lord, in the last month. Not many strangers come here, except traders up from the capital to buy oats and barley. I'd not suppose the hunt has left Ilion yet, but maybe some don't think they really need the blessing, and they'll get a jump on the others by missing it." "We are not hunting the horn, mistress. Rand did not glance at the bundle in Loyal's arms. The blanket with its colorful stripes hung bunched over the Ogier's thick arms and disguised the chest well. We surely are not. We are on our way to the capital.
As you say, my lord. Forgive me for asking, but is your lady well?
Selene looked at her and spoke for the first time.
I am quite well.
Her voice left a chill in the air that stifled talk for a moment.
You're not Carriennen, Mistress Madwyn,
Huron said suddenly. Burdened down with their saddlebags and Rand's bundle, he looked like a walking baggage cart.
Pardon, but you don't sound it.
Mistress Madwyn's eyebrows rose, and she shot a glance at Rand, then grinned.
I should have known you'd let your man speak freely, but I've grown used to.
Her glance darted toward the officer, who had gone back to his own meal.
Light, no, I'm not Carriennen. But for my sins, I married one. 23 years I lived with him, and when he died on me, the light shine on him, I was all ready to go back to Lugard. But he had the last laugh, he did. He left me the inn and his brother the money, when I was sure it would be the other way round. Tricksome and scheming, Baron was, like every man I've ever known. Carriennen most of all. Will you be seated, my lord, my lady?
The innkeeper gave a surprised blink when Huron sat at table with them. And Ogier, it seemed, was one thing, but Huron was clearly a servant in her eyes. With another quick look at Rand, she bustled off to the kitchens, and soon serving girls came with their meal, giggling and staring at the lord and the lady, and the Ogier, till Mistress Madwyn chased them back to their work. At first Rand stared at his food doubtfully. The pork was cut in small bits mixed with long strips of yellow peppers and peas, and a number of vegetables and things he did not recognize, all in some sort of clear, thick sauce. It smelled sweet and sharp, both at the same time. Selene only picked at hers, but Loyal was eating with a will. Huron grinned at Rand over his fork.
They spice their food oddly, Carriennen do, Lord Rand. But for all that, it's not bad.
It won't bite you, Rand,
Loyal added. Rand took a hesitant mouthful and almost gasped. It tasted just as it smelled, sweet and sharp together, the pork crisp on the outside and tender inside, a dozen different flavors, spices, all blending and contrasting. It tasted like nothing he had ever put in his mouth before. It tasted wonderful. He cleaned his plate, and when Mistress Madwyn returned with the serving girls to clear away, he nearly asked for more the way Loyal did. Selene's was still half full, and she motioned curtly for one of the girls to take it.
A pleasure, friend Ogier.
The innkeeper smiled. It takes a lot to fill up one of you.
Katrin, bring another helping and be quick.
One of the girls darted away. Mistress Madwyn turned a smile on Rand.
My lord, I had a man here who played the bittern, but he married a girl off one of the farms, and she has him strumming reins behind a plow now. I couldn't help noticing what looks like a flute case sticking out of your man's bundle. Since my musician's gone, would you let your man favor us with a little music?
Huron looked embarrassed.
He doesn't play, Rand explained. I do.
The woman blinked. It appeared lords did not play the flute, at least not in Cairhien.
I withdraw the request, my lord. Light's own truth, I meant no offense, I assure you. I'd never ask one such as yourself to be playing in a common room.
Rand hesitated only a moment. It had been too long since he had practiced the flute rather than the sword, and the coins in his pouch would not last forever. Once he was rid of his fancy clothes, once he turned the horn over to Ingtar and the dagger over to Mat, he would need the flute to earn his supper again while he searched for somewhere safe from Aes Sedai.
And safe from myself? Something did happen back there. What?
I don't mind, he said. Huron, hand me the case. Just slide it out. There was no need to show a gleeman's cloak. Enough unspoken questions shone in Mistress Madwyn's dark eyes as it was. Worked gold chased with silver, the instrument looked the sort a lord might play, if lords anywhere played the flute. The heron branded on his right palm did not interfere with his fingering. Selene's salves had worked so well, he hardly thought of the brand unless he saw it. Yet it was in his thoughts now, and unconsciously he began to play Heron on the Wing. Huron bobbed his head to the tune, and Loyal beat time on the table with a thick finger. Selene looked at Rand as if wondering what he was. I'm not a lord, milady. I'm a shepherd, and I play the flute in common rooms." But the soldiers turned from their talk to listen, and the officer closed the wooden cover of the book he had begun reading. Celine's steady gaze struck a stubborn spark inside Rand. Determinedly, he avoided any song that might fit in a palace or a lord's manor. He played "Only One Bucket of Water" and "The Old Two Rivers Leaf," "Old Jack's Up a Tree," and Goodman Pricket's Pipe. With the last, the 6 soldiers began to sing in raucous tones, though not the words Rand knew. We rode down to River Irelel just to see the Tyran come. We stood along the river bank with the rising of the sun. Their horses black the summer plain, their banners black the sky. But we stood our ground on the banks of River Irelel. Oh, we stood our ground. Yes, we stood our ground. Stood our ground along the river in the morning. It was not the first time that Rand had discovered a tune had different words and different names in different lands, sometimes even in villages in the same land. He played along with them until they let the words die away, slapping each other's shoulders and making rude comments on one another's singing. When Rand lowered the flute, the officer rose and made a sharp gesture. The soldiers fell silent in mid-laugh, scraped back their chairs to bow to the officer with hand on breast, and to Rand, and left without a backwards look. The officer came to Rand's table and bowed, hand to heart. The shave in front of his head looked as if he had dusted it with white powder.
"Grace favor you, my lord. I trust they did not bother you, singing as they did. They are a common sort, but they meant no insult, I assure you. I am Aldrin Caldovwyn, my lord, captain in His Majesty's service. The light illumine him."
His eyes slid over Rand's sword. Rand had the feeling Caldovwyn had noticed the herons as soon as he came in. "They didn't insult me." The officer's accent reminded him of Moraine's, precise and every word pronounced to its full. Did she really let me go? I wonder if she's following me, or waiting for me. "Sit down, Captain, please." Caldovwyn drew a chair from another table. "Tell me, Captain, if you don't mind, have you seen any other strangers recently? A lady, short and slender, and a fighting man with blue eyes. He's tall, and sometimes he wears his sword on his back."
"I have seen no strangers at all," he said,
lowering himself stiffly to his seat.
"Saving yourself and your lady, my lord. Few of the nobility ever come here."
His eyes flicked toward Loyal with a minute frown. Huron he ignored for a servant. It was only a thought.
"Under the light, my lord, I mean no disrespect, but may I hear your name? We have so few strangers here that I find I wish to know everyone."
Rand gave it. He claimed no title, but the officer seemed not to notice, and said, as he had to the innkeeper, "From the Two Rivers in Andor."
"A wondrous place, I have heard, Lord Rand. I may call you so? And fine men, the Andermen. No Cairienin has ever worn a Blademaster's sword so young as you. I met some Andermen once, the Captain General of the Queen's Guards among them. I do not remember his name. An embarrassment. Perhaps you could favor me with it?"
Rand was conscious of the serving girls in the background, beginning to clean and sweep. Caldovwyn seemed only to be making conversation, but there was a probing quality to his look.
"Gareth Bryn." "Of course. Young to hold so much responsibility."
Rand kept his voice level. "Gareth Bryn has enough gray in his hair to be your father, Captain."
"Forgive me, my Lord Rand. I meant to say that he came to it young."
Caldovwyn turned to Celine, and for a moment he only stared. He shook himself, finally, as if coming out of a trance.
"Forgive me for looking at you so, milady, and forgive me for speaking so, but grace has surely favored you. Will you give me a name to put to such beauty?"
Just as Celine opened her mouth, one of the serving girls let out a cry and dropped a lamp she was taking down from a shelf. The oil splattered and caught in a pool of flame on the floor. Rand leaped to his feet along with the others at the table, but before any of them could move, Mistress Madwyn appeared, and she and the girls smothered the flames with their aprons.
"I have told you to be careful, Katrin.
the innkeeper said, shaking her now smutty apron under the girl's nose.
You'll be burning the inn down and yourself in it.
The girl seemed on the point of tears.
I was being careful, mistress, but I had such a twinge in my arm.
Mistress Madwyn threw up her hands.
You always have some excuse, and you still break more dishes than all the rest. It's all right. Clean it up and don't burn yourself.
The innkeeper turned to Rand and the others, all still standing around the table.
I hope none of you take this amiss. The girl really won't burn down the inn. She's hard on the dishes when she starts mooning over some young fellow, but she's never mishandled a lamp before. I would like to be shown to my room. I do not feel well after all.
Celine spoke in careful tones, as though uncertain of her stomach. But despite that, she looked and sounded as cool and calm as ever.
The journey and the fire.
The innkeeper clucked like a mother hen.
Of course, my lady. I have a fine room for you and your lord. Shall I fetch Mother Caradwain? She has a fine hand with soothing herbs.
Celine's voice sharpened.
No, and I wish a room by myself.
Mistress Madwyn glanced at Rand, but the next moment she was bowing Celine solicitously toward the stairs.
As you wish, my lady. Leiden, fetch the lady's things like a good girl now.
One of the serving girls ran to take Celine's saddlebags from Huron, and the women disappeared upstairs, Celine stiff-backed and silent. Caldevin stared after them until they were gone, then shook himself again. He waited until Rand had seated himself before taking his chair again.
Forgive me, my Lord Rand, for staring so at your lady, but grace has surely favored you in her. I mean no insult.
None taken, Rand said. He wondered if every man felt the way he did when they looked at Celine. As I was riding to the village, Captain, I saw a huge sphere. Crystal, it seemed. What is it? The Carianan's eyes sharpened.
It is part of the statue, my Lord Rand, he said slowly.
His gaze flickered toward Loyal. For an instant, he seemed to be considering something new. Statue? I saw a hand and a face, too. It must be huge.
It is, my Lord Rand, and old, Caldevin paused. From the age of legends, so I am told.
Rand felt a chill. The age of legends, when use of the One Power was everywhere, if the stories could be believed. What happened there? I know there was something.
The age of legends,
Loyal said.
Yes, it must be. No one has done work so vast since. A great piece of work to dig that up, Captain.
Huron sat silently, as if he not only was not listening, but was not there at all. Caldevin nodded reluctantly.
I have 500 laborers in camp beyond the diggings, and even so it will be past summer's end before we have it clear. They are men from the Foregate. Half my work is to keep them digging, and the other half is to keep them out of this village. Foregaters have a fondness for drinking and carousing, you understand, and these people lead quiet lives.
His tone said his sympathies were all with the villagers. Rand nodded. He had no interest in Foregaters, whoever they were. What will you do with it? The captain hesitated, but Rand only looked back at him until he spoke.
Galdrian himself has ordered that it be taken to the capital.
Loyal blinked.
A very great piece of work, that. I am not sure how something that big could be moved so far.
His Majesty has ordered it, Caldevin said sharply. It will be set up outside the city, a monument to the greatness of Carian and of House Rioton. Ogier are not the only ones who know how to move stone.
Loyal looked abashed, and the captain visibly calmed himself.
Your pardon, friend Ogier. I spoke in haste and rudely.
He still sounded a little gruff.
Will you be staying in Tremoncian long, my Lord Rand?
We leave in the morning, Rand said. We are going to Carian.
As it happens, I am sending some of my men back to the city tomorrow. I must rotate them. They grow stale after too long watching men swing picks and shovels. You will not mind if they ride in your company?
He put it as a question, but as if acceptance were a foregone conclusion. Mistress Madwyn appeared on the stairs, and he rose.
"If you will excuse me, my Lord Rand, I must be up early. Until the morning, then. Grace favor you."
He bowed to Rand, nodded to Loyal, and left. As the doors closed behind the Cairhienin, the innkeeper came to the table.
"I have your lady settled, my lord, and I've good rooms prepared for you and your man, and you, friend Ogier."
She paused, studying Rand.
"Forgive me if I overstep, my lord, but I think I can speak freely to a lord who lets his man speak up. If I'm wrong, well, I mean no insult. For 23 years, Baron Madwyn and I were arguing when we weren't kissing, so to speak. That's by way of saying I have some experience. Right now, you're thinking your lady never wants to see you again, but it's my way of thinking that if you tap on her door tonight, she'll be taking you in. Smile and say it was your fault, whether it was or not."
Rand cleared his throat and hoped his face was not turning red.
Light. Egwene would kill me if she knew I'd even thought of it, and Selene would kill me if I did it. Or would she?
That did make his cheeks burn.
"I thank you for your suggestion, Mistress Madwyn. The rooms?"
He avoided looking at the blanket-covered chest by Loyal's chair. They did not dare leave it without someone awake and guarding it.
"We three will all sleep in the same room."
The innkeeper looked startled, but she recovered quickly.
"As you wish, my lord. This way, if you please."
Rand followed her up the stairs. Loyal carried the chest under its blanket. The stairs groaned under the weight of him and the chest together, but the innkeeper seemed to think it was just an Ogier's bulk, and Huron still carried all the saddlebags and the bundled cloak with the harp and flute. Mistress Madwyn had a third bed brought in and hastily assembled and made up. One of the beds already there stretched nearly from wall to wall in length, and had obviously been meant for Loyal from the start. There was barely room to walk between the beds. As soon as the innkeeper was gone, Rand turned to the others. Loyal had pushed the still-covered chest under his bed and was drawing the mattress. Huron was setting out the saddlebags.
"Do either of you know why that captain was so suspicious of us? He was, I'm sure of it."
He shook his head.
"I almost think he thought we might steal that statue the way he was talking." "Deus Daemar, Lord Rand," Huron said. "The great game. The game of houses, some call it. This Caldwyn thinks you must be doing something to your advantage or you wouldn't be here. And whatever you're doing might be to his disadvantage, so he has to be careful."
Rand shook his head.
"The great game? What game?"
"It isn't a game at all, Rand,"
Loyal said from his bed. He had pulled a book from his pocket, but it lay unopened on his chest.
"I don't know much about it. Ogier don't do such things, but I have heard of it. The nobles and the noble houses maneuver for advantage. They do things they think will help them, or hurt an enemy, or both. Usually it's all done in secrecy, or if not, they try to make it seem as if they're doing something other than what they are."
He gave one tufted ear a puzzled scratch.
"Even knowing what it is, I don't understand it. Elder Hammond always said it would take a greater mind than his to understand the things humans do, and I don't know many as intelligent as Elder Hammond. You humans are odd."
Huron gave the Ogier a slanted look, but he said,
"He has the right of Deus Daemar, Lord Rand. Cairhienin play it more than most, though all Southerners do." "These soldiers in the morning," Rand said, "are they part of Caldwyn playing this great game? We can't afford to get mixed in anything like that."
There was no need to mention the horn. They were all too aware of its presence. Loyal shook his head.
"I don't know, Rand. He's human, so it could mean anything."
"Huron?" "I don't know either."
Huron sounded as worried as the Ogier looked.
"He could be doing just what he said, or... That's the way of the game of houses. You never know. I spent most of my time at Cairhien in the Foregate, Lord Rand, and I don't know much about Cairhienin nobles, but... Well, Deus Daemar can be dangerous anywhere, but especially in Cairhien, I've heard."
He brightened suddenly.
"The Lady Selene, Lord Rand. She'll know better than me or the Builder. You can ask her in the morning."
But in the morning, Selene was gone. When Rand went down to the common room, Mistress Madwyn handed him a sealed parchment.
If you'll forgive me, my lord, you should have listened to me. You should have tapped on your lady's door.
Rand waited until she went away before he broke the white wax seal. The wax had been impressed with a crescent moon and stars.
I must leave you for a time. There are too many people here, and I do not like Calderwood. I will await you in Cairhien. Never think that I am too far from you. You will be in my thoughts always, as I know that I am in yours.
It was not signed, but that elegant flowing script had the look of Selene. He folded it carefully and put it in his pocket before going outside, where Huron had the horses waiting. Captain Calderwood was there too, with another younger officer and 50 mounted soldiers crowding the street. The 2 officers were bareheaded, but wore steel-blacked gauntlets and gold-worked breastplates strapped over their blue coats. A short staff was fastened to the harness of each officer's back, bearing a small, stiff blue banner above his head. Calderwood's banner bore a single white star, while the younger man's was crossed by 2 white bars. They were a sharp contrast to the soldiers in their plain armor and helmets that looked like bells with metal cut away to expose their faces. Calderwood bowed as Rand came out of the inn.
Good morning to you, my Lord Rand. This is Elric Cain Tavalin, who will command your escort, if I may call it that.
The other officer bowed. His head was shaved as Calderwood's was. He did not speak.
An escort will be welcome, Captain, Rand said, managing to sound at ease.
Fane would not try anything against 50 soldiers, but Rand wished he could be certain they were only an escort. The captain eyed Loyal, on his way to his horse with the blanket-covered chest.
A heavy burden, Ogier.
Loyal almost missed a step.
I never like to be far from my books, Captain.
His wide mouth flashed teeth in a self-conscious grin, and he hurried to strap the chest onto his saddle. Calderwood looked around, frowning.
Your lady is not down yet, and her fine animal is not here.
She left already, Rand told him. She had to go on to Cairhien quickly during the night. Calderwood's eyebrows lifted.
During the night? But my men... Forgive me, my Lord Rand.
He drew the young officer aside, whispering furiously.
He had the inn watched, Lord Rand, Huron whispered. The Lady Selene must have gotten past them unseen somehow.
Rand climbed to Red's saddle with a grimace. If there had been any chance Calderwood did not suspect them of something, it seemed Selene had finished it.
Too many people, she says, he muttered.
There'll be more people by far in Cairhien. You said something, my lord. Rand looked up as Tavalin joined him, mounted on a tall, dust-colored gelding. Huron was in his saddle too, and Loyal stood beside his big horse's head. The soldiers were formed up in ranks. Calderwood was nowhere to be seen.
Nothing is happening the way I expect, Rand said.
Tavalin gave him a brief smile, hardly more than a twitch of his lips. Shall we ride, my lord? The strange procession headed for the hard-packed road that led to the city of Cairhien.
Chapter 22. Watchers. Nothing is happening as I expect, Moiraine muttered, not expecting an answer from Lan. The long, polished table before her was littered with books and papers, scrolls and manuscripts, many of them dusty from long storage and tattered with age, some only fragments. The room seemed almost made of books and manuscripts, filling shelves except where there were doors or windows or the fireplace. The chairs were high-backed and well-padded, but half of them and most of the small tables held books, and some had books and scrolls tucked under them. Only the clutter in front of Moiraine was hers, though. She rose and moved to the window, peered into the night towards the lights of the village not far off. No danger of pursuit here. No one would expect her to come here. Clear my head and begin again, she thought. That is all there is to do. None of the villagers had any suspicion that the 2 elderly sisters living in this snug house were Aes Sedai. One did not suspect such things in a small place like Tiffan's Well, a farming community deep in the grassy plains of Arafel. The villagers came to the sisters for advice on their problems and cures for their ills and valued them as women blessed by the light, but no more. Adelius and Vandene had gone into voluntary retreat together so long ago that few even in the White Tower remembered they still lived. With the one equally aged warder who remained to them, they lived quietly, still intending to write the history of the world since the breaking, and as much as they could include of before, one day. In the meantime, there was so much information to gather, so many puzzles to solve. Their house was the perfect place for Moiraine to find the information she needed, except that it was not there. Movement caught her eye and she turned. Lan was lounging against the yellow brick fireplace, as imperturbable as a boulder. "Do you remember the first time we met, Lan?" She was watching for some sign, or she would not have seen the quick twitch of his eyebrow. It was not often she caught him by surprise. This was a subject neither of them ever mentioned. Nearly 20 years ago she had told him, with all the stiff pride of one still young enough to be called young, she recalled, that she would never speak of it again, and expected the same silence of him. "I remember," was all he said. "And still no apology, I suppose? You threw me into a pond." She did not smile, though she could feel amusement at it now. "Every stitch I had was soaked, and in what you bordermen call new spring, I nearly froze. I recall I built a fire, too, and hung blankets so you could warm yourself in privacy." He poked at the burning logs and returned the fire tool to its hook. Even summer nights were cool in the borderlands. I also recall that while I slept that night, you dumped half the pond on me. It would have saved a great deal of shivering on both our parts if you had simply told me you were Aes Sedai, rather than demonstrating it, rather than trying to separate me from my sword. Not a good way to introduce yourself to a borderman, even for a young woman. I was young and alone, and you were as large then as you are now, and your fierceness more open. I did not want you to know I was Aes Sedai. It seemed to me at the time you might answer my questions more freely if you did not know." She fell silent for a moment, thinking of the years since that meeting. It had been good to find a companion to join her in her quest. "In the weeks that followed, did you suspect that I would ask you to bond to me? I decided you were the one in the first day." "I never guessed," he said dryly. "I was too busy wondering if I could escort you to Chachin and keep a whole skin. A different surprise you had for me every night. The ants, I recall in particular. I don't think I had one good night's sleep that whole ride." She permitted herself a small smile, remembering. "I was young," she repeated. "And does your bond chafe after all these years? You are not a man to wear a leash easily, even so light a one as mine." It was a stinging comment. She meant it to be so. "No." His voice was cool, but he took up the fire tool again and gave the blaze a fierce poking it did not need. Sparks cascaded up the chimney. "I chose freely, knowing what it entailed." The iron rod clattered back onto its hook, and he made a formal bow. "Honored to serve, Moiraine Aes Sedai. It has been and will be so always." Moiraine sniffed. "Your humility, Lan Gaidin, has always been more arrogance than most kings could manage with their armies at their backs. From the first day I met you, it has been so." "Why all this talk of days past, Moiraine?" For the 100th time, or so it seemed to her, she considered the words to use. "Before we left Tar Valon, I made arrangements, should anything happen to me, for your bond to pass to another." He stared at her, silent. "When you feel my death, you will find yourself compelled to seek her out immediately. I do not want you to be surprised by it." "Compelled," he breathed softly, angrily. "Never once have you used my bond to compel me. I thought you more than disapproved of that. Had I left this thing undone, you would be free of the bond at my death, and not even my strongest command to you would hold. I will not allow you to die in a useless attempt to avenge me, and I will not allow you to return to your equally useless private war in the Blight. The war we fight is the same war, if you could only see it so, and I will see that you fight it to some purpose.
Neither vengeance nor an unburied death in the Blight will do. And do you foresee your death coming soon?" His voice was quiet, his face expressionless, both like stone in a dead winter blizzard. It was a manner she had seen in him many times, usually when he was on the point of violence. "Have you planned something without me that will see you dead?" "I'm suddenly glad there is no pond in this room," she murmured, then raised her hands when he stiffened, offended at her light tone. "I see my death in every day as you do. How could I not, with the task we have followed these years? Now, with everything coming to a head, I must see it as even more possible." For a moment he studied his hands, large and square. "I had never thought," he said slowly, "that I might not be the first of us to die. Somehow, even at the worst, it always seemed—" Abruptly he scrubbed his hands against each other. "If there is a chance I might be given like a pet lapdog, I would at least like to know to whom I am being given." "I have never seen you as a pet," Moiraine said sharply, "and neither does Mirelle." "Mirelle," he grimaced. "Yes, she would have to be green or else some slip of a girl just raised to full sisterhood." "If Mirelle can keep her 3 Gaidin in line, perhaps she has a chance to manage you. Though she would like to keep you, I know, she has promised to pass your bond to another when she finds one who suits you better." "So, not a pet, but a parcel. Mirelle is to be a caretaker. Moiraine, not even the Greens treat their warders so. No Aes Sedai has passed her warder's bond to another in 400 years, but you intend to do it to me not once but twice." "It is done, and I will not undo it." "The light blind me if I'm to be passed from hand to hand. Do you at least have some idea in whose hand I will end?" "What I do is for your own good, and perhaps it may be for another's as well. It may be that Mirelle will find a slip of a girl just raised to sisterhood. Was that not what you said? Who needs a warder hardened in battle and wise in the ways of the world? A slip of a girl who may need someone who will throw her into a pond. You have much to offer, Lan, and to see it wasted in an unmarked grave or left to the ravens when it could go to a woman who needs it would be worse than the sin of which the White Cloaks prate. Yes, I think she will have need of you." Lan's eyes widened slightly. For him it was the same as another man gasping in shocked surmise. She had seldom seen him so off balance. He opened his mouth twice before he spoke. "And who do you have in mind for this?" She cut him off. "Are you sure the bond does not chafe, Lan Gaidin? Do you realize for the first time only now the strength of that bond, the depth of it? You could end with some budding white, all logic and no heart, or with a young brown who sees you as nothing more than a pair of hands to carry her books and sketches. I can hand you where I will, like a parcel or a lapdog, and you can do no more than go. Are you sure it does not chafe?" "Is that what this has been for?" he grated. His eyes burned like blue fire and his mouth twisted. Anger, for the first time ever that she had seen, open anger etched his face. "Has all this talk been a test? A test to see if you could make my bond rub after all this time? From the day I pledged to you, I have ridden where you said ride, even when I thought it foolish, even when I had reason to ride another way. Never did you need my bond to force me. On your word, I have watched you walk into danger and kept my hands at my sides when I wanted nothing more than to outsword and carve a path to safety for you. After this, you test me?" "Not a test, Lan. I spoke plainly, not twisting, and I have done as I said. But at Fal Dara I began to wonder if you were still wholly with me." A wariness entered his eyes. "Lan, forgive me. I would not have cracked the walls you hold so hard, but I must know. Why did you do as you did with Rand?" He blinked. It was obviously not what he expected. She knew what he had thought was coming, and she would not let up now that he was off balance. "You brought him to the Amyrlin speaking and acting as a border lord and a soldier born. It fit, in a way, with what I planned for him, but you and I never spoke of teaching him any of that. Why, Lan?"
"It seemed right. A young wolfhound must meet his first wolf someday, but if the wolf sees him as a puppy, if he acts the puppy, the wolf will surely kill him. The wolfhound must be a wolfhound in the wolf's eyes even more than in his own if he is to survive."
"Is that how you see Aes Sedai? The Amyrlin? Me? Wolves out to pull down your young wolfhound?" Lan shook his head. "You know what he is, Lan. You know what he must become. Must. What I have worked for since the day you and I met, and before. Do you now doubt what I do?" No, but he was recovering himself, building his walls again, but they were not rebuilt yet. "How many times have you said that ta'veren pull those around them like twigs in a whirlpool? Perhaps I was pulled too. I only know that it felt right. Those farm folk needed someone on their side. Rand did, at least. Moiraine, I believe in what you do, even as now, when I know not half of it. Believe as I believe in you. I have not asked to be released from my bond, nor will I. Whatever your plans for dying and seeing me safely disposed of, I will take great pleasure in keeping you alive and seeing those plans at least go for nothing." "ta'veren," Moiraine sighed. "Perhaps it was that. Rather than guiding a chip floating down a stream, I am trying to guide a log through rapids. Every time I push at it, it pushes at me, and the log grows larger the farther we go. Yet I must see it through to the end." She gave a little laugh. "I will not be unhappy, my old friend, if you manage to put those plans awry. Now, please leave me. I need to be alone to think." He hesitated only a moment before turning for the door. At the last moment, though, she could not let him go without one more question. "Do you ever dream of something different, Lan?"
"All men dream, but I know dreams for dreams. This," he touched his sword hilt, "is reality."
The walls were back, as high and hard as ever. For a time after he left, Moiraine leaned back in her chair looking into the fire. She thought of Nynaeve and cracks in a wall. Without trying, without thinking what she was doing, that young woman had put cracks in Lan's walls and seeded the cracks with creepers. Lan thought he was secure, imprisoned in his fortress by fate and his own wishes, but slowly, patiently, the creepers were tearing down the walls to bear the man within. Already he was sharing some of Nynaeve's loyalties. In the beginning he had been indifferent to the Emond's Field folk, except as people in whom Moiraine had some interest. Nynaeve had changed that, as she had changed Lan. To her surprise, Moiraine felt a flash of jealousy. She had never felt that before, certainly not for any of the women who had thrown their hearts at his feet, or those who had shared his bed. Indeed, she had never thought of him as an object of jealousy, had never thought so of any man. She was married to her battle, as he was married to his. But they had been companions in those battles for so long. He had ridden a horse to death, then run himself nearly to death, carrying her in his arms at the last to Anaya for healing. She had tended his wounds more than once, keeping with her arts a life he had been ready to throw away to save hers. He had always said he was wedded with death. Now a new bride had captured his eyes, though he was blind to it. He thought he still stood strong behind his walls, but Nynaeve had laced bridal flowers in his hair. Would he still find himself able to court death so blithely? Moiraine wondered when he would ask her to release him from his bond, and what she would do when he did. With a grimace, she got to her feet. There were more important matters, far more important. Her eyes ran over the open books and papers crowding the room. So many hints, but no answers. Vandene came in with a teapot and cups on a tray. She was slender and graceful with a straight back, and the hair gathered neatly at the nape of her neck was almost white. The agelessness of her smooth face was that of long, long years. "I would have had Jaime bring this and not disturb you myself, but he's out in the barn practicing with his sword." She made a clucking sound as she pushed a battered manuscript aside to set the tray on the table. "Lan being here has him remembering he's more than a gardener and handyman. Gaidin are so stiff-necked. I thought Lan would still be here, That's why I brought an extra cup. Have you found what you were seeking?" "I'm not even sure what it is I am seeking." Moiraine frowned, studying the other woman. Vandene was of the green Aja, not brown like her sister, yet the two of them had studied so long together that she knew as much of history as Adelius. "Whatever it is, you don't even seem to know where to look." Vandene shifted some of the books and manuscripts on the table, shaking her head. "So many subjects. The Trolloc Wars, the Watchers over the Waves, the Legend of the Return, 2 treatises on the Horn of Valir, 3 on Dark Prophecy, and Light. Here's Santhra's book on the Forsaken. Nasty, that. As nasty as this on Shadar Logoth. And the Prophecies of the Dragon in 3 translations, and the original. Moiraine, whatever are you after? The prophecies I can understand. We hear some news here, remote as we are. We hear some of what's happening in Ilion. There's even a rumor in the village that someone has already found the horn." She gestured with a manuscript on the horn and coughed in the dust that rose from it. "I discount that, of course. There would be rumors. But what? No. You said you wanted privacy, and I'll give it to you." "Stop a moment," Moiraine said, halting the other Aes Sedai short of the door. "Perhaps you can answer some questions for me." "I will try." Vandene smiled suddenly. "Adelius claims I should have chosen brown. Ask." She poured 2 cups of tea and handed one to Moiraine, then took a chair by the fire. Steam curled over the cups while Moiraine chose her questions carefully, to find the answers and not reveal too much. "The Horn of Valir is not mentioned in the prophecies, but is it linked to the dragon anywhere?" "No, except for the fact that the horn must be found before Tarmon Gai'don, and that the dragon reborn is supposed to fight the last battle. There is no link between them at all." The white-haired woman sipped her tea and waited. "Does anything link the dragon with Tomon Head?" Vandene hesitated. "Yes and no. This is a bone between Adelius and me." Her voice took on a lecturing tone, and for a time she did sound like a brown. "There is a verse in the original that translates literally as 5 ride forth and 4 return. Above the watchers shall he proclaim himself, bannered cross the sky in fire." Well, it goes on. The point is the word Mavron. I say it should be translated not simply as watchers, which is Avron. Mavron has more importance to it. I say it means the watchers over the waves, though they call themselves Domier Avron, of course, not Mavron. Adelius tells me I'm quibbling, but I believe it means the dragon reborn will appear somewhere above Tomon Head, in Arad Doman or Saldaea. Adelius may think I'm foolish, but I listen to every scrap I hear coming from Saldaea these days. Mazrim Time can channel, so I hear, and our sisters haven't managed to corner him yet. If the dragon is reborn and the Horn of Valir found, then the last battle is coming soon. We may never finish our history." She gave a shiver, then abruptly laughed. "Odd thing to worry about. I suppose I am becoming more a brown. Horrible thing to contemplate. Ask your next question." "I do not think you need worry about time," Moiraine said absently. "It was a link with Tomon Head, however small and tenuous. He will be dealt with as Loghain was. What of Shadar Logoth?" "Shadar Logoth," Vandene snorted. "In brief, the city was destroyed by its own hate, every living thing except Mordeth, the counselor who began it all, using the tactics of the Dark Friends against the Dark Friends, and he now lies trapped there waiting for a soul to steal. It is not safe to enter, and nothing in the city is safe to touch, but every novice close to being accepted knows as much as that. In full, you will have to stay here a month and listen to Adelius lecture. She has the true knowledge of it. But even I can tell you there's nothing of the dragon in it. That place was dead 100 years before Urien Stonebow rose from the ashes of the Trolloc Wars, and he lies closest to it in history of all the false dragons." Moiraine raised a hand. "I did not speak clearly, and I do not speak of the dragon now, reborn or false. Can you think of any reason why a Fade would take something that had come from Shadar Logoth?"
Not if it knew the thing for what it was. The hate that killed Shadar Logoth was hate they thought to use against the Dark One. It would destroy Shadowspawn as surely as it would those who walk in the light. They rightly fear Shadar Logoth as much as we. And what can you tell me of the Forsaken? You do leap from subject to subject. I can tell you little more than you learned as a novice. No one knows much more of the Nameless than that. Do you expect me to ramble on with what we both learned as girls? For an instant, Moiraine was silent. She did not want to say too much, but Vandene and Adelius had more knowledge at their fingertips than existed anywhere else but the White Tower, and more complications awaited her there than she cared to deal with now. She let the name slip between her lips as if it were escaping. Lanfear. For once, the other woman sighed, I know not a whit more than I did as a novice. The Daughter of the Night remains as much a mystery as if she truly had cloaked herself in darkness. She paused, peering into her cup, and when she looked up, her eyes were sharp on Moiraine's face. Lanfear was linked to the dragon, to lose Theron Telamon. Moiraine, do you have some clue as to where the dragon will be reborn? Or was reborn? Has he come already? If I did, Moiraine replied levelly, would I be here instead of in the White Tower? The Amyrlin knows as much as I, that I swear. Have you received a summons from her? No, and I suppose we would. When the time comes that we must face the dragon reborn, the Amyrlin will need every sister, every accepted, every novice who can light a candle unguided. Vandene's voice lowered, musing. With such power as he will wield, we must overwhelm him before he has a chance to use it against us, before he can go mad and destroy the world. Yet first, we must let him face the Dark One. She laughed mirthlessly at the look on Moiraine's face. I am not a red. I've studied the prophecies enough to know we dare not gentle him first. If we can gentle him, I know as well as you, as well as any sister who cares to find out, that the seals holding the Dark One in Sheol Ghul are weakening. The Ilianers call the Great Hunt of the Horn. False dragons abound, and 2 of them, Loghain and now this fellow in Saldaea, able to channel. When was the last time the Reds found 2 men channeling in less than a year? When did they last find 1 in 5 years? Not in my lifetime, and I am a good deal older than you. The signs are everywhere. Tarmon-Gai'don is coming, the Dark One will break free, and the dragon will be reborn. Her cup rattled as she set it down. I suppose that is why I feared you might have seen some sign of him. He will come, Moiraine said smoothly, and we will do what must be done. If I thought it would do any good, I'd pull Adelius's nose out of her book and set off for the White Tower. But I find I'm glad to be here where I am instead. Perhaps we will have time to finish our history. I hope that you will, sister. Vandene rose to her feet. Well, I have tasks to be about before bed. If you have no more questions, I will leave you to your studies. But she paused and revealed that however long she had spent with books, she was still of the Green Ajah. You should do something about Lan, Moiraine. The man is rumbling inside worse than Dragonmount. Sooner or later he will erupt. I've known enough men to see when one is troubled with a woman. You 2 have been together a long time. Perhaps he has finally come to see you are a woman as well as Aes Sedai. Lan sees me as what I am, Vandene, Aes Sedai, and still as a friend, I hope. You blues. Always so ready to save the world that you lose yourselves. After the white-haired Aes Sedai left, Moiraine gathered her cloak and, muttering to herself, went into the garden. There was something in what Vandene had said that tugged at her mind, but she could not remember what it was. An answer, or a hint to an answer, for a question she had not asked, but she could not bring the question to mind either. The garden was small like the house, but neat even in moonlight aided by the yellow glow from the cottage windows, with sandy walks between careful beds of flowers. She settled her cloak loosely on her shoulders against the soft coolness of the night. What was the answer?
And what was the question? Sand crunched behind her, and she turned, thinking it was Lan. A shadow loomed dimly only a few paces from her, a shadow that appeared to be a too-tall man wrapped in his cloak. But the face caught the moon, gaunt-cheeked, pale, with black eyes too big above a puckered, red-lipped mouth. The cloak opened, unfolding into great wings like a bat's. Knowing it was too late, she opened herself to Saidar, but the drug car began to croon, and its soft hum filled her, fragmenting her will. Saidar slipped away. She felt only a vague sadness as she stepped toward the creature. The deep crooning that drew her closer suppressed feeling. White hands, like a man's hands but tipped with claws, reached for her, and lips the color of blood curved in a travesty of a smile, bearing sharp teeth, but dimly, so dimly, she knew it would not bite or tear. Fear the drug car's kiss. Once those lips touched her, she would be as good as dead, to be drained of soul, then of life. Whoever found her, even if they came as the drug car let her fall, would find a corpse without a mark, and cold as if dead 2 days. And if they came before she was dead, what they found would be worse, and not really her at all any longer. The croon pulled her within reach of those pale hands, and the drag car's head bent slowly toward her. She felt only the smallest surprise when a sword blade flashed over her shoulder to pierce the drag car's breast, and little more when a second crossed her other shoulder to strike beside the first. Dazed, swaying, she watched as if from a great distance as the creature was pushed back, away from her. Lan came into her view, then Jaime, the gray-haired warder's bony arms holding his blade as straight and true as the younger man's. The drag car's pale hands bloodied as they tore at the sharp steel, wings buffeting the two men with thunderclaps. Suddenly, wounded and bleeding, it began to croon again, to the warders. With an effort, Moiraine gathered herself. She felt almost as drained as if the thing had managed its kiss. No time to be weak. In an instant, she opened herself to Saidar, and as the power filled her, steeled herself to touch the shadow spawn directly. The two men were too close. Anything else would harm them as well. Even using the one power, she knew she would feel soiled by the drug car. But even as she began, Lan cried out, "Embrace death!" Jaime echoed him firmly, "Embrace death!" And the two men stepped within reach of the drag car's touch, drove home their blades to the hilt. Throwing back its head, the drag car bellowed, a shriek that seemed to pierce Moiraine's head like needles. Even wrapped in Saidar, she could feel it. Like a tree falling, the drag car toppled, one wing knocking Jaime to his knees. Lan sagged as if exhausted. Lanterns hurried from the house, borne by Vandene and Adelius. "What was that noise?" Adelius demanded. She was almost a mirror image of her sister. "Has Jaime gone and—" The lantern light fell on the drag car. Her voice trailed off. Vandene took Moiraine's hands. "It did not." She left the question unfinished, as, to Moiraine's eyes, a nimbus surrounded her. Feeling strength flowing into her from the other woman, Moiraine wished, not for the first time, that Aes Sedai could do as much for themselves as they could for others. "It did not," she said gratefully. "See to the guiding." Lan looked at her, mouth tight. "If you had not made me so angry I had to go work forms with Jaime, so angry I gave it up to come back to the house." "But I did," she said. "The pattern takes everything into the weaving." Jaime was muttering, but still allowing Vandene to see to his shoulder. He was all bone and tendon, yet looked as hard as old roots. "How," Adelius demanded, "could any creature of the shadow come so close without us sensing it?" "It was warded," Moiraine said. "Impossible," Adelius snapped. "Only a sister could—" She stopped, and Vandene turned from Jaime to look at Moiraine. Moiraine said the words none of them wanted to hear. "The Black Ajah." Shouts drifted from the village. "Best you hide this," she gestured to the drug car sprawled across a flower bed. "Quickly. They will be coming to ask if you need help, but seeing this will start talk you will not like." Yes, of course, Adelius said. Jame, go and meet them. Tell them you don't know what made the noise, but all is well here. Slow them down. The gray-haired warder hurried into the night toward the sound of approaching villagers. Adelius turned to study the drag car as if it were a puzzling passage in one of her books. Whether Aes Sedai are involved or not, whatever could have brought it here? Vandene regarded Moiraine silently. I fear I must leave you, Moiraine said. Lan, will you ready the horses? As he left, she said, I will leave letters with you to be sent on to the White Tower if you will arrange it. Adelius nodded absently, her attention still on the thing on the ground. And will you find your answers where you are going? Vandene asked. I may already have found one I did not know I sought. I only hope I am not too late. I will need pen and parchment. She drew Vandene toward the house, leaving Adelius to deal with the drug car. Chapter 23. The Testing. Nynaeve warily eyed the huge chamber far beneath the White Tower and eyed Sheriam at her side just as warily. The mistress of novices seemed expectant, perhaps even a little impatient. In her few days in Tar Valon, Nynaeve had seen only serenity in the Aes Sedai and a smiling acceptance of events coming in their own time. The domed room had been carved out of the bedrock of the island. The light of lamps on tall stands reflected from pale, smooth stone walls. Centered under the dome was a thing made of 3 rounded silver arches, each just tall enough to walk under, sitting on a thick silver ring with their ends touching each other. Arches and ring were all of one piece. She could not see what lay inside. There the light flickered oddly and made her stomach flutter with it if she looked too long. Where arch touched ring, an Aes Sedai sat cross-legged on the bare stone of the floor, staring at the silvery construction. Another stood nearby, beside a plain table on which sat 3 large silver chalices. Each, Nynaeve knew, or at least she had been told, was filled with clear water. All 4 Aes Sedai wore their shawls, as Sheriam did. Blue-fringed for Sheriam, red for the swarthy woman by the table, green, white, and gray for the 3 around the arches. Nynaeve still wore one of the dresses she had been given in Faldara, pale green embroidered with small white flowers. First you leave me to stare at my thumbs from morning to night, Nynaeve muttered, and now it's all in a rush. The hour waits on no woman, Sheriam replied. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, and when it wills. Patience is a virtue that must be learned, but we must all be ready for the change of an instant. Nynaeve tried not to glare. The most irritating thing she had yet discovered about the flame-haired Aes Sedai was that she sometimes sounded as if she were quoting sayings even when she was not. What is that thing? A ter'angreal? Well, that tells me nothing. What does it do? Ter'angreal do many things, child. Like Angreal and Sa'angreal, they are remnants of the Age of Legends that use the one power, though they are not quite so rare as the other 2. While some ter'angreal must be made to work by Aes Sedai, as this one must, others will do what they do simply with the presence of any woman who can channel. There are even supposed to be some that will function for anyone at all. Unlike Angreal and Sa'angreal, they were made to do specific things. One other we have in the tower makes oaths binding. When you are raised to full sisterhood, you will take your final vows holding that ter'angreal, to speak no word that is not true, to make no weapon for one man to kill another, never to use the one power as a weapon except against dark friends or shadow spawn, or in the last extreme of defending your own life, that of your warder, or that of another sister. Nynaeve shook her head. It sounded either like too much to swear or too little, and she said so. Once Aes Sedai were not required to swear oaths. It was known what Aes Sedai were and what they stood for, and there was no need for more. Many of us wish it were so still, but the wheel turns and the times change. That we swear these oaths, that we are known to be bound, allows the nations to deal with us without fearing that we will throw up our own power, the one power, against them. Between the Trolloc Wars and the War of the 100 Years we made these choices, and because of them the White Tower still stands, and we can still do what we can against the Shadow. Sheriam drew a deep breath. Light, child. I am trying to teach you what any other woman standing where you are would have learned over the course of years. It cannot be done. ter'angreal are what must concern you now. We don't know why they were made. We dare use only a handful of them, and the ways in which we do dare to use them may be nothing like the purposes the makers intended. Most we have learned to our cost to avoid. Over the years, no few Aes Sedai have been killed, or had their talent burned out of them learning that. Nynaeve shivered. And you want me to walk into this one? The light inside the arches flickered less now, but she could see what lay in it no better. We know what this one does. It will bring you face to face with your greatest fears. Shiriam smiled pleasantly. No one will ask you what you have faced. You need tell no more than you wish. Every woman's fears are her own property. Vaguely, Nynaeve thought about her nervousness concerning spiders, especially in the dark, but she did not think that was what Shiriam meant. I just walk through one arch and out another? 3 times through and it's done? The Aes Sedai adjusted her shawl with an irritated hitch of her shoulder. If you wish to boil it down that far, yes, she said dryly. I told you on the way here what you must know about the ceremony as much as anyone is allowed to know beforehand. If you were a novice come to this, you would know it by heart, but don't worry about making mistakes. I will remind you if necessary. Are you sure you are ready to face it? If you want to stop now, I can still write your name in the novice book. No. Very well, then. 2 things I will tell you now that no woman hears until she is in this room. The first is this. Once you begin, you must continue to the end. Refuse to go on, and no matter your potential, you will be very kindly put out of the tower with enough silver to support you for a year, and you will never be allowed back. Nynaeve opened her mouth to say she would not refuse, but Shiriam cut her off with a sharp gesture. Listen, and speak when you know what to say. Second, to seek, to strive, is to know danger. You will know danger here. Some women have entered and never come out. When the ter'angreal was allowed to grow quiet, they were not there, and they were never seen again. If you will survive, you must be steadfast. Falter, fail, and... Her silence was more eloquent than any words. This is your last chance, child. You may turn back now, right now, and I will put your name in the novice book, and you will have only 1 mark against you. Twice more you will be allowed to come here, and only at the 3rd refusal will you be put out of the tower. It is no shame to refuse. Many do. I myself could not do it my first time here. Now you may speak. Nynaeve gave the silver arches a sidelong look. The light in them no longer flickered. They were filled with a soft white glow. To learn what she wanted to learn, she needed the freedom of the accepted to question, to study on her own, with no more guidance than she asked for. I must make Moiraine pay for what she has done to us. I must. I am ready. Shiriam started slowly into the chamber. Nynaeve went beside her. As if that were a signal, the Red Sister spoke in loud, formal tones. Whom do you bring with you, sister? The 3 Aes Sedai around the ter'angreal continued their attentions to it. One who comes as a candidate for acceptance, sister, Shiriam replied just as formally. Is she ready? She is ready to leave behind what she was, and passing through her fears, gain acceptance. Does she know her fears? She has never faced them, but now is willing. Then let her face what she fears. Shiriam stopped, 2 spans from the arches, and Nynaeve stopped with her. Your dress, Shiriam whispered, not looking at her. Nynaeve's cheeks colored at forgetting already what Shiriam had told her on the way down from her room. Hastily she removed her clothes, her shoes, and stockings. For a moment she could almost forget the arches in folding her garments and putting them neatly to one side. She tucked Lan's ring carefully under her dress. She did not want anyone staring at that. Then she was done, and the ter'angreal was still there, still waiting. The stone felt cold under her bare feet, and she broke out all over in goosebumps, but she stood straight and breathed slowly. She would not let any of them see she was afraid. "The first time," Shiriam said, "is for what was. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast." Nynaeve hesitated. Then she stepped forward, through the arch and into the glow. It surrounded her as if the air itself were shining, as if she were drowning in light. The light was everywhere. The light was everything. Nynaeve gave a start when she realized she was naked, then stared in amazement. A stone wall stood to either side of her, twice as tall as she was and smooth, as if carved. Her toes wriggled on dusty, uneven stone paving. The sky above seemed flat and leaden for all the lack of clouds, and the sun hung overhead swollen and red. In both directions were openings in the wall, gateways marked by short, square columns. The walls narrowed her field of view, but the ground sloped down from where she stood, both in front and behind. Through the gateways she could see more thick walls and passages between. She was in a gigantic maze. Where is this? How did I come here? Like a different voice, another thought came. The way out will come but once. She shook her head. If there's only one way out, I'll not find it standing here. At least the air was warm and dry. I hope I find some clothes before I find people, she muttered. Dimly she remembered playing mazes on paper as a child. There had been a trick to finding your way out, but she could not bring it to mind. Everything in the past seemed vague, as if it had happened to someone else. Trailing a hand along the wall, she started out, dust rising in puffs beneath her bare feet. At the first opening in the wall, she found herself peering down another passage that seemed indistinguishable from the one she was in already. Taking a deep breath, she went on straight, through more passages that all looked exactly alike. Presently she came to something different. The way forked. She took the left turning, and eventually it forked again. Once more she went left. At the third fork, left brought her to a blank wall. Grimly she walked back to the last fork and went right. This time it took 4 turnings right to bring her to a dead end. For a moment she stood glaring at it. "How did I get here?" she demanded loudly. "Where is this place?" "The way out will come but once." Once more she turned back. She was sure there had to be a trick to the maze. At the last fork she went left, then right at the next. Determined, she kept on. Left, then right. Straight until she came to a fork. Left, then right. It seemed to her to be working. At least she had gone past a dozen forkings this time without finding an end. She came to another. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a flicker of motion. When she turned to look, there was only the dusty passage between smooth stone walls. She started to take the left fork and spun around at another glimpse of movement. There was nothing there, but this time she was sure. There had been someone behind her. Was someone. She broke into a nervous trot in the opposite direction. Again and again, now, just at the edge of vision down this side passage or that, she saw something move, too quick to make out, gone before she could turn her head to see it plainly. She broke into a run. Few boys had been able to outrun her when she was a girl in the 2 rivers. The 2 rivers? What is that? A man stepped out from an opening ahead of her. His dark clothes had a musty, half-rotted look, and he was old. Older than old. Skin like crazed parchment covered his skull too tightly, as if there were no flesh beneath. Wispy tufts of brittle hair covered a scabbed scalp, and his eyes were so sunken they seemed to peer out of 2 caves. She skidded to a stop, the uneven paving stones rough under her feet. "I am Aginor," he said, smiling, "and I have come for you." Her heart tried to leap out of her chest. One of the Forsaken. No, it cannot be. "You are a pretty one, girl. I will enjoy you." Suddenly Nynaeve remembered she wore not a stitch. With a yelp and a face red only partly from anger, she darted away down the nearest crossing passage. Cackling laughter pursued her, and the sound of a shuffling run that seemed to match her best speed, and breathy promises of what he would do when he caught her, promises that curdled her stomach, even only half heard. Desperately, she searched for a way out, peering frantically as she ran with fists clenched. The way out will come but once. Be steadfast. There was nothing, only more of the endless maze. As hard as she could run, his filthy words came always right behind her. Slowly, fear turned completely to anger. "Burn him," she sobbed. "The light burn him! He has no right!" Within her she felt a flowering, an opening up, an unfolding to light. Teeth bared, she turned to face her pursuer just as Aginor appeared, laughing in a lurching gallop. "You have no right!" She flung her fist toward him, fingers opening as if she were throwing something. She was only half surprised to see a ball of fire leave her hand. It exploded against Aginor's chest, knocking him to the ground. For only an instant he sprawled there, then rose, staggering. He seemed unaware of the smoldering front of his coat. "You dare! You dare!" He quivered, and spittle leaked down his chin. Abruptly there were clouds in the sky, threatening billows of gray and black. Lightning leaped from the clouds straight for Nynaeve's heart. It seemed to her, just for a heartbeat, as if time had suddenly slowed, as though that heartbeat took forever. She felt the flow inside her. saidar, came a distant thought, felt the answering flow in the lightning, and she altered the direction of the flow. Time leaped forward. With a crash, the bolt shattered stone above Aginor's head. The Forsaken's sunken eyes widened, and he tottered back. "You cannot! It cannot be!" He leaped away as lightning struck where he had stood, stone erupting in a fountain of shards. Grimly Nynaeve started toward him, and Aginor fled. saidar was a torrent racing through her. She could feel the rocks around her and the air, feel the tiny flowing bits of the one power that suffused them and made them. And she could feel Aginor doing something as well. Dimly she felt it, and far distant, as if it were something she could never truly know, but around her she saw the effects and knew them for what they were. The ground rumbled and heaved under her feet. Walls toppled in front of her, piles of stone to block her way. She scrambled over them, uncaring if sharp rock cut hands and feet, always keeping Aginor in sight. A wind rose, howling down the passages against her, raging till it flattened her cheeks and made her eyes water, trying to knock her down. She changed the flow, and Aginor tumbled along the passageway like an uprooted bush. She touched the flow in the ground, redirected it, and stone walls collapsed around Aginor, sealing him in. Lightning fell with her glare, striking around him, stone exploding ever closer and closer. She could feel him fighting to push it back at her, but foot by foot the dazzling bolts moved toward the Forsaken. Something gleamed off to her right, something uncovered by the collapsing walls. Nynaeve could feel Aginor weakening, feel his efforts to strike at her grow more feeble and more frantic. Yet somehow she knew he had not given up. If she let him go now, he would chase after her as strongly as before, convinced she was too weak to defeat him after all, too weak to stop him from doing with her as he wished. A silver arch stood where stone had been, an arch filled with soft silver radiance. The way back. She knew when the Forsaken abandoned his attack, the moment when all his efforts were given over to staving her off. And his power was not enough. He could no longer deflect her blows. Now he had to fling himself away from the leaping gouts of stone thrown up by her lightning, the explosions flinging him down again. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. The lightning no longer fell. Nynaeve turned from the scrabbling Aginor to look at the arch. She looked back at Aginor, just in time to see him crawl out of sight over the mounded stone and disappear. She hissed in frustration. Much of the maze still stood, and 100 new places to hide in the rubble she and the Forsaken had made. It would take time to find him again, but she was sure if she did not find him first, he would find her. In his full strength, he would come on her when she least expected him. The way back will come but once. Frightened, she looked again and was relieved to see the arch still there. If she could find Aginor quickly, be steadfast.
With a cry of thwarted anger, she climbed over the tumbled stone toward the arch. "Whoever's responsible for me being here," she muttered, "I'll make them wish they had gotten what Agenor got. She stepped into the arch, and the light overwhelmed her. Nynaeve stepped out of the arch and stopped to stare. It was all as she remembered. The silver ter'angreal, the Aes Sedai, the chamber. But remembering was like a blow, absent memories crashing back into her head. She had come out of the same arch by which she went in. The Red Sister raised one of the silver chalices high and poured a stream of cool, clear water over Nynaeve's head. "You are washed clean of what sin you may have done," the Aes Sedai intoned, "and of those done against you. You are washed clean of what crime you may have committed, and of those committed against you. You come to us washed clean and pure, in heart and soul." Nynaeve shivered as the water ran down her body, dripping on the floor. Shiriam took her arm with a relieved smile, but the Mistress of Novice's voice gave no hint of past worry. "You do well so far. Coming back is doing well. Remember what your purpose is, and you will continue to be well." The redhead began to lead her around the ter'angreal to another arch. "It was so real," Nynaeve said in a whisper. She could remember everything, remember channeling the one power as easily as lifting her hand. She could remember Agenor and the things the Forsaken wanted to do to her. She shivered again. "Was it real?" "No one knows," Shiriam replied. "It seems real in memory, and some have come out bearing the actual wounds of hurts taken inside. Others have been cut to the bone inside and come back without a mark. It is all of it different every time for every woman who goes in. The ancients said there were many worlds. Perhaps this ter'angreal takes you to them. Yet, if so, it does so under very stringent rules for something meant just to take you from one place to another. I believe it is not real. But remember, whether what happens is real or not, the danger is as real as a knife plunging into your heart." "I channeled the power. It was so easy." Shiriam missed a step. "That isn't supposed to be possible. You should not even remember being able to channel." She studied Nynaeve. "And yet you are not harmed. I can still sense the ability in you as strong as it ever was." "You sound as if it were dangerous," Nynaeve said slowly, and Shiriam hesitated before answering. "It isn't thought necessary to give a warning, since you shouldn't be able to remember it, but this ter'angreal was found during the Trolloc Wars. We have the records of its examination in the archives. The first sister to enter was warded as strongly as she could be, since no one knew what it would do. She kept her memories, and she channeled the one power when she was threatened, and she came out with her abilities burned to nothing, unable to channel, unable even to sense the true source. The second to go in was also warded, and she too was destroyed in the same way. The third went unprotected, remembered nothing once she was inside, and returned unharmed. That is one reason why we send you completely unprotected. Nynaeve, you must not channel inside the ter'angreal again. I know it is hard to remember anything, but try." Nynaeve swallowed. She could remember everything, could remember not remembering. "I won't channel," she said. "If I can remember not to." She wanted to laugh hysterically. They had reached the next arch. The glow still filled them all. Shiriam gave Nynaeve a last warning look and left her standing alone. "The second time is for what is. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast." Nynaeve stared at the shining silver arch. What is in there this time? The others were waiting, watching. She stepped firmly through into the light. Nynaeve stared down at the plain brown dress she wore with surprise, then gave a start. Why was she staring at her own dress? The way back will come but once. Looking around her, she smiled. She stood on the edge of the green in Emond's Field, with thatch-roofed houses all around and the Wine Spring Inn right in front of her. The wine spring itself rose in a gush from the stone outcrop thrusting up through the grass of the green, and the wine spring water rushed off east under the willows beside the inn. The streets were empty, but most people would be at their chores this time of the morning. Looking at the inn, her smile faded. There was more than an air of neglect about it. A whitewash faded, a shutter hanging loose, the rotted end of a rafter showing at a gap in the roof tiles. What's gotten into Bran? Is he spending so much time being mayor he's forgetting to take care of his inn? The inn door swung open, and Sen Bui came out, stopping dead when he saw her. The old thatcher was as gnarled as an oak root, and the look he gave her was just as friendly. "So you've come back, have you? Well, you might as well be off again." She frowned as he spat at her feet and hurried on past her. Sen was never a pleasant man, but he was seldom openly rude. Never to her, at least. Never to her face. Following him with her eye, she saw signs of neglect all through the village. Thatch that should have been mended. Weeds filling yards. The door on Mistress Alcar's house hung aslant on a broken hinge. Shaking her head, Nynaeve pushed into the inn. I'll have more than one word with Bran about this. The common room was empty except for a lone woman, her thick graying braid pulled over her shoulder. She was wiping a table, but from the way she stared at the tabletop, Nynaeve did not think she was aware of what she was doing. The room seemed dusty. Maren? Maren Alvear jumped, one hand clutching her throat, and stared. She looked years older than Nynaeve remembered. Worn. Nynaeve? Nynaeve! Oh, it is you. Egwene? Have you brought Egwene back? Say you have. Nynaeve put a hand to her head. Where is Egwene? It seemed she should be able to remember. No, I haven't brought her back. The way back will come but once. Mistress Alvear sagged into one of the straight-backed chairs. I was so hoping, ever since Bran died. Bran is dead? Nynaeve could not imagine it. That broad, smiling man had always seemed as if he would go on forever. I should have been here. The other woman jumped to her feet and hurried to peer anxiously through a window at the green and the village. If Malena knows you're here, there will be trouble. I just know Sen went scurrying off to find her. He's the mayor now. Sen? How did even those wool-headed men choose Sen? It was Malena. She had the whole women's circle after their husbands for him. Maren pressed her face almost against the window, trying to look every way at once. Silly men don't talk about whose name they're putting in the box beforehand. I suppose every man who voted for Sen thought he was the only one whose wife had badgered him into it. Thought one vote would make no difference. Well, they learned better. We all did. Who is this Malena who has the women's circle doing her bidding? I've never heard of her. She's from Watch Hill. She's the Maren turned from the window, wringing her hands. Malena Alar's the wisdom, Nynaeve. When you didn't come back. Light, I hope she doesn't find out you're here. Nynaeve shook her head in wonder. Maren, you're afraid of her. You are shaking. What kind of woman is she? Why did the women's circle ever choose someone like her? Mistress Alvear gave a bitter laugh. We must have been mad. Malena came down to see Mavra Malon the day before Mavra had to go back to Devon Ride, and that night some children took sick, and Malena stayed to look after them, and then the sheep started dying, and Malena took care of that, too. It just seemed natural to choose her, but she's a bully, Nynaeve. She browbeats you into doing what she wants. She keeps at you until you're too tired to say no anymore. And worse, she knocked Alspet Luhan down. A picture flashed in Nynaeve's head of Alspet Luhan and her husband Harl the blacksmith. She was nearly as tall as him and stoutly built, though handsome. Alspet's almost as strong as Harl. I can't believe. Malena's not a big woman, but she's fierce, Nynaeve. She beat Alspet all around the green with a stick, and none of us who saw had the nerve to try to stop it. When they found out, Bran and Harl said she had to go, even if they were interfering in women's circle business. I think some of the circle might have listened, but Bran and Harl both took sick the same night and died within a day of each other. Maren bit her lip and looked around the room as if she thought someone might be hiding there. Her voice lowered. Malena mixed medicine for them. She said it was her duty even if they had spoken against her. I saw gray fennel in what she took away with her. Nynaeve gasped. But are you sure, Maren?
Are you certain?" The other woman nodded, her face wrinkling on the point of tears. "Maren, if you even suspected this woman might have poisoned Bran, how could you not go to the circle?" "She said Bran and Harald didn't walk in the light," Maren mumbled, "talking against the wisdom the way they did. She said that was why they died. The light abandoned them. She talks about sin all the time. She said Pete Alcar sinned, talking against her after Bran and Harald died. All he said was she didn't have the way with healing you did, but she drew the dragon's fang on his door, right out where everyone could see her with the charcoal in her hand. Both his boys were dead before the week was out, just dead when their mother went to wake them. Poor Neela. We found her wandering, laughing and crying all at the same time, screaming that Pete was the Dark One and he'd killed her boys. Pete hung himself the next day." She shuddered, and her voice went so soft Nynaeve could barely hear it. "I have 4 daughters still living under my roof. Living, Nynaeve. Do you understand what I'm saying? They're still alive, and I want to keep them alive." Nynaeve felt cold to her bones. "Maren, you can't allow this. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast." She pushed it away. "If the women's circle stands together, you can be rid of her." "Stand together against Malena?" Maren's laugh was nearer a sob. "We're all afraid of her, but she's good with the children. There are always children sick these days, it seems, but Malena does the best she can. Almost no one ever died of sickness when you were wisdom. Maren, listen to me. Don't you see why there are always children sick? If she can't make you afraid of her, she makes you think you need her for the children. She's doing it, Maren, just as she did it to Bran." "She couldn't," Maren breathed. "She wouldn't. Not the little ones." "She is, Maren. The way back." Nynaeve suppressed the thought ruthlessly. "Is there anyone in the circle who isn't afraid? Anyone who will listen?" The other woman said, "No one who isn't afraid. But Corin Ayelin might listen. If she does, she might bring 2 or 3 more. Nynaeve, if enough of the circle listens, will you be our wisdom again? I think you may be the only one who won't back down to Malena, even if we all know. You don't know what she's like." "I will. The way back." "No! These are my people. Get your cloak and we'll go to Corin." Maren was hesitant about leaving the inn, and once Nynaeve had her outside, she slunk along from doorstep to doorstep, crouching and watching. Before they were halfway to Corin Ayelin's house, Nynaeve saw a tall, scrawny woman striding down the other side of the green toward the inn, slashing the heads off weeds with a thick willow switch. Bony as she was, she had a look of wiry strength and a set, determined slash of a mouth. Sen Bui scuttled along in her wake. "Malena?" Maren pulled Nynaeve into the space between 2 houses and whispered as if afraid the woman might hear across the green. "I knew Sen would go to her." Something made Nynaeve look over her shoulder. Behind her stood a silver arch, reaching from house to house, glowing whitely. "The way back will come but once. Be steadfast." Maren gave a soft scream. "She's seen us! Light, help us! She's coming this way!" The tall woman had turned across the green, leaving Sen standing uncertainly. There was no uncertainty on Malena's face. She walked slowly, as if there were no hope of escape, a cruel smile growing with every step. Maren tugged at Nynaeve's sleeve. "We have to run! We have to hide! Nynaeve, come on! Sen will have told her who you are! She hates anyone even to speak of you!" The silver arch pulled Nynaeve's eyes. "The way back." She shook her head, trying to remember. "It is not real." She looked at Maren. Stark terror twisted the woman's face. "You must be steadfast to survive." "Please, Nynaeve. She's seen me with you. She has seen me. Please, Nynaeve." Malena came closer, implacable. "My people." The arch shone. "The way back. It is not real." With a sob, Nynaeve tore her arm out of Maren's grasp and plunged toward the silvery glow. Maren's shriek hounded her. "For the love of the light, Nynaeve, help me! Help me!" The glow enveloped her. Staring, Nynaeve staggered out of the arch.
Barely aware of the chamber or the Aes Sedai, Marin's last cry still rang in her ears. She did not flinch when cold water was suddenly poured over her head. "You are washed clean of false pride. You are washed clean of false ambition. You come to us washed clean in heart and soul." As the red Aes Sedai stepped back, Shiriam came to take Nynaeve's arm. Nynaeve gave a start, then realized who it was. She seized the collar of Shiriam's dress in both hands. "Tell me it was not real. Tell me." "Bad?" Shiriam pried her hands loose as if she were used to this reaction. "It is always worse, and the third is the worst of all. I left my friend. I left my people in the pit of doom to come back. Please, Light, it was not real. I didn't really. I have to make Moiraine pay. I have to." "There is always some reason not to return, something to prevent you or distract you. This ter'angreal weaves traps for you from your own mind, weaves them tight and strong, harder than steel and more deadly than poison. That is why we use it as a test. You must want to be Aes Sedai more than anything else in the whole world, enough to face anything, fight free of anything to achieve it. The White Tower cannot accept less. We demand it of you." "You demand a great deal." Nynaeve stared at the third arch as the red-haired Aes Sedai took her toward it. "The third is the worst." "I'm afraid," she whispered. "What could be worse than what I just did?" "Good," Shiriam said. "You seek to be Aes Sedai, to channel the one power. No one should approach that without fear and awe. Fear will keep you cautious, caution will keep you alive." She turned Nynaeve to face the arch, but she did not step back immediately. "No one will force you to enter a third time, child." Nynaeve licked her lips. "If I refuse, you'll put me out of the tower and never let me come back." Shiriam nodded. "And this is the worst." Shiriam nodded again. Nynaeve drew breath. "I'm ready." "The third time," Shiriam intoned formally, "is for what will be. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast." Nynaeve threw herself at the arch in a run. Laughing, she ran through swirling clouds of butterflies rising from wildflowers that covered the hilltop meadow with a knee-deep blanket of color. Her gray mare danced nervously, reins dangling at the edge of the meadow, and Nynaeve stopped running so as not to frighten the animal more. Some of the butterflies settled on her dress, on flowers of embroidery and seed pearls, or flittered around the sapphires and moonstones in her hair, hanging loose about her shoulders. Below the hill, the necklace of the 1,000 lakes spread through the city of Malkir, reflecting the cloud-brushing 7 towers, with golden crane banners flying at their heights in the mists. The city had 1,000 gardens, but she preferred this wild garden on the hilltop. "The way back will come but once. Be steadfast." The sound of hooves made her turn. Al-Lan Mandragoran, king of Malkir, leaped from the back of his charger and strolled toward her through the butterflies, laughing. His face had the look of a hard man, but the smiles he wore for her softened the stony plains. She gaped at him, taken by surprise when he gathered her into his arms and kissed her. For a moment she clung to him, lost, kissing him back. Her feet dangled a foot in the air, and she did not care. Suddenly she pushed at him, pulled her face back. "No!" She pushed harder. "Let me go! Put me down!" Puzzled, he lowered her until her feet touched ground. She backed away from him. "Not this," she said. "I cannot face this. Anything but this. Please let me face Aginor again." Memory swirled. Aginor? She did not know where that thought had come from. Memory lurched and tilted, shifting fragments like broken ice on a flooding river. She clawed for the pieces, clawed for something to hang on to. "Are you well, my love?" Lan asked worriedly. "Do not call me that. I am not your love. I cannot marry you." He startled her by throwing back his head and roaring with laughter. "Your implication that we are not married might upset our children, wife. And how are you not my love? I have no other and will have no other." "I must go back." Desperately she looked for the arch, found only meadow and sky. Harder than steel and more deadly than poison. Lan's babies. Light, help me. I must go back now. Go back? Where? To Emond's Field? If you wish it, I'll send letters to Morghese and command an escort. Alone, she muttered, still searching. Where is it? I have to go. I won't be tangled up in this. I couldn't bear it. Not this. I have to go now. Tangled up in what, Nynaeve? What is it you couldn't bear? No, Nynaeve. You can ride alone here if you wish it, but if the Queen of the Malkiri came to Andor without a proper escort, Morghese would be scandalized if not offended. You don't want to offend her, do you? I thought you two were friends. Nynaeve felt as if she'd been hit in the head, blow after dazing blow. Queen, she said hesitantly. We have babies? Are you certain you're well? I think I had better take you to Sharina Sedai. No, she backed away from him again. No, Aes Sedai. It isn't real. I won't be pulled into it this time. I won't. Very well, he said slowly. As my wife, how could you not be queen? We are Malkiri here, not Southlanders. You were crowned in the 7 Towers at the same time we exchanged rings. Unconsciously, he moved his left hand. A plain gold band encircled his forefinger. She glanced at her own hand, at the ring she knew would be there. She clasped her other hand over it, but whether to deny its presence by hiding it or to hold it, she could not have said. Do you remember now? He went on. He stretched out a hand as if to brush her cheek, and she went back another 6 steps. He sighed. As you wish, my love. We have 3 children, though only one can properly be called a baby. Marek is almost to your shoulder and can't decide if he likes horses or books better. Elnor has already begun practicing how to turn boys' heads when she is not pestering Sharina about when she'll be old enough to go to the White Tower. Elnor was my mother's name, she said softly. So you said when you chose it. Nynaeve, no, I will not be pulled into it this time. Not this. I won't. Beyond him, among the trees beside the meadow, she saw the silver arch. The trees had hidden it before. The way back will come but once. She turned toward it. I must go. He caught her hand, and it was as if her feet had become rooted in stone. She could not make herself pull away. I do not know what is troubling you, wife, but whatever it is, tell me and I will make it right. I know I am not the best of husbands. I was all hard edges when I found you, but you've smoothed some of them away at least. You are the very best of husbands, she murmured. To her horror, she found herself remembering him as her husband, remembering laughter and tears, bitter arguments and sweet making up. They were dim memories, but she could feel them growing stronger, warmer. I cannot. The arch stood there only a few steps away. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. I do not know what is happening, Nynaeve, but I feel as if I were losing you. I could not bear that. He put a hand in her hair. Closing her eyes, she pressed her cheek against his fingers. Stay with me always. I want to stay, she said softly. I want to stay with you. When she opened her eyes, the arch was gone. Come but once. No! No! Lan turned her to face him. What troubles you? You must tell me if I'm to help. This is not real. Not real? Before I met you, I thought nothing except the sword was real. Look around you, Nynaeve. It is real. Whatever you want to be real, we can make real together, you and I. Wonderingly, she did look around. The meadow was still there. The 7 Towers still stood over the 1,000 lakes. The arch was gone, but nothing else had changed. I could stay here, with Lan. Nothing has changed. Her thoughts turned. Nothing has changed. Egwene is alone in the White Tower. Rand will channel the power and go mad. And what of Mat and Perrin? Can they take back any shred of their lives? And Moiraine, who tore all our lives apart, still walks free. I must go back, she whispered. Unable to bear the pain on his face, she pulled free of him. Deliberately, she formed a flower bud in her mind, a white bud on a blackthorn branch. She made the thorns sharp and cruel, wishing they could pierce her flesh, feeling as if she already hung in the blackthorn's branches. Shiriam Sadai's voice danced just out of hearing, telling her it was dangerous to attempt to channel the power. The bud opened, and Saidar filled her with light. "Nynaeve, tell me what is the matter." Lan's voice slid across her concentration. She refused to let herself hear it. There had to be a way back still. Staring at where the silver arch had been, she tried to find some trace of it. There was nothing. "Nynaeve!" She tried to picture the arch in her mind, to shape it and form it to the last detail, curve of gleaming metal filled with a glow like snowy fire. It seemed to waver there in front of her, first there between her and the trees, then not, then there. "I love you." She drew at Saidar, drinking in the flow of the one power till she thought she would burst. The radiance filling her, shining around her, hurt her own eyes. The heat seemed to consume her. The flickering arch firmed, steadied, stood whole before her. Fire and pain seemed to fill her. Her bones felt as if they were burning. Her skull seemed a roaring furnace. "With all my heart." She ran toward the silver curve, not letting herself look back. She had been sure the bitterest thing she would ever hear was Marin Alvir's cry for help, as Nynaeve abandoned her, but that was honey beside the sound of Lan's anguished voice pursuing her. "Nynaeve, please don't leave me!" The white glow consumed her. Naked, Nynaeve staggered through the arch and fell to her knees, slack-mouthed and sobbing, tears streaming down her cheeks. Shiriam knelt beside her. She glared at the red-haired Aes Sedai. "I hate you," she managed fiercely, gulping. "I hate all Aes Sedai." Shiriam gave a small sigh, then pulled Nynaeve to her feet. "Child, almost every woman who does this says much the same thing. It is no small thing to be made to face your fears. What is this?" she said sharply, turning Nynaeve's palms up. Nynaeve's hands quivered with a sudden pain she had not felt before. Driven through the palm of each hand, right in the center, was a long black thorn. Shiriam drew them out carefully. Nynaeve felt the cool healing of the Aes Sedai's touch. When each thorn came free, it left only a small scar on front and back of the hand. Shiriam frowned. There shouldn't be any scarring. And how did you only get 2, and both placed so precisely? If you tangled yourself in a blackthorn bush, you should be covered with scratches and thorns. "I should," Nynaeve agreed bitterly. "Maybe I thought I had already paid enough." "There is always a price," the Aes Sedai agreed. "Come now. You have paid the first price. Take what you have paid for." She gave Nynaeve a slight push forward. Nynaeve realized there were more Aes Sedai in the chamber. The Amyrlin in her striped stole was there, with a shawled sister from each Ajah ranged to either side of her, all of them watching Nynaeve. Remembering Shiriam's instruction, Nynaeve tottered forward and knelt before the Amyrlin. It was she who held the last chalice, and she tipped it slowly over Nynaeve's head. "You are washed clean of Nynaeve Almira from Emond's Field. You are washed clean of all ties that bind you to the world. You come to us washed clean in heart and soul. You are Nynaeve Almira, accepted of the White Tower." Handing the chalice to one of the sisters, the Amyrlin drew Nynaeve to her feet. "You are sealed to us now." The Amyrlin's eyes seemed to hold a dark glow. Nynaeve's shiver had nothing to do with being naked and wet. Chapter 24. New Friends and Old Enemies. Egwene followed the accepted through the halls of the White Tower. Tapestries and paintings covered walls as white as the outside of the tower. Patterned tiles made the floor. The accepted's white dress was exactly like hers, except for 7 narrow bands of color at hem and cuffs. Egwene frowned looking at that dress. Since yesterday, Nynaeve had worn an accepted's dress, and she seemed to have no joy of it, nor of the golden ring, a serpent eating its own tail, that marked her level. The few times Egwene had been able to see the wisdom, Nynaeve's eyes had seemed shadowed, as if she had seen things she wished with all her heart not to have seen. "In here," the Accepted said curtly, gesturing to a door. Named Pedra, she was a short, wiry woman, a little older than Nynaeve, and with a briskness always in her voice. "You're given this time because it is your first day, but I'll expect you in the scullery when the gong sounds high and not 1 moment later." Egwene curtsied, then stuck out her tongue at the Accepted's retreating back. It might have been only the evening before that Shiriam had finally put her name in the novice book, but already she knew she did not like Pedra. She pushed open the door and went in. The room was plain and small with white walls, and there was a young woman with reddish-gold hair spilling around her shoulders, sitting on one of 2 hard benches. The floor was bare. Novices did not get much use of rooms with carpets. Egwene thought the girl was about her own age, but there was a dignity and self-possession about her that made her seem older. The plainly cut novice dress appeared somehow more on her. Elegant, that was it. "My name is Elaine," she said. She tilted her head, studying Egwene. "And you are Egwene, from Emond's Field in the 2 Rivers." She said it as if it had some significance, but went right on anyway. "Someone who has been here a little while is always assigned to a new novice for a few days to help her find her way. Sit, please." Egwene took the other bench, facing Elaine. "I thought the Aes Sedai would teach me now that I'm finally a novice, but all that's happened so far is that Pedra woke me a good 2 hours before first light and put me to sweeping the halls. She says I have to help wash dishes after dinner, too." Elaine grimaced. "I hate washing dishes. I never had to. Well, that doesn't matter. You will have training. From now on, you will be at training at this hour every day as a matter of fact, from breakfast until high, then again from dinner to trine. If you are especially quick or especially slow, they may take you from supper to full as well, but that is usually for more chores." Elaine's blue eyes took on a thoughtful expression. "You were born with it, weren't you?" Egwene nodded. "Yes, I thought I felt it. So was I, born with it. Do not be disappointed if you did not know. You will learn to feel the ability in other women. I had the advantage of growing up around an Aes Sedai." Egwene wanted to ask about that. Who grows up with Aes Sedai? But Elaine went on. "And also do not be disappointed if it takes you some time before you can achieve anything. With the one power, I mean. Even the simplest thing takes a little time. Patience is a virtue that must be learned." Her nose wrinkled. "Shiriam Sedai always says that, and she does her best to make us all learn it too. Try to run when she says walk, and she'll have you in her study before you can blink." "I've had a few lessons already," Egwene said, trying to sound modest. She opened herself to Saidar, that part of it was easier now, and felt the warmth suffuse her body. She decided to try the biggest thing she knew how to do. She stretched out her hand, and a glowing sphere formed over it, pure light. It wavered. She still could not manage to hold it steady, but it was there. Calmly, Elaine held out her hand, and a ball of light appeared above her palm. Hers flickered, too. After a moment, a faint light glowed all around Elaine. Egwene gasped, and her ball vanished. Elaine giggled suddenly, and her light went out, both the sphere and the light around her. "You saw it around me?" she said excitedly. "I saw it around you. Shiriam Sedai said I would eventually. This was the first time. For you too?" Egwene nodded, laughing along with the other girl. "I like you, Elaine. I think we're going to be friends." "I think so too, Egwene. You are from the 2 Rivers, from Emond's Field. Do you know a boy named Rand al'Thor?" "I know him." Abruptly, Egwene found herself remembering a tale Rand had told, a tale she had not believed, about falling off a wall into a garden and meeting... "You're the daughter heir of Andor," she gasped. "Yes," Elaine said simply. "If Shiriam Sedai as much as heard I'd mentioned it, I think she would have me into her study before I finished talking." "Everyone talks about being called to Shiriam's study, even the Accepted. Does she scold so fiercely? She seems kindly to me." Elaine hesitated, and when she spoke it was slowly, not meeting Egwene's eye. She keeps a willow switch on her desk. She says if you can't learn to follow the rules in a civilized way, she will teach you another way. There are so many rules for novices. It is very hard not to break some of them, she finished. But that's horrible. I'm not a child, and neither are you. I won't be treated as one. But we are children. The Aes Sedai, the full sisters, are the grown women. The accepted are the young women, old enough to be trusted without someone looking over their shoulders every moment. And novices are the children, to be protected and cared for, guided in the way they should go, and punished when they do what they should not. That is the way Sheriam Sedai explains it. No one is going to punish you over your lessons, not unless you try something you've been told not to. It is hard not to try sometimes. You will find you want to channel as much as you want to breathe. But if you break too many dishes because you are daydreaming when you should be washing, if you're disrespectful to an accepted, or leave the tower without permission, or speak to an Aes Sedai before she speaks to you, or... The only thing to do is the best you can. There isn't anything else to do. It sounds almost as if they're trying to make us want to leave, Egwene protested. They aren't. But then again they are. Egwene, there are only 40 novices in the tower. Only 40. And no more than 7 or 8 will become accepted. That is not enough, Sheriam Sedai says. She says there are not enough Aes Sedai now to do what needs to be done. But the tower cannot lower its standards. The Aes Sedai cannot take a woman as a sister if she does not have the ability and the strength and the desire. They can't give the ring and the shawl to one who cannot channel the power well enough, or who will allow herself to be intimidated, or who will turn back when the road turns rough. Training and testing take care of the channeling, and for strength and desire, well, if you want to go, they will let you, once you know enough that you won't die of ignorance. I suppose, Egwene said slowly, Sheriam told us some of that. I never thought about there not being enough Aes Sedai, though. She has a theory. She says we have culled humankind. You know about culling? Cutting out of the herd those animals that have traits you don't like? Egwene nodded impatiently. No one could grow up around sheep without knowing about culling the flock. Sheriam Sedai says that with the Red Ajah hunting down men who could channel for 3,000 years, we are culling the ability to channel out of us all. I would not mention this around any Reds if I were you. Sheriam Sedai has been in more than one shouting match over it, and we are only novices. I won't. Elaine paused and then said, Is Rand well? Egwene felt a sudden stab of jealousy. Elaine was very pretty, but over it came a stronger stab of fear. She went over the little she knew of Rand's one meeting with the daughter heir, reassuring herself. Elaine could not possibly know that Rand could channel. Egwene? He is as well as he can be. I hope he is, the wool-headed idiot. He was riding with some Shienaran soldiers the last I saw him. Shienarans? He told me he was a shepherd. She shook her head. I find myself thinking of him at the oddest times. Elida thinks he is important in some way. She didn't come right out and say so, but she ordered a search for him, and she was in a fury when she learned he had left Caemlyn. Elida? Elida Sedai, my mother's counselor. She is Red Ajah, but Mother seems to like her despite that. Egwene's mouth felt dry. Red Ajah, and interested in Rand. I don't know where he is now. He left Shienar, and I don't think he was going back. Elaine gave her a level look. I would not tell Elida where to find him if I knew Egwene. He has done no wrong that I know, and I fear she wants to use him in some manner. Anyway, I've not seen her since the day we arrived, with white cloaks dogging our trail. They are still camped on the Dragonmount side. Abruptly, she bounded to her feet. Let us talk of happier things. There are 2 others here who know Rand, and I would like you to meet one of them. She took Egwene's hand and pulled her out of the room. 2 girls? Rand seems to meet a lot of girls. Still drawing Egwene down the corridor, Elaine studied her. Yes, well, One of them is a lazy chit named Elsa Grinwell. I don't think she will be here long. She shirks her chores, and she is always sneaking off to watch the warders practice their swords. She says Rand came to her father's farm with a friend of his, Matt. It seems they put notions of the world beyond the next village into her head, and she ran away to come be an Aes Sedai. Men, Egwene muttered. I dance a few dances with a nice boy, and Rand goes around looking like a dog with a sore tooth, but he... She cut off as a man stepped into the hall ahead of them. Beside her, Elaine stopped, too, and her hand tightened on Egwene's. There was nothing alarming about him, aside from the suddenness of his appearance. He was tall and handsome, short of middle years, with long, dark, curling hair, but his shoulders sagged, and there was sadness in his eyes. He made no move toward Egwene and Elaine, only stood looking at them until one of the accepted appeared at his shoulder. "You should not be in here," she said to him, not unkindly. "I wanted to walk." His voice was deep and as sad as his eyes. "You can walk out in the garden, where you are supposed to be. The sunshine will be good for you." The man rumbled a bitter laugh. "With 2 or 3 of you watching my every move, you're just afraid I'll find a knife." At the look in the accepted's eyes, he laughed again. "For myself, woman. For myself. Lead me to your garden and your watching eyes." The accepted touched his arm lightly and led him away. "Logain," Elaine said when he was gone. "The false dragon." "He has been gentled, Egwene. He is no more dangerous than any other man now, but I remember seeing him before when it took 6 Aes Sedai to keep him from wielding the power and destroying us all." She shivered. Egwene did too. That was what the Red Ajah would do to Rand. "Do they always have to be gentled?" she asked. Elaine stared at her, mouth agape, and she quickly added, "It is just that I'd think the Aes Sedai would find some other way to deal with them. Anaya and Moiraine both said the greatest feats of the Age of Legends required men and women working together with the power. I just thought they'd try to find a way." "Well, do not let any Red sister hear you thinking it aloud. Egwene, they did try. For 300 years after the White Tower was built, they tried. They gave up because there was nothing to find. Come on, I want you to meet Min. Not in the garden where Logain is going, thank the light." The name sounded vaguely familiar to Egwene, and when she saw the young woman, she knew why. There was a narrow stream in the garden with a low stone bridge over it, and Min sat cross-legged on the wall of the bridge. She wore a man's tight breeches and baggy shirt, and with her dark hair cut short, she could almost pass for a boy, though an uncommonly pretty one. A gray coat lay beside her on the coping. "I know you," Egwene said. "You worked at the inn in Baerlon." A light breeze riffled the water beneath the bridge, and gray wings warbled in the trees of the garden. Min smiled. "And you were one of those who brought the Dark Friends down on us to burn it down. No, don't worry. The messenger who came to fetch me brought enough gold that Master Fitch is building it back again twice as big. Good morning, Elaine. Not slaving over your lessons? Or over some pots?" It was said in a bantering tone as between friends, as Elaine's answering grin proved. "I see Sheriam has not yet managed to get you into a dress." Min's laugh was wicked. "I'm no novice." She made her voice squeaky. "Yes, Aes Sedai, no Aes Sedai. May I sweep another floor, Aes Sedai?" "I," she said, resuming her own low voice, "clothe myself the way I want." She turned to Egwene. "Is Rand well?" Egwene's mouth tightened. He should wear ram's horns like a Trolloc, she thought angrily. "I was sorry when your inn caught fire, and I'm glad Master Fitch was able to rebuild. Why have you come to Tar Valon? It's clear you do not mean to be an Aes Sedai." Min arched an eyebrow in what Egwene was sure was amusement. "She likes him," Elaine explained. "I know." Min glanced at Egwene, and for an instant Egwene thought she saw sadness, or regret, in her eyes. "I am here," Min said carefully, "because I was sent for
and was given the choice between riding and coming tied in a sack. "You always exaggerate it," Elaine said. "Sheriam Sedai saw the letter, and she says it was a request. Min sees things, Egwene. That's why she's here, so the Aes Sedai can study how she does it. It isn't the power." "Request," Min snorted. "When an Aes Sedai requests your presence, it's like a command from a queen with 100 soldiers to back it up." "Everybody sees things," Egwene said. Elaine shook her head. "Not like Min. She sees auras around people and images." "Not all the time," Min put in. "Not around everybody." "And she can read things about you from them, though I'm not sure she always tells the truth. She said I'd have to share my husband with 2 other women, and I'd never put up with that. She just laughs and says it was never her idea of how to run things either. But she said I would be a queen before she knew who I was. She said she saw a crown, and it was the rose crown of Andor." Despite herself, Egwene asked, "What do you see when you look at me?" Min glanced at her. "A white flame and, all sorts of things. I don't know what it means." "She says that a great deal," Elaine said dryly. "One of the things she said she saw looking at me was a severed hand. Not mine, she says. She claims she does not know what it means either." "Because I don't," Min said. "I don't know what half of it means." The crunch of boots on the walk brought them around to look at 2 young men with their shirts and coats across their arms, leaving sweaty chests bare and scabbarded swords in their hands. Egwene found herself staring at the most handsome man she had ever seen. Tall and slim, but hard, he moved with a cat-like grace. She suddenly realized he was bowing over her hand. She had not even felt him take it in his, and fumbled in her mind for the name she had heard. "Galad," she murmured. His dark eyes stared back into hers. He was older than she, older than Rand. At the thought of Rand, she gave a start and came to herself. "And I am Gawyn," the other young man grinned, "since I don't think you heard the first time." Min was grinning too, and only Elaine wore a frown. Egwene abruptly remembered her hand, still held by Galad, and freed it. "If your duties allow," Galad said, "I would like to see you again, Egwene. We could walk, or if you obtain permission to leave the tower, we could picnic outside the city." That would be nice. She was uncomfortably aware of the others, Min and Gawyn still with their amused grins, Elaine still with her scowl. She tried to settle herself, to think of Rand. "He's so beautiful." She gave a jump, half afraid she'd spoken aloud. "Until then." Finally taking his eyes from hers, Galad bowed to Elaine. "Sister." Lithe as a blade, he strolled on across the bridge. "That one," Min murmured, peering after him, "will always do what is right, no matter who it hurts." "Sister," Egwene said. Elaine's scowl had lessened only slightly. "I thought he was the way you're frowning." She'd thought Elaine was jealous, and she still was not sure. "I am not his sister," Elaine said firmly. "I refuse to be." "Our father was his father," Gawyn said dryly. "You cannot deny that unless you want to call Mother a liar, and that, I think, would take more nerve than we have between us." For the first time, Egwene realized that he had the same reddish-gold hair as Elaine, though darkened and curled by sweat. "Min is right," Elaine said. "Galad has not the smallest part of humanity in him. He takes right above mercy or pity, or he is no more human than a Trolloc." Gawyn's grin came back. "I do not know about that. Not from the way he was looking at Egwene here." He caught her look and his sister's, and held up his hands as if to fend them off with his sheathed sword. "Besides, he has the best hand with a sword I've ever seen. The warders only need show him something once, and he's learned it. They sweat me nearly to death to learn half what Galad does without trying." "And being good with a sword is enough?" Elaine sniffed. "Men!"
Egwene, as you may have guessed, this disgracefully unclothed lummox is my brother. Gawain, Egwene knows Rand al'Thor. She's from the same village. Is she? Was he really born in the Two Rivers, Egwene? Egwene made herself nod calmly. What does he know? Of course he was. I grew up with him. Of course, Gawain said slowly. Such a strange fellow. A shepherd, he said, though he never looked or acted like any shepherd I ever saw. Strange. I have met all sorts of people, and they've met Rand al'Thor. Some do not even know his name, but the description could not be anyone else, and he's shifted every one of their lives. There was an old farmer who came to Caemlyn just to see Loghain when Loghain was brought through on his way here. Yet the farmer stayed to stand for Mother when the riots started, because of a young man off to see the world who made him think there was more to life than his farm, Rand al'Thor. You could almost think he was ta'veren. Elaida is certainly interested in him. I wonder if meeting him will shift our lives in the pattern. Egwene looked at Elayne and Min. She was sure they could not have a clue that Rand really was ta'veren. She had never really thought about that part of it before. He was Rand, and he had been cursed with the ability to channel. But ta'veren did move people, whether they wanted to be moved or not. I really do like you, she said abruptly, including both girls in her gesture. I want to be your friend. And I want to be yours, Elayne said. Impulsively, Egwene hugged her, and then Min jumped down, and the three of them stood there on the bridge, hugging one another all together. We three are tied together, Min said, and we cannot let any man get in the way of that, not even him. Would one of you mind telling me what this is all about? Gawain inquired gently. You would not understand, his sisters said, and the three girls all caught a fit of the giggles. Gawain scratched his head, then shook it. Well, if it has anything to do with Rand al'Thor, be sure you don't let Elaida hear of it. She has been at me like a white cloak questioner 3 times since we arrived. I do not think she means him any. He gave a start. There was a woman crossing the garden, a woman in a red-fringed shawl. Name the Dark One, he quoted, and he appears. I do not need another lecture about wearing my shirt when I'm out of the practice yards. Good morning to you all. Elaida spared a glance for the departing Gawain as she came up the bridge. She was a handsome woman rather than beautiful, Egwene thought, but that ageless look marked her as surely as her shawl. Only the newest maid sisters lacked it. When her gaze swept over Egwene, pausing only a moment, Egwene suddenly saw hardness in the Aes Sedai. She'd always thought of Moiraine as strong, steel under silk, but Elaida dispensed with the silk. Elaida, Elayne said, this is Egwene. She was born with the seed in her too, and she has already had some lessons, so she is as far along as I am. Elaida? The Aes Sedai's face was blank and unreadable. In Caemlyn, child, I am counselor to the queen, your mother, but this is the White Tower and you a novice. Min made as if to go, but Elaida stopped her with a sharp, Stay, girl, I would speak with you. I've known you all my life, Elaida, Elayne said incredulously. You watched me grow up and made the gardens bloom in winter so I could play. Child, there you were the daughter heir. Here you are a novice. You must learn that. You will be great one day, but you must learn. Yes, Aes Sedai. Egwene was astounded. If someone had snubbed her so before others, she would have been in a fury. Now, off with both of you. A gong began to toll, deep and sonorous, and Elaida tilted her head. The sun stood halfway to its pinnacle. Hi, Elaida said. You must hurry if you do not want further admonishment. And Elayne, see the Mistress of Novices in her study after your chores. A novice does not speak to Aes Sedai unless bidden to. Run, both of you. You will be late. Run! They ran, holding their skirts up. Egwene looked at Elayne. Elayne had 2 spots of color in her cheeks and a determined look on her face. I will be Aes Sedai, Elayne said softly, but it sounded like a promise. Behind them, Egwene heard the Aes Sedai begin. I'm given to understand, girl, that you were brought here by Moiraine Sedai. She wanted to stay and listen, to hear if Elaida asked about Rand, But Hai rang through the White Tower, and she was summoned to chores. She ran as she had been commanded to run. "I will be Aes Sedai," she growled. Elaine flashed a quick smile of understanding, and they ran faster. Min's shirt clung to her when she finally left the bridge. Not sweat from the sun, but from the heat of Elida's questions. She looked over her shoulder to make sure the Aes Sedai was not following her, but Elida was nowhere in sight. How did Elida know that Moiraine had summoned her? Min had been sure that was a secret known only to her, Moiraine, and Shiriam. And all those questions about Rand. It had not been easy keeping a smooth face and a steady eye while telling an Aes Sedai to her face that she had never heard of him and knew nothing of him. What does she want with him? Light, what does Moiraine want with him? What is he? Light, I don't want to fall in love with a man I've only met once, and a farm boy at that. Moiraine, the light blind you, she muttered. Whatever you brought me here for, come out from wherever you're hiding and tell me so I can go. The only answer was the sweet song of the Grey Wings. With a grimace, she went in search of a place to cool off.
Chapter 25. Cairhien. The city of Cairhien lay across hills against the river Alguenya, and Rand's first sight of it came from the hills to the north by the light of the midday sun. Elricain Tavalin and the 50 Cairhienan soldiers still seemed like guards to him, the more since crossing the bridge at the Galen. They became more stiff the further south they rode. But Loial and Huron did not appear to mind, so he tried not to. He studied the city, as large as any he had seen. Fat ships and broad barges filled the river, and tall granaries sprawled along the far bank. But Cairhien seemed to be laid out in a precise grid behind its high gray walls. Those walls themselves made a perfect square, with one side hard along the river. In just as exact a pattern, towers rose within the walls, soaring as much as 20 times the height of the wall, yet even from the hills Rand could see that each one ended in a jagged top. Outside the city walls, surrounding them from riverbank to riverbank, lay a warren of streets, crisscrossing at all angles and teeming with people. Foregate, Rand knew it was called from Huron. Once there had been a market village for every city gate, but over the years they had all grown into one, a hodgepodge of streets and alleys growing up every which way. As Rand and the others rode into those dirt streets, Tavalin put some of his soldiers to clearing a path through the throng, shouting and urging their horses forward as if to trample any who did not get out of the way quickly. People moved aside with no more than a glance, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Rand found himself smiling, though. The Foregate's people's clothes were shabby more often than not, yet much of it was colorful, and there was a raucous bustle of life to the place. Hawkers cried their wares, and shopkeepers called for people to examine the goods displayed on tables before their shops. Barbers, fruit peddlers, knife sharpeners, men and women offering a dozen services and 100 things for sale, wandered through the crowds. Music drifted through the babel from more than one structure. At first Rand thought they were inns, but the signs out front all showed men playing flutes or harps, tumbling or juggling, and large as they were, they had no windows. Most of the buildings in Foregate seemed to be wood, however big they were, and a good many looked new, if poorly made. Rand gaped at several that stood 7 stories or more. They swayed slightly, though the people hurrying in and out did not seem to notice. "Peasants," Tavalin muttered, staring straight ahead in disgust. "Look at them, corrupted by outland ways. They should not be here." "Where should they be?" Rand asked. The Cairhienan officer glared at him and spurred his horse forward, flogging at the crowd with his quirt. Huron touched Rand's arm. "It was the Aiel War, Lord Rand." He looked to make sure none of the soldiers were close enough to hear. "Many of the farmers were afraid to go back to their lands near the spine of the world, and they all came here near enough. That's why Galdrian has the river full of grain barges up from Andor and Tyr. There's no crops coming from farms in the east because there aren't any farms anymore. Best not to mention it to a Cairhienan, though, my lord. They like to pretend the war never happened, or at least that they won it." Despite Tavalin's quirt, they were forced to halt while a strange procession crossed their path. Half a dozen men, beating tambours and dancing, led the way for a string of huge puppets, each half again as tall as the men who worked them with long poles. Giant crowned figures of men and women in long ornate robes bowed to the crowd amid the shapes of fanciful beasts, a lion with wings, a goat walking on its hind legs with two heads, both of which were apparently meant to be breathing fire from the crimson streamers hanging from the two mouths. Something that seemed to be half cat and half eagle, and another with a bear's head on a man's body, which Rand took to be a Trolloc. The crowd cheered and laughed as they pranced by.
Man who made that never saw a Trolloc, Huron grumbled. Head's too big and it's too skinny. Likely didn't believe in them either, my lord, any more than in those other things. The only monsters these Foregate folk believe in are Aiel.
Are they having a festival? Rand asked. He did not see any sign of it other than the procession, but he thought that there must be a reason for that. Tavalin ordered his soldiers forward again.
No more than every day, Rand,
Loyal said. Walking alongside his horse, the blanket-wrapped chest still wrapped to his saddle, the Ogier drew as many looks as the puppets had. Some even laughed and clapped as they had for the puppets.
I fear Galdrian keeps his people quiet by entertaining them. He gives gleemen and musicians the king's gift, a bounty in silver to perform here in the Foregate, and he sponsors horse races down by the river every day. There are fireworks many nights, too.
He sounded disgusted.
Elder Hammond says Galdrian is a disgrace.
He blinked, realizing what he had said, and looked around hurriedly to see if any of the soldiers had heard. None seemed to have.
Fireworks,
Huron said, nodding.
The Illuminators have built a chapter house here, I've heard. The same as in Tanchico. I didn't half mind seeing the fireworks when I was here before.
Rand shook his head. He had never seen fireworks elaborate enough to require even one illuminator. He had heard they only left Tanchico to put on displays for rulers. It was a strange place he was coming to. At the tall square archway of the city gate, Tavalin ordered a halt and dismounted by a squat stone building just inside the walls. It had arrow slits instead of windows, and a heavy iron-bound door.
"A moment, my Lord Rand,"
the officer said. Tossing his reins to one of the soldiers, he disappeared inside. With a wary look at the soldiers, they sat their horses rigidly in two long files. Rand wondered what they would do if he and Loyal and Huron tried to leave. He took the opportunity to study the city that lay before him. Cairhien proper was a sharp contrast to the chaotic bustle of the Foregate. Broad paved streets, wide enough to make the people in them seem fewer than they were, crossed each other at right angles. Just as in Tremoncienne, the hills had been carved and terraced to straight lines. Closed sedan chairs, some with small pennants bearing the sigil of a house, moved with deliberateness, and carriages rolled down the streets slowly. People went silently in dark clothes, with no bright colors except here and there slashes across the breast of coat or dress. The more slashes, the more proudly the wearer moved, but no one laughed or even smiled. The buildings on their terraces were all of stone, and the ornamentation was straight-lined and sharp-angled. There were no hawkers or peddlers in the streets, and even the shops seemed subdued, with only small signs and no wares displayed outside. He could see the great towers more clearly now. Scaffolds of lashed poles surrounded them, and workmen swarmed on scaffolding, laying new stones to push the towers higher still.
"The topless towers of Cairhien,"
Loyal murmured sadly.
"Well, they were tall enough to warrant the name once. When the Aiel took Cairhien, about the time you were born, the towers burned and cracked and fell. I don't see any Ogier among the stonemasons. No Ogier could like working here. The Cairhienin want what they want without embellishment. But there were Ogier when I was here before."
Tavalin came out, trailing another officer and two clerks, one carrying a large wood-bound ledger and the other a tray with writing implements. The front of the officer's head was shaven like Tavalin's, though advancing baldness seemed to have taken more hair than the razor. Both officers looked from Rand to the chest hidden by Loyal's striped blanket and back again. Neither asked what was under the blanket. Tavalin had looked at it often on the way from Tremoncien, but he had never asked either. The balding man looked at Rand's sword, too, and pursed his lips for an instant. Tavalin gave the other officer's name as Asan Sonder, and announced loudly, "Lord Rand of House Althor and Andor, and his man called Huron, with Loyal and Ogier of Stedding Shangtai." The clerk with the ledger opened it across his two arms, and Sonder wrote the names in a round hand. "You must return to this guardhouse by this same hour tomorrow, my lord," Sonder said, leaving the sanding to the second clerk. "And give the name of the inn where you are staying." Rand looked at the staid streets of Cairhien, then back at the liveliness of the foregate. "Can you tell me the name of a good inn out there?" He nodded to the foregate. Huron made a frantic "Sst!" and leaned close. "It would not be proper, Lord Rand," he whispered. "If you stay in the foregate, being a lord and all, they'll be sure you are up to something." Rand could see the sniffer was right. Sonder's mouth had dropped open, and Tavalin's brows had risen at his question, and they were both still watching him intently. He wanted to tell them he was not playing their great game, but instead he said, "We will take rooms in the city. We can go now?" "Of course, my Lord Rand." Sonder made a bow. "But the inn?" "I will let you know when we find one." Rand turned red, then paused. Celine's note crackled in his pocket. "I need to find a young woman from Cairhien, the Lady Celine. She is my age and beautiful. I don't know her house." Sonder and Tavalin exchanged looks. Then Sonder said, "I will make inquiries, my lord. Perhaps I will be able to tell you something when you come tomorrow." Rand nodded and led Loyal and Huron into the city. They attracted little notice, though there were few riders. Even Loyal attracted almost none. The people seemed nearly ostentatious about minding their own business. "Will they take it the wrong way?" Rand asked Huron. "My asking after Celine?" "Who can say with Cairhien, Lord Rand? They seem to think everything has to do with Deus Daemar." Rand shrugged. He felt as if people were looking at him. He could not wait to get a good plain coat again and stop pretending to be what he was not. Huron knew several inns in the city, though his time in Cairhien had been spent mainly in the foregate. The sniffer led them to one called the Defender of the Dragon Wall, the sign bearing a crowned man with his foot on another man's chest and his sword at the man's throat. The fellow on his back had red hair. A hostler came to take their horses, darting quick looks at Rand and at Loyal when he thought he was not observed. Rand told himself to stop having fancies. Not everyone in the city could be playing this game of theirs, and if they were, he was no part of it. The common room was neat, with the tables laid out as strictly as the city, and only a few people at them. They glanced up at the newcomers, then back to their wine immediately. Rand had the feeling they were still watching, though, and listening. A small fire burned in the big fireplace, though the day was warming. The innkeeper was a plump, unctuous man with a single stripe of green across his dark gray coat. He gave a start at his first sight of them, and Rand was not surprised. Loyal with the chest in his arms, under its striped blanket, had to duck his head to make it in through the door. Huron was burdened with all their saddlebags and bundles, and his own red coat was a sharp contrast to the somber colors the people at the tables wore. The innkeeper took in Rand's coat and his sword, and his oily smile came back. He bowed, washing his smooth hands.
"Forgive me, my lord. It was just that for a moment I took you for... Forgive me. My brain is not what it was. You wish rooms, my lord?"
He added another, lesser bow for Loyal.
"I am called Quail, my lord."
He thought I was Aiel, Rand thought sourly. He wanted to be gone from Cairhien, but it was the one place Ingtar might find them, and Celine had said she would wait for him in Cairhien. It took a little time for their rooms to be readied, Quail explaining with too many smiles and bows that it was necessary to move a bed for Loyal. Rand wanted them all to share a room again, but between the innkeeper's scandalized looks and Huron's insistence,
"We have to show these Cairhienin we know what's right as well as they do, Lord Rand."
They ended with 2, one for him alone, with a connecting door. The rooms were much the same, except that theirs had 2 beds, one sized for an ogier, while his had only 1 bed, and that almost as big as the other 2, with massive square posts that nearly reached the ceiling. His tall-backed padded chair and the washstand were square and massive too, and the wardrobe standing against his wall was carved in a heavy, rigid style that made the thing look ready enough to fall over on him. A pair of windows siding his bed looked out on the street 2 floors below. As soon as the innkeeper left, Rand opened the door and admitted Loyal and Huron into his room. "This place gnaws at me," he told them. "Everybody looks at you as if they think you're doing something. I'm going back to the foregate, for an hour anyway. At least the people laughed there. Which of you is willing to take the first watch on the horn?"
I will stay,
Loyal said quickly.
I'd like a chance to do a little reading. Just because I didn't see any ogier does not mean there are no stonemasons down from Stedding Tsofu. It is not far from the city.
I'd think you would want to meet them.
No, Rand. They asked enough questions the last time about why I was outside alone as it was. If they've had word from Stedding Shangtai, well, I will just rest here and read, I think.
Rand shook his head. He often forgot that Loyal had run away from home, in effect, to see the world. What about you, Huron? There's music in the foregate, and people laughing. I'll wager no one is playing Deus Daemar there.
I would not be so certain of that myself, Lord Rand. In any case, I thank you for the invitation, but I think not. There's so many fights, and killings too, in the foregate, that it stinks, if you know what I mean.
Not that they're likely to bother a lord, of course. The soldiers would be down on them if they did. But if it pleases you, I would like to have a drink in the common room. Huron, you don't need my permission for anything, you know that.
As you say, my lord.
The sniffer gave a suggestion of a bow. Rand took a deep breath. If they did not leave Cairhien soon, Huron would be bowing and scraping left and right. And if Matt and Perrin saw that, they would never let him forget it. I hope nothing delays Ingtar. If he doesn't come quickly, we'll have to take the horn back to Fal Dara ourselves. He touched Celine's note through his coat. We will have to. Loyal, I'll come back so you can see some of the city.
I'd rather not risk it,
Loyal said. Huron accompanied Rand downstairs. As soon as they reached the common room, Kuail was bowing in front of Rand, pushing a tray at him. 3 folded and sealed parchments lay on the tray. Rand took them, since that was what the innkeeper seemed to intend. They were a fine grade of parchment, soft and smooth to his touch. Expensive. What are these? He asked. Kuail bowed again.
Invitations, of course, my lord, from 3 of the noble houses.
He bowed himself away. Who would send me invitations? Rand turned them over in his hand. None of the men at the tables looked up, but he had the feeling they were watching just the same. He did not recognize the seals. None was the crescent moon and stars Celine had used. Who would know I was here?
Everyone by now, Lord Rand,
Huron said quietly. He seemed to feel eyes watching too.
The guards at the gate would not keep their mouths closed about an outland lord coming to Cairhien.
The hostler, the innkeeper, everybody tells what they know where they think it will do them the most good, my lord. With a grimace, Rand took 2 steps and hurled the invitations into the fire. They caught immediately. I am not playing Deus Daemar, he said, loudly enough for everyone to hear. Not even Kuail looked at him. I have nothing to do with your great game. I am just here to wait for some friends. Huron caught his arm.
Please, Lord Rand.
His voice was an urgent whisper.
Please, don't do that again.
Again? You really think I'll receive more?
I'm certain. Light, but you remind me of the time Tiva got so mad at a hornet buzzing around his ears, he kicked the nest. You've likely just convinced everyone in the room you're in some deep part of the game.
It must be deep, as they'll see it, if you deny playing at all. Every lord and lady in Cairhien plays it. The sniffer glanced at the invitations, curling blackly in the fire, and winced.
And you have surely made enemies of 3 houses. Not great houses, or they'd not have moved so quickly, but still noble. You must answer any more invitations you receive, my lord. Decline if you will, though they'll read things into whose invitations you do decline, and into whose you accept. Of course, if you decline them all, or accept them all,
I'll have no part of it,
Rand said quietly. We are leaving Cairhien as soon as we can.
He thrust his fists into his coat pockets and felt Celine's note crumple. Pulling it out, he smoothed it on his coat front.
As soon as we can, he muttered, putting it back in his pocket again. Have your drink, Huron.
He stalked out angrily, not sure whether he was angry with himself or with Cairhien and its great game, or Celine for vanishing, or Moraine. She had started it all, stealing his coats and giving him a lord's clothes instead. Even now that he called himself free of them, and Aes Sedai still managed to interfere in his life, and without even being there. He went back through the same gate by which he had entered the city, since that was the way he knew. A man standing in front of the guardhouse took note of him. His bright coat marked him out, as well as his height among the Cairhienin, and hurried inside, but Rand did not notice. The laughter and music of the foregate were pulling him on. If his gold-embroidered red coat made him stand out inside the walls, it fit right into the foregate. Many of the men milling through the crowded streets were dressed just as darkly as those in the city, but just as many wore coats of red or blue or green or gold, some bright enough to be a tinker's clothes. And even more of the women had embroidered dresses and colored scarves or shawls. Most of the finery was tattered and ill-fitting, as if made for someone else originally, but if some of those who wore it eyed his fine coat, none seemed to take it amiss. Once he had to stop for another procession of giant puppets. While the drummers beat their tambours and capered, a pig-faced Trolloc with tusks fought a man in a crown. After a few desultory blows, the Trolloc collapsed to laughter and cheers from the onlookers. Rand grunted. They don't die so easily as that. He glanced into one of the large windowless buildings, stopping to look through the door. To his surprise, it seemed to be one huge room open to the sky in the middle and lined with balconies, with a large dais at one end. He had never seen or heard of anything like it. People jammed the balconies in the floor, watching people perform on the dais. He peeked into others as he passed them and saw jugglers and musicians, any number of tumblers, and even a gleeman with his cloak of patches, declaiming a story from the Great Hunt of the Horn in sonorous voice high chant. That made him think of Tom Merrilin, and he hurried on. Memories of Tom were always sad. Tom had been a friend who had died for him, while I ran away and let him die. In another of the big structures, a woman in voluminous white robes appeared to make things vanish from one basket and appear in another, then disappear from her hands in great puffs of smoke. The crowd watching her oohed and awed loudly.
2 coppers, my good lord, a ratty little man in the doorway said. 2 coppers to see the Aes Sedai.
I don't think so. Rand glanced back at the woman. A white dove had appeared in her hands.
Aes Sedai?
No. He gave the ratty man a small bow and left. He was making his way through the throng, wondering what to see next, when a deep voice, accompanied by the plucking of a harp, drifted out from a doorway with the sign of a juggler over it.
Cold blows the wind down Shara Pass. Cold lies the grave unmarked. Yet every year at Sunday, upon those piled stones appears a single rose, one crystal teardrop, like dew upon the petals, laid by the fair hand of Dunsinin. For she keeps fast to the bargain made by Rogosh Eagle-Eye.
The voice drew Rand like a rope. He pushed through the doorway as applause rose within.
2 coppers, my good lord, said a rat-faced man who could have been twin to the other. 2 coppers to see.
Rand dug out some coins and thrust them at the man. He walked on in a daze, staring at the man bowing on the dais to the clapping of his listeners, cradling his harp in one arm, and with the other spreading his patch-covered cloak as if to trap all the sound they made. He was a tall man, lanky and not young, with long mustaches as white as the hair on his head, and when he straightened and saw Rand, the eyes that widened were sharp and blue. "Tom." Rand's whisper was lost in the noise of the crowd. Holding Rand's eye, Tom Maryland nodded slightly toward a small door beside the dais. Then he was bowing again, smiling and basking in the applause. Rand made his way to the door and through it. It was only a small hallway with 3 steps leading up to the dais. In the other direction from the dais, Rand could see a juggler practicing with colored balls and 6 tumblers limbering themselves. Tom appeared on the steps, limping as though his right leg did not bend as well as it had. He eyed the juggler and the tumblers, blew out his mustaches disdainfully, and turned to Rand.
"All they want to hear is the great hunt of the Horn. You would think with the news from Haddon-Merk and Soldaia, one of them would ask for the Koreathon cycle. Well, maybe not that, but I'd pay myself to tell something else."
He looked Rand up and down.
"You look as if you're doing well, boy."
He fingered Rand's collar and pursed his lips.
"Very well."
Rand could not help laughing. "I left Whitebridge sure you were dead. Moraine said you were still alive, but I... Like Tom, it's good to see you again. I should have gone back to help you."
"Bigger fool if you had, boy. That fade..."
He looked around. There was no one close enough to hear, but he lowered his voice anyway.
"Had no interest in me. It left a little present of a stiff leg and ran off after you and Matt. All you could have done was die."
He paused, looking thoughtful.
"Moraine said I was still alive, did she? Is she with you, then?"
Rand shook his head. To his surprise, Tom seemed disappointed.
"Too bad, in a way. She's a fine woman, even if she is..."
He left it unsaid.
"So it was Matt or Perrin she was after. I won't ask which. They were good boys, and I don't want to know."
Rand shifted uneasily and gave a start when Tom fixed him with a bony finger.
"What I do want to know is, do you still have my harp and flute? I want them back, boy. What I have now are not fit for a pig to play."
"I have them, Tom. I'll bring them to you, I promise. I can't believe you are alive. And I can't believe you want an Ilion. The great hunt setting out. The prize for the best telling of the great hunt of the Horn. You were dying to go." Tom snorted.
"After Whitebridge? Likely I'd die if I did go. Even if I could have reached the boat before it sailed, Doman and his whole crew would be spreading the tale all over Ilion about how I was being chased by Trollocs. If they saw the fade, or heard of it, before Doman cut his lines..." Most Ilianers think Trollocs and fades are fables, but enough others might want to know why a man was pursued by them to make Ilion somewhat more the uncomfortable.
"Tom, I have so much to tell you." The gleeman cut him off.
"Later, boy."
He was exchanging glares down the length of the hall with the narrow-faced man from the door.
"If I don't go back and tell another, he will no doubt send the juggler out, and that lot will tear the hall down around our heads. You come to the bunch of grapes just beyond the Jangai Gate. I have a room there. Anyone can tell you where to find it. I'll be there in another hour or so. One more tale will have to satisfy them."
He started back up the steps, flinging over his shoulder.
"And bring my harp and my flute."
Chapter 26. Discord. Rand darted through the common room of the Defender of the Dragon Wall and hurried upstairs, grinning at the startled look the innkeeper had given him. Rand wanted to grin at everything. Tom's alive. He flung open the door to his room and went straight to the wardrobe. Loyal and Huron put their heads in from the other room, both in their shirt sleeves and with pipes in their teeth trailing thin streams of smoke.
"Has something happened, Lord Rand?"
Huron asked anxiously. Rand slung the bundle made from Tom's cloak on his shoulder.
"The best that could, next to Ingtar coming. Tom Maryland's alive, and he's here in Cairhien."
"The gleeman you told me about?"
Loyal said.
"That is wonderful, Rand. I would like to meet him."
"Then come with me, if Huron's willing to keep watch a while." "It would be a pleasure, Lord Rand."
Huron took the pipe out of his mouth.
"That lot in the common room kept trying to pump me. Without letting on what they were doing, of course. About who you are, my lord, and why we're in Cairhien. I told them we were waiting here to meet friends, but being Cairhienin, they figured I was hiding something deeper. Let them think what they want. Come on, Loyal.
I think not,
the Ogier sighed.
I really would rather stay here.
He raised a book with a thick finger marking his place.
I can meet Tom Merrilin some other time.
Loyal, you can't stay cooped up in here forever. We do not even know how long we'll be in Cairhien. Anyway, we didn't see any Ogier, and if we do, they would not be hunting for you, would they?
Not hunting precisely, but... Rand, I may have been too hasty in leaving Steading Shangtai the way I did. When I do go home, I may be in a great deal of trouble.
His ears wilted.
Even if I wait until I'm as old as Elder Hammond, perhaps I could find an abandoned steading to stay in until then.
If Elder Hammond won't let you come back, you can live in Emond's Field. It's a pretty place. A beautiful place.
I am sure it is, Rand, but that would never work. You see...
We will talk about it when it comes to that, Loyal. Now you are coming to see Tom. The Ogier stood half again as tall as Rand, but Rand pushed him into his long tunic and cloak and down the stairs. When they came pounding through the common room, Rand winked at the innkeeper, then laughed at his startled look. Let him think I'm off to play his bloody great game. Let him think what he wants. Tom's alive. Once through the Jangai Gate in the east wall of the city, everyone seemed to know the bunch of grapes. Rand and Loyal quickly found themselves there, on a street that was quiet for the Foregate, with the sun halfway down the afternoon sky. It was an old 3-story structure, wooden and rickety, but the common room was clean and full of people. Some men were playing at dice in one corner, and some women at darts in another. Half had the look of Cairhienin, slight and pale, but Rand heard Andoran accents as well as others he did not know. All wore the clothes of the Foregate, though, a blend of the styles of half a dozen countries. A few looked around when he and Loyal came in, but they all turned back to what they had been doing. The innkeeper was a woman with hair as white as Tom's and sharp eyes that studied Loyal as well as Rand. She was not Cairhienin by her dark skin and her speech.
Tom Merrilin. Aye, he has a room. Top of the stairs, first door on the right. Likely Dina will let you wait for him there.
She eyed Rand's red coat with its herons on the high collar and golden brambles embroidered up the sleeves, and his sword.
My lord.
The stairs creaked under Rand's boots, let alone Loyal's. Rand was not sure if the building would stand up much longer. He found the door and knocked, wondering who Dina was.
Come in,
a woman's voice called.
I cannot open it for you.
Rand opened the door hesitantly and put his head in. A big rumpled bed was shoved against one wall, and the rest of the room was all but taken up by a pair of wardrobes, several brass-bound trunks and chests, a table and 2 wooden chairs. The slender woman, sitting cross-legged on the bed with her skirts tucked under her, was keeping 6 colored balls spinning in a wheel between her hands.
Whatever it is, she said, looking at her juggling, leave it on the table. Tom will pay you when he comes back.
Are you Dina? Rand asked. She snatched the balls out of the air and turned to regard him. She was only a handful of years older than he, pretty and with fair Cairhienin skin, and dark hair hanging loose to her shoulders.
I do not know you. This is my room, mine and Tom Merrilin's.
The innkeeper said you might let us wait here for Tom, Rand said, if you're Dina.
Us?
Rand moved into the room, so Loyal could duck inside, and the young woman's eyebrows lifted.
So the Ogier have come back. I am Dina. What do you want?
She looked at Rand's coat so deliberately that the failure to add, my lord, had to be purposeful, though her brows went up again at the herons on his scabbard and sword hilt. Rand hefted the bundle he carried. I've brought Tom back his harp and his flute, and I want to visit with him, he added quickly. She seemed on the point of telling him to leave them. I haven't seen him in a long time. She eyed the bundle.
Tom always moans about losing the best flute and the best harp he ever had. You would think he was a court bard the way he carries on. Very well.
You can wait, but I must practice. Tom says he will let me perform in the halls next week. She rose gracefully and took one of the 2 chairs, motioning Loyal to sit on the bed. Zara would make Tom pay for 6 chairs if you broke one of these, friend Ogier. Rand gave their names as they sat in the other chair. It creaked alarmingly under even his weight, and asked doubtfully, "Are you Tom's apprentice?" Dina gave a small smile. "You might say that." She had resumed her juggling, and her eyes were on the whirling balls.
I have never heard of a woman gleeman,
Loyal said. "I will be the first." The one big circle became 2 smaller overlapping circles. "I will see the whole world before I am done. Tom says once we have enough money, we will go down to Tyr." She switched to juggling 3 balls in each hand. "And then maybe out to the Sea Folks Islands. The Athan Mier paid Gleeman well." Rand eyed the room, with all the chests and trunks. It did not look like the room of someone intending to move on soon. There was even a flower growing in a pot on the windowsill. His gaze fell on the single big bed where Loyal was sitting. "This is my room. Mine and Tom Maryland's." Dina gave him a challenging look through the large wheel she had resumed. Rand's face reddened. He cleared his throat. "Maybe we ought to wait downstairs," he began when the door opened, and Tom came in with his cloak flapping around his ankles, patches fluttering. Cased flute and harp hung on his back. The cases were reddish wood, polished by handling. Dina made the balls disappear inside her dress and ran to throw her arms around Tom's neck, standing a tiptoe to do it. "I missed you," she said, and kissed him. The kiss went on for some time, so long that Rand was beginning to wonder if he and Loyal should leave, but Dina let her heels drop to the floor with a sigh.
"Do you know what that lackwit Schoffin's done now, girl?"
Tom said, looking down at her.
"He's taken on a pack of louts who call themselves players. They walk around pretending to be Rogash Eagle-Eye, and Blaze, and Guidal Kane, and... They hang a scrap of painted canvas behind them, supposed to make the audience believe these fools are in Matuchin Hall, or the high passes of the Mountains of Doom. I make the listener see every banner, smell every battle, feel every emotion. I make them believe they are Guidal Kane. Schoffen will have his hall torn down around his ears if he puts this lot on to follow me."
"Tom, we have visitors. Loyal, son of Arendt, son of Holland. Oh, and a boy who calls himself Randall Thor." Tom looked over her head at Rand, frowning.
Leave us for a while, Dina. Here."
He pressed some silver coins into her hand.
"Your knives are ready. Why don't you go pay Ivan for them?"
He brushed her smooth cheek with a gnarled knuckle.
"Go on. I'll make it up to you."
She gave him a dark look, but she tossed her cloak around her shoulders, muttering, "Ivan better have the balance right."
"She'll be a bard one day," Tom said with a note of pride after she was gone. "She listens to a tale once only, mind, and she has it right. Not just the words, but every nuance, every rhythm. She has a fine hand on the harp, and she played the flute better the first time she picked it up than you ever did."
He set the wooden instrument cases atop one of the larger trunks, then dropped into the chair she had abandoned.
"When I passed through Camelin on the way here, Basilgil told me you'd left in the company with an Ogier, among others."
He bowed toward Loyal, even managing a flourish of his cloak despite the fact that he was sitting on it.
"I am pleased to meet you, Loyal, son of Arendt, son of Hallan."
"And I too meet you, Tom Maryland."
Loyal stood to make his bow in return. When he straightened, his head almost brushed the ceiling, and he quickly sat down again.
"The young woman said she wants to be a gleeman."
Tom's headshake was disparaging.
"That's no life for a woman. Not much of a life for a man, for that. Wandering from town to town, village to village, wondering how they'll try to cheat you this time, half the time wondering where your next meal is coming from. No, I'll tuck her around. She'll be court bard to a king or a queen before she's done. You didn't come here to talk about Dina. My instruments, boy. You've brought them?
Rand pushed the bundle across the table. Tom undid it hurriedly. He blinked when he saw it was his old cloak, all covered with colorful patches like the one he wore, and opened the hard leather flute case, nodding at the sight of the gold and silver flute nestled inside. "I earned my bed and meals with that after we parted," Rand said. "I know," the Gleeman replied dryly. "I stopped at some of the same inns, but I had to make do with juggling and a few simple stories since you had my...
You didn't touch the harp."
He pulled open the other dark leather case and took out a gold and silver harp as ornate as the flute, cradling it in his hands like a baby.
"Your clumsy sheepherder's fingers were never meant for the harp."
"I didn't touch it," Rand assured him. Tom plucked 2 strings, wincing.
"At least you could have kept it in tune," he muttered.
Rand leaned across the table toward him. "Tom, you wanted to go to Ilion to see the great hunt set out and be one of the first to make new stories about it, but you couldn't. What would you say if I told you you could still be a part of it? A big part?" Loyal stirred uneasily.
Rand, are you sure?
Rand waved him to silence, his eyes on Tom. Tom glanced at the Ogier and frowned.
That would depend on what part and how. If you've reason to believe one of the hunters is coming this way, I suppose they could have left Ilion already, but he'd be weeks reaching here if he rode straight on, and why would he? Is this one of the fellows who never went to Ilion? He'll never make it into the stories without the blessing, whatever he does.
It doesn't matter if the hunt has left Ilion or not. Rand heard Loyal's breath catch. Tom, we have the Horn of Valere. For a moment, there was dead silence. Tom broke it with a great guffaw of laughter.
You too have the horn. A shepherd and a beardless Ogier have the horn of...
He doubled over, pounding his knee.
The Horn of Valere! But we do have it,
Loyal said seriously. Tom drew a deep breath. Small aftershocks of laughter still seemed to catch him unaware.
I don't know what you found, but I can take you to 10 taverns where a fellow will tell you that he knows a man who knows the man who's already found the horn, and he will tell you how it was found, too, as long as you buy his ale. I can take you to 3 men who will sell you the horn and swear their souls under the light it's the real one and true. There is even a lord in the city has what he claims is the horn locked up inside his manor. He says it's a treasure handed down in his house since the breaking. I don't know if the hunters will ever find the horn, but they will hunt down 10,000 lies along the way.
Moraine says it's the horn, Rand said. Tom's mirth was cut short.
She does she?
I thought you said she was not with you. She isn't, Tom. I have not seen her since I left Valdara in Shinar, and for a month before that, she said no more than 2 words together to me. He could not keep the bitterness out of his voice. And when she did talk, I wished she'd kept on ignoring me. I'll never dance to her tune again. The light burn her and every other Aes Sedai. No, not Egwene, not Nynaeve. He was conscious of Tom watching him closely. She isn't here, Tom. I do not know where she is, and I don't care.
Well, at least you have sense enough to keep it secret. If you hadn't, it would be all over the Foregate by now, and half of Cairhien would be lying in wait to take it away. Half the world.
Oh, we've kept it secret, Tom, and I have to bring it back to Faldara without Dark Friends or anyone else taking it away. That's story enough for you right there, isn't it? I could use a friend who knows the world. You've been everywhere. You know things I can't even imagine. Loyal and Huron know more than I do, but we're all 3 floundering in deep water.
Huron? No, don't tell me how. I do not want to know.
The Gleeman pushed back his chair and went to stare out of the window.
The Horn of Valere. That means the last battle is coming. Who will notice? Did you see the people laughing in the streets out there? Let the grain barges stop a week, and they won't laugh. Galdrian will think they've all become Aiel. The nobles all play the game of houses, scheming to get close to the king, scheming to gain more power than the king, scheming to pull down Galdrian and be the next king, or queen. They will think Tarmangaden is only a ploy in the game.
He turned away from the window. I don't suppose you are talking about simply riding to Shinar and handing the horn to... who? The king? Why Shinar? The legends all tie the horn to Ilion. Rand looked at Loyal. The Ogier's ears were sagging. Shinar, because I know who to give it to there. And there are Trollocs and Darkfriends after us.
Why does that not surprise me?
No. I may be an old fool, but I will be an old fool in my own way. You take the glory, boy. Tom, no. There was a silence, broken only by the creaking of the bed as Loyal shifted. Finally, Rand said, Loyal, would you mind leaving Tom and me alone for a bit, please? Loyal looked surprised. The tufts on his ears went almost to points, but he nodded and rose.
That dice game in the common room looked interesting. Perhaps they will let me play.
Tom eyed Rand suspiciously as the door closed behind the Ogier. Rand hesitated. There were things he needed to know, things he was sure Tom knew. The Gleeman had once seemed to know a great deal about a surprising number of things, but he was not sure how to ask. Tom, he said at last, are there any books that have the Karaethon cycle in them? Easier to call it that than the prophecies of the dragon.
In the great libraries, Tom said slowly. Any number of translations, and even in the old tongue, here and there.
Rand started to ask if there was any way for him to find one, but the Gleeman went on.
The old tongue has music in it too, but too many, even of the nobles, are impatient with listening to it these days. Nobles are all expected to know the old tongue, but many only learn enough to impress people who don't. Translations don't have the same sound unless they're in high chant, and sometimes that changes meanings even more than most translations. There is one verse in the cycle. It doesn't scan well, translated word for word, but there's no meaning lost. That goes like this. Twice and twice shall he be marked, twice to live and twice to die. Once the heron to set his path, twice the heron to name him true. Once the dragon for remembrance lost, twice the dragon for the price he must pay. He reached out and touched the herons embroidered on Rand's high collar. For a moment, Rand could only gape at him, and when he could speak, his voice was unsteady. The sword makes 5. Hilt, scabbard, and blade. He turned his hand down on the table, hiding the brand on his palm. For the first time since Celine's salve had done its work, he could feel it. Not hurting, but he knew it was there. So they do, Tom barked a laugh. There's another comes to mind. Twice dawns the day when his blood is shed. Once for mourning, once for birth. Red on black, the dragon's blood stains the rock of Sheol Ghul. In the pit of doom shall his blood free men from the shadow.
Rand shook his head, denying, but Tom seemed not to notice.
I don't see how a day can dawn twice, but then a lot of it doesn't really make much sense. The Stone of Tyr will never fall till Kalandur is wielded by the dragon reborn, but the sword that cannot be touched lies in the heart of the stone. So how can he wield it first, eh? Well, be that as it may, I suspect Aes Sedai would want to make events fit the prophecies as closely as they can. Dying somewhere in the blasted lands would be a high price to pay for going along with them.
It was an effort for Rand to make his voice calm, but he did it. No Aes Sedai are using me for anything. I told you the last I saw of Moiraine was in Shinar. She said I could go where I wanted, and I left.
And there's no Aes Sedai with you now? None at all?
None. Tom knuckled his dangling white mustaches. He seemed satisfied and at the same time puzzled.
Then why ask about the prophecies? Why send the Ogier out of the room?
I didn't want to upset him. He's nervous enough about the horn. That's what I wanted to ask. Is the horn mentioned in the prophecies? He still could not make himself say it all the way out. All these false dragons, and now the horn is found. Everybody thinks the Horn of Valere is supposed to summon dead heroes to fight the Dark One in the last battle, and the Dragon Reborn is supposed to fight the Dark One in the last battle. It seemed natural enough to ask.
I suppose it is. Not many know that about the Dragon Reborn fighting the last battle, or if they do, they think he'll fight alongside the Dark One. Not many read the prophecies to find out. What was that you said about the horn? Supposed to?
I've learned a few things since we parted, Tom. They will come for whoever blows the horn, even a dark friend. Bushy eyebrows rose nearly to Tom's hairline.
Now that I didn't know. You have learned a few things.
It doesn't mean I would let the White Tower use me for a false dragon. I don't want anything to do with Aes Sedai, or false dragons, or the power, or... Rand bit his tongue. Get mad, and you start babbling. Fool.
For a time, boy, I thought you were the one Moraine wanted, and I even thought I knew why. You know, no man chooses to channel the power. It is something that happens to him like a disease. You cannot blame a man for falling sick, even if it might kill you, too.
Your nephew could channel, couldn't he? You told me that was why you helped us, because your nephew had had trouble with the White Tower, and there was nobody to help him. There's only one kind of trouble men can have with Aes Sedai. Tom studied the tabletop, pursing his lips.
I don't suppose there is any use in denying it. You understand, it is not the kind of thing a man talks about, having a male relative who could channel. The Red Ajah never gave Owen a chance. They gentled him and then he died. He just gave up wanting to live.
He exhaled sadly. Rand shivered. Why didn't Moraine do that to me? A chance, Tom. Do you mean there was some way he could have dealt with it? Not gone mad? Not died?
Owen held it off almost 3 years. He never hurt anyone. He didn't use the power unless he had to, and then only to help his village.
Tom threw up his hands.
I suppose there was no choice. The people where he lived told me he was acting strange that whole last year. They did not much want to talk about it, and they nearly stoned me when they found out I was his uncle. I suppose he was going mad. But he was my blood boy. I can't love the Aes Sedai for what they did to him, even if they had to. If Moraine's let you go, then you are well out of it.
For a moment, Rand was silent. Fool. Of course there's no way to deal with it. You're going to go mad and die whatever you do. But Ba'alzamon said, no. He colored under Tom's scrutiny. I mean, I am out of it, Tom. But I still have the Horn of Valere. Think of it, Tom. The Horn of Valere. Other Gleemen might tell tales about it, but you could say you had it in your hands. He realized he sounded like Selene, but all that did was make him wonder where she was. There's nobody I'd rather have with us than you, Tom. Tom frowned as if considering it. But in the end, he shook his head firmly.
Boy, I like you well enough. But you know as well as I do that I only helped before because there was an Aes Sedai mixed in it. Shoffen doesn't try to cheat me more than I expect, and with the king's gift added in, I could never earn as much in the villages. To my very great surprise, Dina seems to love me, and, as much a surprise, I return the feeling. Now why should I leave that to go be chased by Trollocs and dark friends? The Horn of Valere? Oh, it is a temptation, I'll admit. But no. No, I will not get mixed up in it again.
He leaned over to pick up one of the wooden instrument cases, long and narrow. When he opened it, a flute lay inside, plainly made, but mounted with silver. He closed it again and slid it across the table.
You might need to earn your supper again someday, boy.
I might at that.
Rand said. At least we can talk. I will be in... The Gleeman was shaking his head.
A clean break is best, boy. If you're always coming around, even if you never mention it, I won't be able to get the horn out of my head. And I won't be tangled in it. I won't.
After Rand left, Tom threw his cloak on the bed and sat with his elbows on the table. The Horn of Valier. How did that farm boy find it? He shut off that line of thought. Think about the horn too long, and he would find himself running off with Rand to carry it to Shinar. That would make a story, carrying the Horn of Valier to the borderlands with Trollocs and dark friends pursuing. Scowling, he reminded himself of Dina. Even if she had not loved him, talent such as hers was not to be found every day. And she did love, even if he could not begin to imagine why.
Old fool,
he muttered. Aye, an old fool, Zara said from the door. He gave a start. He had been so absorbed in his thoughts that he had not heard the door open. He had known Zara for years, off and on, in his wanderings, and she always took full advantage of the friendship to speak her mind. An old fool who's playing the game of houses again. Unless my ears are failing, that young lord has the sound of Andor on his tongue. He's no Cairhienin, that's for certain sure. Deus Daemar is dangerous enough without letting an outland lord mix you in his schemes. Tom blinked, then considered the way Rand had looked. That coat had surely been fine enough for a lord. He was growing old, letting things like that slip by him. Ruefully, he realized he was considering whether to tell Zara the truth or let her continue thinking as she did. All it takes is to think about the great game, and I start playing it.
The boy is a shepherd, Zara, from the Two Rivers.
She laughed scornfully. And I'm the Queen of Gillidan. I tell you, the game has grown dangerous in Cairhien in the last few years. Nothing like what you knew in Caemlyn. There are murders done now. You'll have your throat cut for you if you don't watch out.
I tell you, I am not in the great game any longer. That's all 20 years in the past, near enough.
Aye. She did not sound as if she believed it. But be that as it may, and young outland lords aside, you've begun performing at the Lord's manors.
They pay well.
And they'll pull you into their plots as soon as they see how. They see a man and think how to use him as naturally as breathing. This young lord of yours won't help you. They will eat him alive. He gave up on trying to convince her. He was out of it.
Is that what you came up to say, Zara?
Aye. Forget playing the great game, Tom. Marry Dina. She'll take you, the more fool her, bony and white-haired as you are. Marry her and forget this young lord and Deus Daemar. I thank you for the advice, he said dryly. Marry her? Burden her with an old husband? She'll never be a bard with my past hanging around her neck.
If you don't mind, Zara, I want to be alone for a while.
I perform for Lady Arlen and her guests tonight, and I need to prepare. She gave him a snort and a shake of her head and banged the door shut behind her. Tom drummed his fingers on the table. Coat or no coat, Rand was still only a shepherd. If he had been more, if he had been what Tom once suspected, a man who could channel, neither Moraine nor any other Aes Sedai would ever have let him walk away ungentled. Horn or no horn, the boy was only a shepherd.
He is out of it,
he said aloud. And so am I. Chapter 27. The Shadow in the Night.
I do not understand it, Loial said. I was winning most of the time, and then Dina came in and joined the game, and she won it all right back. Every toss. She called it a little lesson. What did she mean by that?
Rand and the Ogier were making their way through the foregate, the bunch of grapes behind them. The sun sat low in the west, a red ball half below the horizon, throwing long shadows behind them. The street was empty save for one of the big puppets, a goat-horned Trolloc with a sword at its belt, coming toward them with 5 men working the poles. But sounds of merriment drifted still from other parts of the foregate, where the halls of entertainment and the taverns stood. Here, doors were already barred and windows shuttered. Rand stopped fingering the wooden flute case and slung it on his back. I suppose I couldn't expect him to throw over everything and come with me, but at least he could talk to me. Light, I wish Ingtar would show up. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and felt Celine's note.
You don't suppose she...
Loyal paused uncomfortably.
You don't suppose she cheated, do you? Everybody was grinning as if she were doing something clever.
Rand shrugged at his cloak. I have to take the horn and go. If we wait for Ingtar, anything can happen. Fane will come sooner or later. I have to stay ahead of him. The men with the puppet were almost to them.
Rand,
Loyal said suddenly.
I don't think that's a...
Abruptly, the men let their poles clatter to the packed dirt street. Instead of collapsing, the Trolloc leaped for Rand with outstretched hands. There was no time to think. Instinct brought the sword out of its sheath in a flashing arc. The moon rises over the lakes. The Trolloc staggered back with a bubbling cry, snarling even as it fell. For an instant, everyone stood frozen. Then the men, the Dark Friends they had to be, looked from the Trolloc lying in the street to Rand with the sword in his hands and Loyal at his side. They turned and ran. Rand was staring at the Trolloc too. The void had surrounded him before his hand touched hilt. saidin shone in his mind, beckoning, sickening. With an effort, he made the void vanish and licked his lips. Without the emptiness, fear crawled on his skin. Loyal, we have to get back to the inn. Huron's alone and they... He grunted as he was lifted into the air by a thick arm, long enough to pin both of his to his chest. A hairy hand grabbed his throat. He caught sight of a tusked snout just over his head. A rank smell filled his nose, equal parts sour sweat and pigsty. As quickly as it had seized him, the hand at his throat was torn away. Stunned, Rand stared at it, at the thick Ogier fingers clutching the Trolloc's wrist.
Hold on, Rand.
Loyal's voice sounded strained. The Ogier's other hand came around and took hold of the arm still holding Rand above the ground.
Hold on.
Rand was shaken from side to side as Ogier and Trolloc struggled. Abruptly, he fell free. Staggering, he took 2 steps to get clear and turned back with sword raised. Standing behind the boar-snouted Trolloc, Loyal had it by wrist and forearm, holding its arms spread wide, breathing hard with the effort. The Trolloc snarled gutturally in the harsh Trolloc tongue, throwing its head back in efforts to catch Loyal with the tusk. Their boots scuffled across the dirt of the street. Rand tried to find a place to put his blade in the Trolloc without hurting Loyal, but Ogier and Trolloc spun in their rough dance so much that he could find no opening. With a grunt, the Trolloc pulled its left arm free, but before it could loose itself completely, Loyal snapped his own arm around its neck, hugging the creature close. The Trolloc clawed at its sword. The scythe-like blade hung on the wrong side for left-handed use, but inch by inch the dark steel began sliding out of the scabbard. And still they thrashed about so that Rand could not strike without risking Loyal. The power. That could do it. How, he did not know, but he knew nothing else to try. The Trolloc had its sword half unsheathed. When the curved blade was bare, it would kill Loyal. Reluctantly, Rand formed the void. saidin shone at him, pulled at him. Dimly, he seemed to recall a time when it had sung to him, but now it only drew him. A flower's perfume drawing a bee, a midden's stench drawing a fly. He opened himself up, reached for it. There was nothing there. He could as well have been reaching for light and truth. The taint slid off onto him, soiling him, but there was no flow of light inside him. Driven by a distant desperation, he tried again and again. And again there was only the taint. With a sudden heave, Loyal threw the Trolloc aside, so hard that the thing cartwheeled against the side of a building. It struck headfirst with a loud crack and slid down the wall to lie with its neck twisted at an impossible angle. Loyal stood staring at it, his chest heaving. Rand looked out of the emptiness for a moment before he realized what had happened. As soon as he did, though, he let void and tainted light go and hurried to Loyal's side.
I never killed before, Rand.
Loyal drew a shuddering breath.
It would have killed you if you hadn't, Rand told him.
Anxiously, he looked at the alleys and shuttered windows and barred doors. Where there were 2 Trollocs, there had to be more.
I'm sorry you had to do it, Loyal, but it would have killed both of us, or worse.
I know, but I cannot like it. Even a Trolloc.
Pointing toward the setting sun, the Ogier seized Rand's arm.
There's another of them.
Against the sun, Rand could not make out details, but it appeared to be another group of men with a huge puppet coming toward Loyal and him. Except that now he knew what to look for. The puppet moved its legs too naturally, and the snouted head rose to sniff the air without anyone lifting a pole. He did not think the Trolloc and Dark Friends could see him among the evening shadows or what lay in the street around him. They moved too slowly for that. Yet it was plain they were hunting and coming closer.
Thane knows I am out here somewhere, he said, hastily wiping his blade on a dead Trolloc's coat.
He set them to find me. He is afraid of the Trollocs being seen, though, or he wouldn't have them disguised.
If we can reach a street where there are people, we'll be safe. We have to get back to Huron. If Thane finds him, alone with the horn...
He pulled Loyal along to the next corner and turned toward the nearest sounds of laughter and music. But long before they reached it, another group of men appeared ahead of them in the otherwise empty street with a puppet that was no puppet. Rand and Loyal took the next turning. It led east. Every time Rand tried to reach the music and laughter, there was a Trolloc in the way, often sniffing the air for a scent. Some Trollocs hunted by scent. Sometimes, here where there were no eyes to see, a Trolloc stalked alone. More than once he was sure it was one he had seen before. They were closing in and making sure he and Loyal did not leave the deserted streets with their shuttered windows. Slowly the 2 of them were forced east, away from the city and Huron, away from other people, along narrow, slowly darkening streets that ran in all directions, uphill and down. Rand eyed the houses they passed, the tall buildings closed up tight for the night, with more than a little regret. Even if he pounded on a door until someone opened it, even if they took Loyal and him in, none of the doors he saw would stop a Trolloc. All that would do would be to offer up more victims with Loyal and himself.
Rand,
Loyal said finally.
There is nowhere else to go.
They had reached the eastern edge of the foregate. The tall buildings to either side of them were the last. Lights in windows on the upper stories mocked him, but the lower floors were all shut tight. Ahead lay the hills, cloaked in first twilight and bare of so much as a farmhouse. Not entirely empty, though. He could just make out pale walls surrounding one of the larger hills, perhaps a mile away, and buildings inside.
Once they push us out there,
Loyal said,
they won't have to worry who sees them.
Rand gestured to the walls around the hill.
Those should stop a Trolloc. It must be a lord's manor.
Maybe they'll let us in. An Ogier and an outland lord? This coat has to be good for something sooner or later. He looked back down the street. No Trollocs in sight yet, but he drew Loyal around the side of the building anyway.
I think that is the Illuminator's chapter house, Rand. Illuminators guard their secrets tightly. I don't think they would let Galdrian himself inside there.
What trouble have you gotten yourself into now?
Said a familiar woman's voice. There was suddenly a spicy perfume in the air. Rand stared. Celine stepped around the corner they had just rounded, her white dress bright in the dimness.
How did you get here? What are you doing here? You have to leave immediately. Run! There are Trollocs after us.
So I saw. Her voice was dry, yet cool and composed. I came to find you, and I find you allowing Trollocs to herd you like sheep. Can the man who possesses the Horn of Val'ir let himself be treated so?
I don't have it with me, he snapped, and I don't know how it could help if I did. The dead heroes are not supposed to come back to save me from Trollocs. Celine, you have to get away, now!
He peered around the corner. Not more than 100 paces away, a Trolloc was sticking its horned head cautiously into the street, smelling the night. A large shadow by its side had to be another Trolloc, and there were smaller shadows too, Dark Friends.
Too late,
Rand muttered. He shifted the flute case to pull off his cloak and wrap it around her. It was long enough to hide her white dress entirely and trail on the ground besides.
"You'll have to hold that up to run," he told her. "Loyal, if they won't let us in, we'll have to find a way to sneak in."
But Rand,
"Would you rather wait for the Trollocs?"
He gave Loyal a push to start him and took Celine's hand to follow at a trot.
"Find us a path that won't break our necks, Loyal."
"You're letting yourself become flustered," Celine said. She seemed to be having less trouble following Loyal in the failing light than Rand did. "Seek the oneness and be calm. One who would be great must always be calm."
"The Trollocs might hear you," he told her. "I don't want greatness."
He thought he heard an irritated grunt from her. Stones sometimes turned underfoot, but the way across the hills was not hard despite the twilight shadows. Trees and even brush had long since been cleared from the hills for firewood. Nothing grew except knee-high grass that rustled softly around their legs. A night breeze came up softly. Rand worried that it might carry their scent to the Trollocs. Loyal stopped when they reached the wall. It stood twice as high as the Ogier, the stones covered with a whitish plaster. Rand peered back toward the foregate. Bands of lighted windows reached out like spokes of a wheel from the city walls.
"Loyal," he said softly. "Can you see them? Are they following us?"
The Ogier looked in the direction of the foregate and nodded unhappily.
I only see some of the Trollocs, but they are coming this way. Running. Rand, I really don't think—"
Celine cut him off.
"If he wants to go in, Alantin, he needs a door, such as that one."
She pointed to a dark patch a little down the wall. Even with her telling him, Rand was not certain it was a door, but when she strode to it and pulled, it opened.
"Rand,"
Loyal began. Rand pushed him to the door.
"Later, Loyal, and softly. We're hiding, remember?"
He got them inside and closed the door behind them. There were brackets for a bar, but no bar to be seen. It would not stop anyone, but maybe the Trollocs would hesitate to come inside the walls. They were in an alleyway leading up the hill between two long, low, windowless buildings. At first he thought they were stone too, but then he realized the white plaster had been laid over wood. It was dark enough now for the moon reflecting from the walls to give a semblance of light.
"Better to be arrested by the Illuminators than taken by Trollocs," he murmured, starting up the hill.
"But that is what I was trying to tell you,"
Loyal protested.
"I've heard the Illuminators kill intruders. They keep their secrets hard and fast, Rand."
Rand stopped dead and stared back at the door. The Trollocs were still out there. At the worst, humans had to be better to deal with than Trollocs. He might be able to talk the Illuminators into letting them go. Trollocs did not listen before they killed.
"I'm sorry I got you into this, Celine."
"Danger adds a certain something," she said softly, "and so far you handle it well. Shall we see what we find?" She brushed past him up the alleyway. Rand followed, the spicy smell of her filling his nostrils. Atop the hill, the alleyway opened onto a wide expanse of smoothly flattened clay, almost as pale as the plaster, and nearly surrounded by more white windowless buildings, with the shadows of narrow alleys between. But to Rand's right stood one building with windows, light falling onto the pale clay. He pulled back into the shadows of the alley as a man and a woman appeared, walking slowly across the open space. Their clothes were certainly not Cairhienin. The man wore breeches as baggy as his shirt sleeves, both in a soft yellow, with embroidery on the legs of his breeches and across the chest of his shirt. The woman's dress, worked elaborately across the breast, seemed pale green, and her hair was done in a multitude of short braids.
"All is in readiness, you say?" the woman demanded. "You are certain, Tammuz? All?"
The man spread his hands. "Always you check behind me, Aludra. All is in readiness. The display, it could be given this very moment. The gates and doors, they are all barred. All of the—" Her voice faded as they moved on to the far end of the lighted building. Rand studied the open area, recognizing almost nothing. In the middle of it, several dozen upright tubes, each nearly as tall as he and a foot or more across, sat on large wooden bases. From each tube, a dark, twisted cord ran across the ground and behind a low wall, perhaps 3 paces long, on the far side. All around the open space stood a welter of wooden racks with troughs and tubes and forked sticks and a score of other things. All the fireworks he had ever seen could be held in one hand, and that was as much as he knew, except that they burst with a great roar or whizzed along the ground in spirals of sparks, or sometimes shot into the air. They always came with warnings from the illuminators that opening one could cause it to go off. In any case, fireworks were too expensive for the village council to have allowed anybody unskilled to open one. He could well remember the time when Matt had tried to do just that. It was nearly a week before anyone but Matt's own mother would speak to him. The only thing that Rand found familiar at all was the cords, the fuses. That, he knew, was where you set the fire. With a glance back at the unbarred door, he motioned the others to follow and started around the tubes. If they were going to find a place to hide, he wanted to be as far from that door as he could. It meant making their way between the racks, and Rand held his breath every time he brushed against one. The things in them shifted with the slightest touch, rattling. All of them seemed to be made of wood without a piece of metal. He could imagine the racket if one were knocked over. He eyed the tall tubes warily, remembering the bang made by one the size of his finger. If those were fireworks, he did not want to be this close to them. Loyal muttered to himself continually, especially when he bumped one of the racks, then started back so fast he bumped another. The Ogier crept along in a cloud of clatters and muttering. Celine was no less unnerving. She strode as casually as if they were on a city street. She did not bump anything, did not make a sound, but she also made no effort to keep the cloak closed. The white of her dress seemed brighter than all the walls together. He peered at the lighted windows, waiting for someone to appear. All it would take was one. Celine could not fail to be seen, the alarm given. The windows remained empty, though. Rand was just breathing a sigh of relief as they approached the low wall, and the alleys and buildings behind it, when Loyal brushed against another rack, standing right beside the wall. It held 10 soft-looking sticks, as long as Rand's arm, with thin streams of smoke rising from their tips. The rack made hardly a sound when it fell, the smoldering sticks sprawling across one of the fuses. With a crackling hiss, the fuse burst into flame, and the flame raced toward one of the tall tubes. Rand goggled for an instant, then he tried to whisper a shout. "Behind the wall!" Celine made an angry noise when he bore her to the ground behind the wall, but he did not care. He tried to spread himself over her protectively as Loyal crowded beside them. Waiting for the tube to burst, he wondered if there would be anything left of the wall. There was a hollow thump that he felt through the ground as much as heard. Cautiously, he lifted himself off of Celine enough to peer around the edge of the wall. She fisted him in the ribs hard and wriggled out from under him with an oath in a language he did not recognize, but he was beyond noticing. A trickle of smoke was leaking from the top of one of the tubes. That was all. He shook his head wonderingly. If that's all there is to it. With a crash like thunder, a huge flower of red and white bloomed high in the now dark sky, then slowly began drifting away in sparkles. As he goggled at it, the lighted building erupted with noise. Shouting men and women filled the windows, staring and pointing. Rand longingly eyed the dark alleyway, only a dozen steps away, and the first step would be in full view of the people at the windows. Pounding feet poured from the building. He pressed Loyal and Celine back against the wall, hoping they looked like just another shadow. "Be still and be silent," he whispered. "It's our only hope." "Sometimes," Celine said quietly, "if you are very still, no one can see you at all." She did not sound the least bit worried. Boots thumped back and forth on the other side of the wall, and voices were raised in anger, especially the one Rand recognized as Aludra. "You great buffoon, Tammuz! You great pig, you! Your mother, she was a goat, Tammuz! One day you will kill us all!"
I am not to blame for this, Aludra, the man protested. I have been sure to put everything where it belonged, and the punks, they were... You will not speak to me, Tamuse. A great pig does not deserve to speak like a human.
Aludra's voice changed in answer to another man's question.
There is no time to prepare another. Galdrian, he must be satisfied with the rest for tonight. And one early. And you, Tamuse, you will set everything right, and tomorrow you will leave with the carts to buy the manure. Does anything else go wrong this night? I will not trust you again, even with so much as the manure.
Footsteps faded back toward the building to the accompaniment of Aludra's muttering. Tamuse remained growling under his breath about the unfairness of it all. Rand stopped breathing as the man came over to right the toppled stand. Pressed back in the shadows against the wall, he could see Tamuse's back and shoulder. All the man had to do was turn his head, and he could not miss seeing Rand and the others. Still complaining to himself, Tamuse arranged the smoldering sticks in the stand, then stalked off toward the building where everyone else had gone. Letting his breath go, Rand took a quick look after the man, then pulled back into the shadows. A few people still stood at the windows.
We can't expect any more luck tonight, he whispered.
It is said great men make their own luck, Celine said softly.
Will you stop that? He told her wearily.
He wished the smell of her did not fill his head so. It made it hard to think clearly. He could remember the feel of her body when he pushed her down. Softness and firmness in a disturbing blend. And that did not help either.
Rand?
Loyal was peering around the end of the wall, away from the lighted building.
I think we need some more luck, Rand.
Rand shifted to look over the Ogier's shoulder. Beyond open space, in the alleyway that led to the barless door, 3 Trollocs were peering cautiously out of the shadows toward the lighted windows. One woman was standing at a window. She did not seem to see the Trollocs.
So, Celine said quietly, it becomes a trap. These people may kill you if they take you. The Trollocs surely will. But perhaps you can slay the Trollocs too quickly for them to make any outcry. Perhaps you can stop the people from killing you to preserve their little secrets. You may not want greatness, but it will take a great man to do these things.
You don't have to sound happy about it, Rand said.
He tried to stop thinking about how she smelled, how she felt, and the void almost surrounded him. He shook it away. The Trollocs did not seem to have located them yet. He settled back, staring at the nearest dark alleyway. Once they made a move toward it, the Trollocs would surely see, and so would the woman at the window. It would be a race as to whether Trollocs or Illuminators reached them first.
Your greatness will make me happy.
Despite the words, Celine sounded angry.
Perhaps I should leave you to find your own way for a time. If you'll not take greatness when it is in your grasp, perhaps you deserve to die.
Rand refused to look at her.
Loyal, can you see if there's another door down that alley?
The Ogier shook his head.
There is too much light here and too much dark there. If I were in the alley, yes.
Rand fingered the hilt of his sword.
Take Celine. As soon as you see a door, if you do, call out, and I'll follow.
If there isn't a door at the end, you will have to lift her so she can reach the top of the wall and climb over.
All right, Rand.
Loyal sounded worried.
But when we move, those Trollocs will come after us no matter who is watching. Even if there is a door, they will be on our heels.
You let me worry about the Trollocs. 3 of them. I might do it with the void.
The thought of Saidin decided him. Too many strange things had happened when he let the male half of the true source come close.
I will follow as soon as I can. Go!
He turned to peer around the wall at the Trollocs. From the corner of his eye, he had an impression of Loyal's bulk moving, of Celine's white dress half covered by his cloak. One of the Trollocs beyond the tubes pointed to them excitedly. But still the 3 hesitated, glancing up at the window where the woman still watched.
3 of them. There has to be a way. Not the void. Not Saidin.
There is a door,
came Loyal's soft call. One of the Trollocs took a step out of the shadows, and the others followed, gathering themselves. As from a distance, Rand heard the woman at the window cry out, and Loial shouted something. Without thinking, Rand was on his feet. He had to stop the Trollocs somehow, or they would run him down, and Loial and Selene. He snatched one of the smoldering sticks and hurled himself at the nearest tube. It tilted, starting to fall over, and he caught the square wooden base. The tube pointed straight at the Trollocs. They slowed uncertainly. The woman at the window screamed, and Rand touched the smoking end of the stick to the fuse, right where it joined the tube. The hollow thump came immediately, and the thick wooden base slammed against him, knocking him down. A roar like a thunderclap broke the night, and a blinding burst of light tore away the dark. Blinking, Rand staggered to his feet, coughing in thick, acrid smoke, ears ringing. He stared in amazement. Half the tubes and all of the racks lay on their sides, and one corner of the building beside which the Trollocs had stood was simply gone, flames licking at the ends of planks and rafters. Of the Trollocs, there was no sign. Through the ringing in his ears, Rand heard shouts from the illuminators in the building. He broke into a tottering run, lumbered into the alley. Halfway down it, he stumbled over something and realized it was his cloak. He snatched it up without pausing. Behind him, the cries of the illuminators filled the night. Loial was bouncing impatiently on his feet beside the open door, and he was alone. "Where is Selene?" Rand demanded.
She went back, Rand. I tried to grab her, and she slipped right out of my hands.
Rand turned back toward the noise. Through the incessant sound in his ears, some of the shouts were barely distinguishable. There was light there now, from the flames.
"The sand buckets! Fetch the sand buckets quickly!"
This is disaster! Disaster!
"Some of them went that way."
Loial grabbed Rand's shoulder.
You cannot help her, Rand. Not by being taken yourself. We must go.
Someone appeared at the end of the alley, a shadow outlined by the glow of flames behind, and pointed toward them.
Come on, Rand.
Rand let himself be pulled out of the door into the darkness. The fire faded behind them until it was only a glow in the night, and the lights of the foregate came closer. Rand almost wished more Trollocs would appear, something he could fight. But there was only the night breeze ruffling the grass.
I tried to stop her,
Loial said. There was a long silence.
We really couldn't have done anything. They would just have taken us too.
Rand sighed. I know, Loial. You did what you could. He walked backwards a few steps, staring at the glow. It seemed less. The illuminators must be putting out the flames. I have to help her somehow. How? saidin? The power? He shivered. I have to. They went through the foregate by the lighted streets, wrapped in a silence that shut out the gaiety around them. When they entered the defender of the Dragon Wall, the innkeeper held out his tray with a sealed parchment. Rand took it and stared at the white seal, a crescent moon and stars. Who left this? When?
An old woman, my lord. Not a quarter of an hour gone. A servant, though she did not say from what house.
Quayle smiled, as if inviting confidences. Thank you, Rand said, still staring at the seal. The innkeeper watched them go upstairs with a thoughtful look. Huron took his pipe out of his mouth when Rand and Loial entered the room. Huron had his short sword and swordbreaker on the table, wiping them with an oily rag.
You were along with the Gleeman, my lord. Is he well?
Rand gave a start.
What? Tom.
Yes, he's... He broke open the seal with his thumb and read. When I think I know what you are going to do, you do something else. You are a dangerous man. Perhaps it will not be long before we are together again. Think of the horn. Think of the glory. And think of me, for you are always mine. Again it bore no signature, but the flowing hand itself. Are all women crazy? Rand demanded of the ceiling. Huron shrugged. Rand threw himself into the other chair, the one sized for an ogier. His feet dangled above the floor, but he did not care. He stared at the blanket-covered chest under the edge of Loial's bed. Think of the glory,
I wish Ingtar would come.
Chapter 28. A New Thread in the Pattern. Perrin watched the mountains of Kinslayer's Dagger uncomfortably as he rode. The way still slanted upwards and looked as if it would climb forever, though he thought the crest of the pass must not be too much further. To one side of the trail, the land sloped sharply down to a shallow mountain stream, dashing itself to froth over sharp rocks. To the other side, the mountains reared in a series of jagged cliffs, like frozen stone waterfalls. The trail itself ran through fields of boulders, some the size of a man's head, and some as big as a cart. It would take no great skill to hide in that. The wolves said there were people in the mountains. Perrin wondered if they were some of Fane's dark friends. The wolves did not know or care. They only knew the Twisted Ones were somewhere ahead. Still far ahead, though Ingtar had pressed the column hard. Perrin noticed that Uno was watching the mountains around them much the way he himself was. Matt, his bow slung across his back, rode with seeming unconcern, juggling 3 colored balls, yet he looked paler than he had. Verin examined him 2 and 3 times a day now, frowning, and Perrin was sure she had even tried healing at least once, but it made no difference Perrin could see. In any case, she seemed to be more absorbed in something about which she did not speak. Rand, Perrin thought, looking at the Aes Sedai's back. She always rode at the head of the column with Ingtar, and she always wanted them to move even faster than the Shienaran Lord would allow. Somehow she knows about Rand. Images from the wolves flickered in his head. Stone farmhouses and terraced villages, all beyond the mountain peaks. The wolves saw them no differently than they saw hills or meadows, except with a feeling that they were spoiled land. For a moment he found himself sharing that regret, remembering places that Two Legs had long since abandoned, remembering the swift rush through the trees, and the hamstringing snap of his jaws as the deer tried to flee, and, with an effort, he pushed the wolves out of his head. These Aes Sedai are going to destroy all of us. Ingtar let his horse fall back beside Perrin's. Sometimes, to Perrin's eyes, the crescent crest on the Shienaran's helmet looked like a Trollocs' horns. Ingtar said softly, "Tell me again what the wolves said." "I've told you 10 times," Perrin muttered. "Tell me again. Anything I may have missed, anything that will help me find the horn." Ingtar drew a breath and let it out slowly. "I must find the Horn of Valere, Perrin. Tell me again." There was no need for Perrin to order it in his mind, not after so many repetitions. He droned it out. "Someone or something attacked the Dark Friends in the night and killed those Trollocs we found." His stomach no longer lurched at that. Ravens and vultures were messy feeders. The wolves call him, or it, Shadow Killer. I think it was a man, but they wouldn't go close enough to see clearly. They are not afraid of this Shadow Killer. Awe is more like it. They say the Trollocs now follow Shadow Killer, and they say Fane is with them. Even after so long, the remembered smell of Fane, the feel of the man, made his mouth twist. So the rest of the Dark Friends must be too. Shadow Killer, Ingtar murmured. Something of the Dark One, like a Myrddraal? I have seen things in the Blight that might be called Shadow Killers, but did they see nothing else? They would not come close to him. It was not a Fade. I've told you, they will kill a Fade quicker than they will a Trolloc, even if they lose half the pack. Ingtar, the wolves who saw it passed this to others, then still others before it reached me. I can only tell you what they passed on, and after so many tellings..." He let the words die as Uno joined them. "A human in the rocks," the one-eyed man said quietly. "This far from the waist," Ingtar said incredulously. Uno somehow managed to look offended without changing his expression, and Ingtar added, "No, I don't doubt you. I am just surprised." "He flaming wanted me to see him, or I likely wouldn't have." Uno sounded disgusted at admitting it. "And his bloody face wasn't veiled, so he's not out for killing. But when you see one bloody Yael, there's always more you don't." Suddenly his eye widened.
Burn me if it doesn't look like you bloody wants more than to be seen.
He pointed. A man had stepped into the way ahead of them. Instantly, Massima's lance dropped to a couch, and he dug his heels into his horse, leaping to a dead gallop in 3 strides. He was not the only one. 4 steel points hurtled toward the man on the ground.
"Hold!"
Ingtar shouted.
"Hold, I said! I'll have the ears of any man who doesn't stop where he stands!"
Massima pulled in his horse viciously, sawing the reins. The others also stopped in a cloud of dust not 10 paces from the man, their lances still held steady on the man's chest. He raised a hand to wave away the dust as it drifted toward him. It was the first move he had made. He was a tall man, with skin dark from the sun and red hair cut short except for a tail in the back that hung to his shoulders. From his soft, laced knee-high boots to the cloth wrapped loosely around his neck, his clothes were all in shades of brown and gray that would blend into rock or earth. The end of a short-horn bow peeked over his shoulder, and a quiver bristled with arrows at his belt at one side. A long knife hung at the other. In his left hand, he gripped a round hide buckler and 3 short spears, no more than half as long as he was tall, with points fully as long as those of the Shienaran lances.
"I have no pipers to play the tune," the man announced with a smile. "But if you wish the dance..."
He did not change his stance, but Perrin caught a sudden air of readiness.
"My name is Urien, of the 2 spires, sept of the Rain Aiel. I am a red shield. Remember me."
Ingtar dismounted and walked forward, removing his helmet. Perrin hesitated only a moment before climbing down to join him. He could not miss the chance to see an Aiel close up. Acting like a black-veiled Aiel. In story after story, Aiel were as deadly and dangerous as Trollocs. Some even said they were all dark friends. But Urien's smile somehow did not look dangerous despite the fact that he seemed poised to leap. His eyes were blue.
"He looks like Rand."
Perrin looked around to see that Matt had joined them too.
"Maybe Ingtar's right," Matt added quietly. "Maybe Rand is an Aiel."
Perrin nodded. "But it doesn't change anything."
"No, it doesn't."
Matt sounded as if he were talking about something beside what Perrin meant.
"We are both far from our homes," Ingtar said to the Aiel, "and we, at least, have come for other things than fighting."
Perrin revised his opinion of Urien's smile. The man actually looked disappointed.
"As you wish it, Shienaran."
Urien turned to Verin, just getting down off her horse, and made an odd bow, digging the points of his spears into the ground and extending his right hand, palm up. His voice became respectful.
"Wise one, my water is yours."
Verin handed her reins to one of the soldiers. She studied the Aiel as she came closer.
"Why do you call me that? Do you take me for an Aiel?" "No, wise one. But you have the look of those who have made the journey to Rhuidean and survived. The years do not touch the wise ones in the same way as other women, or as they touch men."
An excited look appeared on the Aes Sedai's face, but Ingtar spoke impatiently.
"We are following dark friends in Trollocs, Urien. Have you seen any sign of them?" "Trollocs? Here?"
Urien's eyes brightened.
"It is one of the signs the prophecies speak of. When the Trollocs come out of the Blight again, we will leave the threefold land and take back our places of old."
There was muttering from the mounted Shienarans. Urien eyed them with a pride that made him seem to be looking down from a height.
"The threefold land?" Matt said.
Perrin thought he looked still paler. Not sick, exactly, but as if he had been out of the sun too long.
"You call it the Waste," Urien said. "To us, it is the threefold land. A shaping stone to make us, a testing ground to prove our worth, and a punishment for the sin."
"What sin?" Matt asked. Perrin caught his breath, waiting for the spears in Urien's hand to flash. The Aiel shrugged.
"So long ago it was that none remember. Even the Wise One and the clan chiefs, and they will not speak of it. It must have been a very great sin if they cannot bring themselves to tell us." but the Creator punishes us well.
Trollocs, Ingtar persisted. Have you seen Trollocs?
Urien shook his head. I would have killed them if I had, but I have seen nothing but the rocks and the sky. Ingtar shook his head, losing interest, but Varen spoke, sharp concentration in her voice. This Rhydian, what is it? Where is it? How are the girls chosen to go?
Urien's face went flat, his eyes hooded.
I cannot speak of it, wise one.
In spite of himself, Perrin's hand gripped his axe.
There was that in Urien's voice.
Ingtard also set himself, ready to reach for his sword, and there was a stir among the mounted men. But Varen stepped up to the Aiel until she was almost touching his chest and looked up into his face.
I am not a wise one as you know them, Urien, she said insistently. I am Aes Sedai. Tell me what you can say about Rhydian.
The man who had been ready to face 20 men now looked as if he wished for an escape from this one plump woman with graying hair.
I can tell you only what is known to all. Rhydian lies in the lands of the Genaiel, the 13th clan. I cannot speak of them except to name them. None may go there save women who wish to become wise ones, or men who wish to be clan chiefs. Perhaps the Genaiel choose among them. I do not know. Many go, few return. And those are marked as what they are, wise ones or clan chiefs. No more can I say, Aes Sedai. No more.
Varen continued to look up at him, pursing her lips. Urien looked at the sky as though he was trying to remember it.
Will you slay me now, Aes Sedai?
She blinked.
What? Will you slay me now? One of the old prophecies says that if ever we fail the Aes Sedai again, they will slay us. I know your power is greater than that of the wise ones.
The Aiel laughed suddenly, mirthlessly. There was a wild light in his eyes.
Bring your lightnings, Aes Sedai. I will dance with them.
The Aiel thought he was going to die, and he was not afraid. Perrin realized his mouth was open and closed it with a snap.
What I would not give, Varen muttered, gazing up at Urien, to have you in the White Tower, or just willing to talk. Oh, be still, man, I won't harm you, unless you mean to harm me with your talk of dancing.
Urien seemed astounded. He looked at the Shienarans, sitting their horses all around, as if he suspected some trick.
You are not a maiden of the spear, he said slowly. How could I strike at a woman who has not whetted the spear? It is forbidden except to save life, and then I would take wounds to avoid it. Why are you here so far from your own lands? She asked. Why did you come to us? You could have remained in the rocks, and we would never have known you were there.
The Aiel hesitated, and she added,
Tell only what you are willing to say. I do not know what your wise ones do, but I'll not harm you, or try to force you. So the wise ones say, Urien said dryly. Yet even a clan chief must have a strong belly to avoid doing as they want.
He seemed to be picking his words carefully.
I search for someone. A man. His eye ran across Perrin, Mat, the Shienarans, dismissing them all. He who comes with the dawn. It is said there will be great signs and portents of his coming. I saw that you were from Shiennar by your escort's armor, and you had the look of a wise one, so I thought you might have word of great events, the events that might herald him. A man? Varen's voice was soft, but her eyes were as sharp as daggers. What are these signs? Urien shook his head. It is said we will know them when we hear of them, as we will know him when we see him, for he will be marked. He will come from the west, beyond the spine of the world, but be of our blood. He will go to Rhydian and lead us out to the threefold land.
He took a spear in his right hand. Leather and metal creaked as soldiers reached for their swords, and Perrin realized he had taken hold of his axe again.
but Varen waved them all to stillness with an irritated look. In the dirt, Urien scraped a circle with his spear point, then drew across it a sinuous line. It is said that under this sign he will conquer. Ingtar frowned at the symbol. No recognition on his face, but Mat muttered something coarsely under his breath, and Perrin felt his mouth go dry. The ancient symbol of the Aes Sedai. Varen scraped the marking away with her foot. I cannot tell you where he is, Urien, she said, and I have heard of no signs or portents to guide you to him. Then I will continue my search. It was not a question, yet Urien waited until she nodded before he eyed the Shienarans proudly, challengingly, then turned his back on them. He walked away smoothly and vanished into the rocks without looking back. Some of the soldiers began muttering. Una said something about crazy bloody Aiel, and Masema growled that they should have left the Aiel for the ravens. We have wasted valuable time, Ingtar announced loudly. We will ride harder to make it up. Yes, Varen said. We must ride harder. Ingtar glanced at her, but the Aes Sedai was staring at the smudged ground where her foot had obliterated the symbol. Dismount, he ordered. Armor on the pack horses. We're inside Cairhien now. We do not want the Cairhienin thinking we have come to fight them. Be quick about it. Mat leaned close to Perrin. Do you think he was talking about Rand? It's crazy, I know, but even Ingtar thinks he's Aiel. I don't know, Perrin said. Everything has been crazy since we got mixed up with Aes Sedai. Softly, as to herself, Varen spoke, still staring at the ground. It must be a part, and yet how? Does the Wheel of Time weave threads into the pattern of which we know nothing? Or does the Dark One touch the pattern again? Perrin felt a chill. Varen looked up at the soldiers removing their armor. Hurry, she commanded with more snap than Ingtar and Uno combined. We must hurry! Chapter 29. Seanchan. Jeffrem Bornhold ignored the smell of burning houses and the bodies that lay sprawled on the dirt of the street. Bayar and a white-cloaked guard of 100 rode into the village at his heels, half the men he had with him. His legion was too scattered for his liking, with questioners having too many of the commands, but his orders had been explicit. Obey the questioners. There had been but slight resistance here. Only half a dozen dwellings gave off columns of smoke. The inn was still standing, he saw, white-plastered stone like almost every structure on Almoth Plain. Reining up before the inn, his eyes went past the prisoners his soldiers held near the village well to the long gibbet marring the village green. It was hastily made, only a long pole on uprights, but it held 30 bodies, their clothes ruffled by the breeze. There were small bodies hanging among their elders. Even Bayar stared at that in disbelief. Muad! He roared. A grizzled man trotted away from those holding the prisoners. Muad had fallen into the hands of dark friends once. His scarred face took even the strongest aback. Is this your work, Muad, or the Seanchan? Neither, my lord captain. Muad's voice was a hoarse, whispered growl, another leaving of the dark friends. He said no more. Bornhold frowned. Surely that lot did not do it, he said, gesturing to the prisoners. The children did not look so neat as when he had brought them across the Taraban, but they seemed ready to parade compared with the rabble that crouched under their watchful eyes. Men in rags and bits of armor with sullen faces. Remnants of the army Taraban had sent against the invaders on Toman Head. Muad hesitated, then said carefully, The villagers say they wore Tarabaner cloaks, my lord captain. There was a big man among them, with gray eyes and a long mustache. That sounds twin to Child Irwin, and a young lad trying to hide a pretty face behind a yellow beard who fought with his left hand. Sounds almost like Child Juan, my lord captain. Questioners, Bornhold spat.
Irwin and Juan were among those he had had to hand over to the questioner's command. He had seen questioner tactics before, but this was the first time he had ever been faced with children's bodies.
If my Lord Captain says so.
Muad made it sound like fervent agreement.
Cut them down, Bornhold said wearily. Cut them down and make sure the villagers know there will be no more killing.
Unless some fool decides to be brave because his woman is watching and I have to make an example. He dismounted, eyeing the prisoners again, as Muad hurried off, calling for ladders and knives. He had more to think about than questioners' overzealousness. He wished he could stop thinking about questioners altogether.
They do not put up much fight, my Lord Captain, Bayer said. Either these Taraboners or what is left of the Domani. They snap like cornered rats, but run as soon as anything snaps back.
Let us see how we do against the invaders, Bayer, before we look down on these men, yes? The prisoners' faces bore a defeated look that had been there before his men came.
Have Muad pick one out for me.
Muad's face was enough to soften most men's resolve by itself.
An officer, preferably. One who looks intelligent enough to tell what he has seen without embroidery, but young enough not to have yet grown a full backbone. Tell Muad to be not too gentle about it, yes? Make the fellow believe that I mean to see worse happen to him than he ever dreamed of, unless he convinces me otherwise.
He tossed his reins to one of the children and strode into the inn. The innkeeper was there, for a wonder, an obsequious, sweating man, his dirty shirt straining over his belly until the embroidered red scroll work seemed ready to pop off. Bornhold waved the man away. He was vaguely aware of a woman and some children huddling in a doorway until the fat innkeeper shepherded them out. Bornhold pulled off his gauntlets and sat at one of the tables. He knew too little about the invaders, the strangers. That was what almost everyone called them, those who did not just babble about Arthur Hawkwing. He knew they called themselves the Seanchan and Hyelina. He had enough of the old tongue to know the latter meant those who come before or the forerunners. They also called themselves Ryagel, those who come home, and spoke of Karina, the return. It was almost enough to make him believe the tales of Arthur Hawkwing's armies come back. No one knew where the Seanchan had come from, other than that they had landed in ships. Bornhold's requests for information from the sea folk had been met with silence. Amador did not hold the Atha'an Mier in good favor, and the attitude was returned with interest. All he knew of the Seanchan he had heard from men like those outside, broken, beaten rabble who spoke wide-eyed and sweating, of men who came into battle riding monsters as often as horses, who fought with monsters by their sides and brought Aes Sedai to rend the earth under their enemies' feet. A sound of boots in the doorway made him put on a wolfish grin, but Bayer was not accompanied by Muad. The child of the light who stood beside him, back braced and helmet in the crook of his arm, was Gerald, who Bornhold expected to be 100 miles away. Over his armor, the young man wore a cloak of Domani cut, trimmed with blue, not the white cloak of the children. "Muad is talking to a young fellow now, my Lord Captain," Bayer said. "Child Gerald has just ridden in with a message." Bornhold waved for Gerald to begin. The young man did not unbend. "The compliments of Jakim Karadin," he started, looking straight ahead, "who guides the hand of the light in—" "I have no need of the questioner's compliments," Bornhold growled, and saw the young man's startled look. Gerald was young yet. For that matter, Bayer looked uncomfortable as well. "You will give me his message, yes? Not word for word unless I ask it. Simply tell me what he wants." The child set to recite, swallowed before he began. "My Lord Captain, he says you are moving too many men too close to Toman Head. He says the Dark Friends on Almouth Plain must be rooted out, and you are— Forgive me, Lord Captain. You are to turn back at once and ride toward the heart of the plain." He stood stiffly, waiting. Bornhold studied him. The dust of the plain stained Gerald's face, as well as his cloak and his boots. "Go and get yourself something to eat," Bornhald told him. "There should be washwater in one of these houses if you wish it. Return to me in an hour. I will have messages for you to carry." He waved the young man out.
"The questioners may be right, my lord captain,"
Baya said when Gerald was gone.
"There are many villages scattered on the plain, and the Dark Friends—"
Bornhald's hand slapping the table cut him off.
What? Dark Friends? I have seen nothing in any village he has ordered taken except farmers and craftsmen, worried that we will burn their livelihoods, and a few old women who tend the sick."
Bayar's face was a study in lack of expression. He was always readier than Bornhald to see Dark Friends.
"And children, Bayar? Do children here become Dark Friends?"
"The sins of the mother are visited to the 5th generation," Bayar quoted, "and the sins of the father to the 10th.
But he looked uneasy. Even Bayar had never killed a child.
"Has it never occurred to you, Bayar, to wonder why Karadin has taken away our banners and the cloaks of the men the questioners lead? Even the questioners themselves have put off the white. This suggests something, yes?"
"He must have his reasons, Lord Captain," Bayar said slowly. "The questioners always have reasons, even when they do not tell the rest of us."
Bornhald reminded himself that Bayar was a good soldier.
"Children to the north wear Tarabonner cloaks, Bayar, and those to the south Domani. I do not like what this suggests to me. There are Dark Friends here, but they are in Falme, not on the plain. When Gerald rides, he will not ride alone. Messages will go to every group of the children I know how to find. I mean to take the Legion onto Toman Head, Bayar, and see what the true Dark Friends, these Seanchan, are up to."
Bayar looked troubled, but before he could speak, Maud appeared with one of the prisoners. The sweating young man in a battered, ornate breastplate shot frightened looks at Maud's hideous face. Bornhald drew his dagger and began trimming his nails. He had never understood why that made some men nervous, but he used it just the same. Even his grandfatherly smile made the prisoner's dirty face pale.
"Now, young man, you will tell me everything you know about these strangers, yes? If you need to think on what to say, I will send you back out with Child Maud to consider it."
The prisoner darted a wide-eyed look at Maud. Then words began to pour out of him. The long swells of the Arith Ocean made spray roll, but Doman's spread feet balanced him as he held the long tube of the looking-glass to his eye and studied the large vessel that pursued them. Pursued and was slowly overtaking. The wind where Spray ran was not the best or the strongest, but where the other ship smashed the swells into mountains of foam with its bluff bow, it could not have blown better. The coastline of Toman Head loomed to the east, dark cliffs and narrow strips of sand. He had not cared to take Spray too far out, and now he feared he might pay for it.
"Strangers, Captain."
Yarn had the sound of sweat in his voice.
"Is it a stranger ship?"
Doman lowered the looking-glass, but his eye still seemed filled by that tall, square-looking ship with its odd ribbed sails.
"Seanchan,"
he said, and heard Yaren groan. He drummed his thick fingers on the rail, then told the helmsman,
"Take her closer in. That ship will not dare enter the shallow water Spray can sail."
Yaren shouted commands, and crewmen ran to haul in booms as the helmsman put the tiller over, pointing the bow more toward the shoreline. Spray moved more slowly, heading so far into the wind, but Doman was sure he could reach shoal waters before the other vessel came up on him.
"Did her holds be full? She could still take shallower water than ever that great hull can."
His ship rode a little higher in the water than she had on sailing from Tanchico. A third of the cargo of fireworks he had taken on there was gone, sold in the fishing villages on Toman Head. But with the silver that flowed from the fireworks had come disturbing reports. The people spoke of visits from the tall, boxy ships of the invaders. When Seanchan ships anchored off the coast, the villagers who drew up to defend their homes were rent by lightning from the sky, while small boats were still ferrying the invaders ashore. and the earth erupted in fire under their feet. Doman had thought he was hearing nonsense until he was shown the blackened ground, and he had seen it in too many villages to doubt any longer. Monsters fought beside the Seanchan soldiers. Not that there was ever much resistance left, the villagers said, and some even claimed that the Seanchan themselves were monsters with heads like huge insects. In Tonchico, no one had even known what they called themselves, and the Taraboners spoke confidently of their soldiers driving the invaders into the sea. But in every coastal town it was different. The Seanchan told astonished people they must swear again oaths they had forsaken, though never deigning to explain when they had forsaken them or what the oaths meant. The young women were taken away one by one to be examined, and some were carried aboard the ships and never seen again. A few older women had also vanished, some of the guides and healers. New mayors were chosen by the Seanchan, and new councils, and any who protested the disappearances of the women or having no voice in the choosing might be hung, or burst suddenly into flame, or be brushed aside like yapping dogs. There was no way of telling which it would be until it was too late. And when the people had been thoroughly cowed, when they had been made to kneel and swear, bewildered, to obey the forerunners, await the return, and serve those who came home with their lives, the Seanchan sailed away, and usually never returned. Falma, it was said, was the only town they held fast. In some of the villages they had left, men and women crept back toward their former lives, to the extent of talking about electing their councils again. But most eyed the sea nervously and made pale-cheeked protests that they meant to hold to the oaths they had been made to swear, even if they did not understand them. Doman had no intention of meeting any Seanchan, if he could avoid it. He was raising the glass to see what he could make out on the nearing Seanchan decks when, with a roar, the surface of the sea broke into fountaining water and flame not 100 paces from his larboard side. Before he had even begun to gape, another column of flame split the sea on the other side, and as he was spinning to stare at that, another burst up ahead. The eruptions died as quickly as they were born, spray from them blown across the deck. Where they had been, the sea bubbled and steamed as if boiling.
We'll reach shallow water before they can close with us, Yaran said slowly.
He seemed to be trying not to look at the water roiling under clouds of mist. Doman shook his head.
Whatever they did, they can shatter us, even do I take her into the breakers.
He shivered, thinking of the flame inside the fountains of water, and his holds full of fireworks.
Fortune prick me. We might not live to drown.
He tugged at his beard and rubbed his bare upper lip, reluctant to give the order. The vessel and what it contained were all he had in the world. But finally he made himself speak.
Bring her into the wind, Yaran, and down sail. Quickly, man, quickly, before they do think we still try to escape.
As crewmen ran to lower the triangular sails, Doman turned to watch the Seanchan ship approach. Spray lost headway and pitched in the swells. The other vessel stood taller above the water than Doman's ship, with wooden towers at bow and stern. Men were in the rigging, raising those strange sails, and armored figures stood atop the towers. A longboat was put over the side and sped toward Spray under 10 oars. It carried armored shapes and, Doman frowned in surprise, 2 women crouched in the stern. The longboat thumped against Spray's hull. The first to climb up was one of the armored men, and Doman saw immediately why some of the villagers claimed the Seanchan themselves were monsters. The helmet looked very much like some monstrous insect's head, with thin red plumes like feelers. The wearer seemed to be peering out through mandibles. It was painted and gilded to increase the effect, and the rest of the man's armor was also worked with paint and gold. Overlapping plates in black and red outlined with gold covered his chest and ran down the outsides of his arms and the fronts of his thighs. Even the steel backs of his gauntlets were red and gold. Where he did not wear metal, his clothes were dark leather. The 2-handed sword on his back, with its curved blade, was scabbarded and hilted in black and red leather. Then the armored figure removed his helmet, and Doman stared. He was a woman. Her dark hair was cut short, and her face was hard, but there was no mistaking it. He had never heard of such a thing except among the Aiel, and Aiel were well known to be crazed. Just as disconcerting was the fact that her face did not look as different as he had expected of a Seanchan. Her eyes were blue, it was true, and her skin exceedingly fair, but he had seen both before. If this woman wore a dress, no one would look at her twice. He eyed her and revised his opinion. That cold stare and those hard cheeks would make her remarked anywhere. The other soldiers followed the woman onto the deck. Domon was relieved to see, when some of them removed their strange helmets, that they, at least, were men. Men with black eyes or brown, who could have gone unnoticed in Tanchico or Ilion. He had begun to have visions of armies of blue-eyed women with swords. Aes Sedai with swords, he thought, remembering the sea erupting. The Seanchan woman surveyed the ship arrogantly, then picked Domon out as captain. It had to be him or Yaren by their clothes. The way Yaren had his eyes closed and was muttering prayers under his breath pointed to Domon, and fixed him with his stare like a spike.
"Are there any women among your crew or passengers?"
She spoke with a soft slurring that made her hard to understand, but there was a snap in her voice that said she was used to getting answers.
"Speak up, man, if you are the captain. If not, wake that other fool and tell him to speak."
"I do be captain, my lady,"
Domon said cautiously. He had no idea how to address her, and he did not want to put a foot wrong.
"I have no passengers, and there be no women in my crew."
He thought of the girls and women who had been carried off, and not for the first time wondered what these folk wanted with them. The two women dressed as women were coming up from the longboat, one drawing the other, Domon blinked, by a leash of silvery metal as she climbed aboard. The leash went from a bracelet worn by the first woman to a collar around the neck of the second. He could not tell whether it was woven or jointed. It seemed somehow to be both, but it was clearly of a piece with both bracelet and collar. The first woman gathered the leash in coils as the other came onto the deck. The collared woman wore plain dark gray and stood with her hands folded and her eyes on the planks under her feet. The other had red panels bearing forked silver lightning bolts on the breast of her blue dress and on the sides of her skirts, which ended short of the ankles of her boots. Domon eyed the women uneasily.
"Speak slowly, man,"
the blue-eyed woman demanded in her slurred speech. She came across the deck to confront him, staring up at him and in some way seeming taller and larger than he.
"You are even harder to understand than the rest in this light-forsaken land. And I make no claim to be of the blood. Not yet. After Karina, I am Captain Eginen."
Domon repeated himself, trying to speak slowly, and added,
"I do be a peaceful trader, Captain. I mean no harm to you, and I have no part in your war."
He could not help eyeing the two women connected by the leash again.
"A peaceful trader," Eginen mused. "In that case, you will be free to go once you have sworn fealty again."
She noticed his glances and turned to smile at the women with the pride of ownership.
"You admire my Damani. She cost me dear. She was worth every coin. Few but nobles own a Damani, and most are property of the throne. She is strong, traitor. She could have broken your ship to splinters had I wished it so."
Domon stared at the women and the silver leash. He had connected the one wearing the lightning with the fiery fountains in the sea and assumed she was an Aes Sedai. Eginen had just set his head whirling. No one could do that too.
"She is Aes Sedai,"
he said disbelievingly. He never saw the casual backhand blow coming. He staggered as her steel-backed gauntlet split his lip.
"That name is never spoken,"
Eginen said with a dangerous softness.
"There are only the Damani, the leashed ones, and now they serve in truth as well as name."
Her eyes made ice seem warm. Domon swallowed blood and kept his hands clenched at his sides. If he had had a sword to hand, he would not have led his crew to slaughter against a dozen armored soldiers. But it was an effort to make his voice humble.
"I meant no disrespect, Captain. I know nothing of you or your ways.
If I do offend, it is ignorance, no intention." She looked at him, then said, "You are all ignorant, Captain, but you will pay the debt of your fathers. This land was ours, and it will be ours again. With the return, it will be ours again." Doman did not know what to say. Surely she can no mean that nattering about Otto Hawkwing be true. So he kept his mouth shut. "You will sail your vessel to Falm," he tried to protest, but her glare silenced him, "where you and your ship will be examined. If you are no more than a peaceful trader, as you claim, you will be allowed to go your way when you have sworn the oaths."
"Oaths, Captain? What oaths?"
"To obey, to await, and to serve. Your ancestors should have remembered." She gathered her people, except for a single man in plain armor, which marked him of low rank as much as the depth of his bow to Captain Ageenan, and their longboat pulled away toward the larger ship. The remaining Seanchan gave no orders, only sat cross-legged on the deck and began sharpening his sword, while the crew put sail on and got under way. He seemed to have no fear at being alone, and Doman would have personally thrown overboard any crewman who raised a hand to him, for as Spray made her way along the coast, the Seanchan ship followed, out in deeper water. There was a mile between the two vessels, but Doman knew there was no hope of escape, but he meant to deliver the man back to Captain Ageenan as safely as if he had been cradled in his mother's arms. It was a long passage to Falma, and Doman finally persuaded the Seanchan to talk a little. A dark-eyed man in his middle years, with an old scar above his eyes and another nicking his chin. His name was Kaban, and he had nothing but contempt for anyone this side of the Arth Ocean. That gave Doman a moment's pause.
Maybe they truly do be. No, that do be madness.
Kaban's speech had the same slur as Ageenan's, but where hers was silk sliding across iron, his was leather rasping on rock, and mostly he wanted to talk about battles, drinking, and women he had known. Half the time Doman was not certain if he were speaking of here and now, or of wherever he had come from. The man was certainly not forthcoming about anything Doman wanted to know. Once Doman had asked about the Damani. Kaban reached up from where he sat in front of the helmsman and put the point of his sword to Doman's throat.
"Watch what your tongue touches, or you will lose it. That's the business of the blood, not your kind, or mine."
He grinned while he said it, and as soon as he was done, he went back to sliding a stone along his heavy, curved blade. Doman touched the point of blood welling above his collar and resolved not to ask that again, at least. The closer the two vessels came to Falma, the more of the tall, square-looking Seanchan ships they passed, some under sail, but more anchored. Every one was bluff-bowed and towered, as big as anything Doman had ever seen, even among the sea folk. A few local craft, he saw, with their sharp bows and slanted sails, darted across the green swells. The sight gave him confidence that Ageenan had spoken the truth about letting him go free. When Spray came up on the headland where Falma stood, Doman gaped at the numbers of Seanchan ships anchored off the harbor. He tried counting them and gave up at 100, less than halfway done. He had seen as many ships in one place before, in Ilion and Tyr, and even Tanchico, but those vessels had included many smaller craft. Muttering glumly to himself, he took Spray into the harbor, shepherded by her great Seanchan watchdog. Falma stood on a spit of land at the very tip of Toman Head, with nothing further west of it except the Arth Ocean. High cliffs ran to the harbor mouth on both sides, and atop one of those, where every ship running into the harbor had to pass under them, stood the towers of the Watchers over the Waves. A cage hung over the side of one of the towers, with a man sitting in it despondently, legs dangling through the bars.
"Who is that?"
Doman asked. Kaban had finally given over sharpening his sword, after Doman had begun to wonder if he meant to shave with it. The Seanchan glanced up to where Doman pointed.
"Oh, that is the first Watcher. Not the one who sat in the chair when we first came, of course. Every time he dies, they choose another, and we put him in the cage.
But why? Doman demanded. Caban's grin showed too many teeth.
They watched for the wrong thing, and forgot when they should have been remembering.
Doman tore his eyes away from the Shan-Chan. Spray slid down the last real sea swell and into the quieter waters of the harbor.
I do be a trader, and it is none of my business.
Falma rose from stone docks up the slopes of the hollow that made the harbor. Doman could not decide whether the dark stone houses made up a goodly-sized town or a small city. Certainly he saw no building in it to rival the smallest palace in Ilion. He guided Spray to a place at one of the docks and wondered, while the crew tied the ship fast, if the Shan-Chan might buy some of the fireworks in his hold.
None of my business.
To his surprise, Eginin had herself rowed to the dock with her Damani. There was another woman wearing the bracelet this time, with the red panels and forked lightning on her dress, but the Damani was the same sad-faced woman who never looked up unless the other spoke to her. Eginin had Doman and his crew herded off the ship to sit on the dock under the eyes of a pair of her soldiers. She seemed to think no more were needed, and Doman was not about to argue with her, while others searched Spray under her direction. The Damani was part of the search. Down the dock, a thing appeared. Doman could think of no other way to describe it. A hulking creature with a leathery gray-green hide and a beak of a mouth and a wedge-shaped head. And 3 eyes. It lumbered along beside a man whose armor bore 3 painted eyes just like those of the creature. The local people, dockmen and sailors in roughly embroidered shirts and long vests to their knees, shied away as the pair passed. But no Shan-Chan gave them a second glance. The man with the beast seemed to be directing it with hand signals. Man and creature turned in among the buildings, leaving Doman staring and his crew muttering to themselves. The 2 Shan-Chan guards sneered at them silently.
No my business,
Doman reminded himself. His business was his ship. The air had a familiar smell of salt water and pitch. He shifted uneasily on the stone, hot from the sun, and wondered what the Shan-Chan were searching for. What the Damani was searching for. Wondered what that thing had been. Gulls cried, wheeling above the harbor. He thought of the sounds a caged man might make.
It is no my business.
Eventually, Eginin led the others back onto the dock. The Shan-Chan captain had something wrapped in a piece of yellow silk, Doman noted warily. Something small enough to carry in one hand, but which she held carefully in both. He got to his feet, slowly for the soldiers' sake, though their eyes held the same contempt Caban's did.
You see, Captain, I do be only a peaceful trader. Perhaps your people would care to buy some fireworks?
Perhaps, trader.
There was an air of suppressed excitement about her that made him uneasy, and her next words increased the feeling.
You will come with me.
She took 2 soldiers to come along, and one of them gave Doman a push to get him started. It was not a rough shove. Doman had seen farmers push a cow in the same way to make it move. Setting his teeth, he followed Eginin. The cobblestone street climbed the slope, leaving the smell of the harbor behind. The slate-roofed houses grew larger and taller as the street climbed. Surprisingly for a town held by invaders, the streets held more local people than Shan-Chan soldiers. And now and again, a curtained palanquin was borne past by bare-chested men. The Fallmen seemed to be going about their business as if the Shan-Chan were not there, or almost not there. When palanquin or soldier passed, both poor folk, with only a curling line or 2, worked on their dirty clothes, and the richer, with shirts, vests, and dresses covered from shoulder to waist in intricately embroidered patterns, bowed and remained bent until the Shan-Chan were gone. They did the same for Doman and his guard. Neither Eginin nor her soldiers so much as glanced at them. Doman realized with a sudden shock that some of the local people they passed wore daggers at their belts, and in a few cases, swords. He was so surprised that he spoke without thinking.
Some of them be on your side.
Eginin frowned over her shoulder at him, obviously puzzled. Without slowing, she looked at the people and nodded to herself.
You mean the swords? They are our people now, trader. They have sworn the oaths.
She stopped abruptly, pointing at a tall, heavy-shouldered man with a heavily embroidered vest and a sword swinging on a plain leather baldric.
You.
The man halted in mid-step, one foot in the air, and a frightened look suddenly on his face. It was a hard face, but he looked as if he wanted to run. Instead, he turned to her and bowed, hands on knees, eyes fixed on her boots.
"How may this one serve the captain?"
he asked in a tight voice.
"You are a merchant," Egeinen said. "You have sworn the oaths?" "Yes, captain, yes."
He did not take his eyes from her feet.
"What do you tell people when you take your wagons inland?" "That they must obey the forerunners, captain. Await the return and serve those who come home." "And do you never think to use that sword against us?"
The man's hands went white-knuckled, gripping his knees, and there was suddenly sweat in his voice.
"I have sworn the oaths, captain. I obey, await, and serve." "You see," Egeinen said, turning to Domin. "There's no reason to forbid them weapons. There must be trade, and merchants must protect themselves from bandits. We allow the people to come and go as they will, so long as they obey, await, and serve. Their forefathers broke their oaths, but these have learned better."
She started back up the hill, and the soldiers pushed Domin after her. He looked back at the merchant. The man stayed bent as he was, till Egeinen was 10 paces up the street. Then he straightened and hurried the other way, leaping down the sloping street. Egeinen and his guards did not look around either when a mounted Seanchan troop passed them, climbing the street. The soldiers rode creatures that looked almost like cats the size of horses, but with lizards' scales rippling bronze beneath their saddles. Clawed feet grasped the cobblestones. A 3-eyed head turned to regard Domin as the troop climbed by. Aside from everything else, it seemed too knowing for Domin's peace of mind. He stumbled and almost fell. All along the street, the Fallmen were pressing themselves back against the fronts of the buildings, some closing their eyes. The Seanchan paid them no heed. Domin understood why the Seanchan could allow the people as much freedom as they did. He wondered if he would have had enough nerve to resist. Damani, monsters. He wondered if there was anything to stop the Seanchan from marching all the way to the spine of the world. "Know my business," he reminded himself roughly, and considered whether there was any way to avoid the Seanchan in his future trading. They reached the top of the incline where the town gave way to hills. There was no town wall. Ahead were the inns that served merchants who traded inland, and wagon yards and stables. Here the houses would have made respectable manors for the minor lords in Ilion. The largest of them had an honor guard of Seanchan soldiers out front, and a blue-edged banner bearing a golden, spread-winged hawk rippling from it. Egeinen surrendered her sword and dagger before taking Domin inside. Her 2 soldiers remained in the street. Domin began to sweat. He smelled a lord in this. It was never good to do business with a lord on the lord's own ground. In the front hall, Egeinen left Domin at the door and spoke to a servant, a local man judging by the full sleeves of his shirt and the spirals embroidered across his chest. Domin believed he caught the words, "High Lord."